Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE World Championships qualifiers for the Malaysia, Singapore region. My name is Danielle and joining me today is the wonderful Flavor. We've got a really exciting action-packed series of matches coming up for all of our wonderful trainers tuning into the broadcast. Thank you for tuning into the broadcast. Malaysia, Singapore, they are the focal point for this weekend. I do believe this is also the first region in the Asia region to go for qualifications, bar Japan. I do believe Japan has already started their qualifications. But for Malaysia, Singapore, we've only got one slot. And we're going to find out who is going to be getting that one slot and flying over to Honolulu.
Yeah, man. Of course, let's have a look at the slot that is provided for respective regions over here. And yes, Danny, you are correct in that one. We're going to be the first ones to start, and we're also going to be the first one to finish as well. Now, let's have a look at the team slots provided over here for the WCS 2024. Starting off with the top left, we have Brazil. We have 2 teams with them. And Europe having 3 teams together with Latin America. On the north side, Latin America South, we're having 2 teams. North America with 3, Oceania with 2, EUIC and NAIC with 1 teams respectively each.
Yes, so champions of EUIC and NAIC are going to be getting those slots. Really exciting. I'm really excited to see who's going to get that final slot at NAIC since we already have LATAM securing that first spot at EUIC. Super, super exciting. But let's head on over to the Asia region because, of course, that is going to be the focal point for the next couple weekends. So as you can see here, we have 3 invitations for the Japanese region. As we know, Japan, extremely strong region. Korea will be having 1 representative from a qualifier. India will have a single qualification team as well. Taiwan and Hong Kong will be getting a 1 team. Philippines will be given 2 slots for Worlds this year, which is very exciting. A very highly contested region. I do think the Philippines is very, very competitive. Followed by Indonesia with 1 slot and Malaysia, Singapore, which is today going to be getting that 1 slot. And then, of course, we have Thailand. We do have 2 more opportunities for separate regions. So teams that qualify for the Last Chance Qualifier East will have an additional chance, and the same thing with the Last Chance Qualifier West. Only particular regions can go into these Last Chance Qualifiers, so I hope they do enter the correct ones, which, speaking of the Last Chance Qualifiers, we are going to talk about this a little bit later on, but for teams that didn't manage to make it through today, I hope they've already registered for that Last Chance Qualifier because all of these slots are paid travel awards. So you get that championship money and the travel award to fly to Worlds.
Yep, and that's definitely going to be a very big one. Of course, let's also have a look at the tournament rules here for the purpose of competition. Now we begin by it being a double elimination format, which is something different compared to what we saw on day number 1. All the matches will be a best of 3 series and a tournament of the top 8 teams from day number 1. And teams are eliminated after losing 2 matches, as this is a double elimination match as they start off in the upper bracket, and the winning team will qualify for WCS 2024.
So it's do or die for all of the teams here. You've got to either be the champion or you just got to do your best and get ready for that Last Chance Qualifier. Very quick recap on the rules, very standard across the board, no real changes here. It's normal 10-minute matches on Thea Sky Ruins. We're going to be going for draft pick. The only change is that this is the first time we will be implementing the double ban system in Asia. So I'm really excited to see how the teams utilize the double bans. No restrictions on held items. And then, of course, the usual, no EX Pokemon. And because Phalanx has just been released, we will not be allowing Phalanx to be picked. It's just too new, too soon. We want to make sure this Pokemon is completely fine before he's available for competitive play.
Yeah,
now,
and that's a total of 5 Pokemons being banned here.
Yes.
Of course, this is the draft rule, and as mentioned by Danny, for the first time ever, we're implementing a double ban from respective teams with a total of 4 Pokemons being banned during the ban phase, followed by the pick phase, starting out with the first pick, and then followed by 2 picks from the opponent, and vice versa. And last but not least, we'll have the preparation phase, where respective trainers will be selecting the Pokemon they'll be utilizing from the draft that they have made.
yes. So, double bans. I am so keen to see this in action in Asia. Now, this is not the first time the teams are going to be seeing this. Of course, you do have access to this in your pubs if you get very lucky with your draft picks. They did change it, so more people do get access to it. We're going to move on here and get ready for our first game of the day. It's going to be so exciting, guys. double bands, who's going to make it through. Now, I know some people are confused. What has happened? So we have a lot of matches, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to cover everything. So the first round of upper bracket matches have already concluded. So no practice, we're playing up against MYS in round 2 of the upper bracket, and Okie Dokie will be playing Tough Guys in the round 2 of that upper bracket. And the winner of this will go into the upper bracket winners final, and the winner of that will be going straight to the grand final. We, though, are going to kick things off with the lower bracket matches. So our first matchup of the day is going to be Ascended Pack going up against OnlyFans, and then the next match we're going to be seeing on stream will be Mirror Carrots playing Mirror Carrots will be playing up against Dark Origin in match number 2. Look, I want to quickly reiterate here, folks. Malaysia, Singapore is a very extremely competitive region. We have had 2 community tournaments come up in recent times. We had the Laksa Cup and we had the Nasi Cup. And we had some data from those 2 cups. Now, of course, MYS was there. It was a team that, you know, did MYS things. We discovered a insane meta, and if you haven't heard of this already, we might be seeing it today. It involves one roll. A one roll only meta for MYS.
Wow, and we'll be seeing if we will be witnessing any of them. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, also we're talking a little bit in regards to the grand finals. Now, there will be a grand finals reset if the lower bracket team, which makes it to the grand finals, actually wins the first best of 3 series, meaning that the upper bracket winner is required to only win 1 best of 3 series to become the champion, whereas the lower bracket finalists would have to win 2 best of 3 to become the winner and champion here at the Malaysia-Singapore region itself. This is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, all the games are best of 3, folks, so even the grand final, it's going to be a best of 3, so less time, less opportunities for these teams to get to know each other, but it also means maybe some really cheeky opportunities to get some cheese in. Now, what are the teams playing for today? Now, of course, first place, you're going to be looking for that slot to World, but we do have money on the line for the teams that are competing today as well. So in first place, if you do qualify for World, you'll be taking home $15,000 US. Now, for the team that comes in second, very, very close. They are still going to take home $7,500 for themselves, followed by $6,000 for third place, $3,000 for fourth, and then from 5th to 7th, it's going to be $1,500.
Oh yeah, that is quite an insane amount of money being provided over here. And quite interesting now, by being that in the grand finals, you should get a minimum of $7,500 US. Alright, so basically very exciting times over here, and I'm very sure everyone tuning in is looking forward to see who will become the winner and champion at the end of today. A lot of exciting matches, Danny, awaits us.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly reiterate for the prize money. So the team that comes in 8th today will also get $1,500. Okay,
oh yeah,
just have to double check on our side.
Because we couldn't understand it's going to be 8. It's like
Okay, so before we jump into today's games, we do want to quickly remind all of you, if you haven't already and you are trying to compete at Worlds this year, we do have our last chance qualifiers. They're going to be happening on the 19th of April, 16th of May, and of course 18th of May and 19th of May. Oh, sorry, the entry period was 19th of April, so it's still ongoing. And then we do have the final one, which is 16th of May. So if you haven't already, guys, please enter. We do have that QR code that you can scan right now if you would like to do so. So grab your phone, scan that code, enter right now. It costs absolutely nothing to enter. And for all you know, you might be flying and competing at Worlds. And this is for a paid slot as well. So the last chance qualifier, this is a paid slot plus prize money.
Yeah, and that's
every opportunity counts.
That's going to be a very huge one as well. So aside from just winning and becoming the champion here of respective regions, you'll get an all-expense paid trip as well, and a chance to actually compete with some of the best teams in the world as well, to prove your worth here in the Pokemon Unite community. So Danny, we're coming close to our first best of 3 series of the day, should I say here, starting off with the lower bracket itself. Anything in particular that you're looking forward to?
I just kind of want to see what the meta is right now, because we are playing on a different patch compared to our last competitive patch as well. We had some really big changes. Buzzwole getting gutted. We had some nerfs to Zora as well. We had Marchamp getting some really significant stat buffs as well. Gyarados coming out of the shadows and really becoming that monster that I was hoping that he would be. But let's talk about the teams here, Flavor. So we have Ascended Pack going up against Only Fun. And if you watched the Asia Champions League, someone of the players on OnlyFun are going to be familiar.
Very familiar. Just under a different banner this time about.
Yes.
Yeah. But starting off with the Sendem pack here, by the likes of Rampage, we have BLZ's Spectral, we have Darkhand, Vanoras, and Titakin. And for OnlyFun, Danny, who do we have up there?
We have Calamity, Genkai, Rufus, Jalion, and Solo. So for anyone that might not remember, Calamity and Genkai, these two players, we do recall them from the Asia Champions League. They did play under the banner Road to the Top. Now, before this as well, for Calamity and Genkai, their names also appeared in multiple community cups, the Luxa Cup as well as the Nasi Cup. But they didn't play under the same lineup, I believe. So this iteration of OnlyFun, this is a new team for these guys as well. Personally, I would love it if some of these teams, they just stuck with their Nasi Cup team and just been like, yeah, let's just go for it. But, I mean, if they think that they've picked the best players possible, then go at it, you know, do your absolute best. But let's talk about these teams too, because we have some data for Pokemon that they have played today. We've got data from their first matches, so just going off of what we have here, OnlyFun. Okay, listen to this. OnlyFun have actually drafted an Absol today.
Oh yeah.
That is a bit of a surprise because we very rarely see Absol. Or the other, I guess, strange pick has to be the Serena. This is not something that is very popular in Asia aside from Japan. Japan has really picked it up because Mame, I feel like he has popularized the Serena yet again. Serena has received a number of buffs throughout the years to try and bring her back into relevancy after the first World Championships where she sort of stomped on everybody. So kind of excited to see if this is going to work out. Now we are in the lower bracket, so unfortunately Serena and Absol didn't really work out for OnlyFun. But for Ascended pack, so I don't have their drafts here unfortunately, so I'll have to see if we can get that data from them. But Absol, this is a Pokemon that we almost never see anymore. It's very niche. I feel like you have to specialize Absol.
Ooh, it falls really hard in late game as well. One of the main reasons because once you reach one of the highest late games, if you're level 13, 14, 15, he's actually one of the lowest HP Pokemons in the game. So you wouldn't be able to actually sustain some of the big Unite moves being utilized, especially during the Rayquaza area anyways. So you have a lot of other Pokemons to actually choose from as well. Based on the draft, because we do see that probably Absol is actually one of the 4th or 5th pick during that games. We don't have any of their votes, but we can only assume the situation. They did manage to grab their hands on Machamp as a priority pick, so I'm guessing they are very confident. They are very comfortable in running in a Machamp in their draft. Although it did not work out too well for them as they lost out 0-2 in the upper bracket. We'll see if they can actually make that into a positive outcome here in the lower bracket.
I was kind of wondering how far the team is going to explore with the Machamp, right? Because he had some really big defensive buffs. He's able to survive. He can sustain much more during those team fights. He also had a bit of a buff to himself in general. So is Machamp going to be the next Buzzball? I guess that's the question because Buzzball got gutted in the previous update, right? Like it's just much harder for him to build the muscle gauge. It's just he's not as oppressive as he used to be. He's still a reasonably decent Pokemon, I believe, but he's just not as overwhelming as he used to be.
Before. Yeah, I mean, I think it was 1 charge reduction. So actually that hurts a lot. I mean, like, using 2 skills, you can add 2 charges already, but this time, you don't have that advantage anymore. It's still usable, but I'm guessing is Machamp a better option now since you have the stat buff, the defense buff, as well as
Blastoise is still going to be prio pick here. Because Blastoise didn't really get any changes. Still does what he does. I don't know. I'm just surprised that Blastoise hasn't really seen too many changes himself because he can damage, he can be utility with the Surf Hydro Pump as well. We've seen some hybrid builds with Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump too, so I mean, if Blastoise is available, I'd rather pick Blastoise.
As a defender, yes, I think a very top pick when it comes to defenders over here. At the same time as well, Slowbro could actually be a good option as well. Very steady, very tanky, and you have the catching ability with the Unite as well.
Yeah.
Could be a huge option of here.
Now, looking at the 2 drafts, I mean, both of these teams, like Ascended Pack, they're basically Blastoising all of their games, so that is their guaranteed top laner. It's really OnlyFun, right? Like they had that one Machamp game, and then they also had Blastoise. So Blastoise, again, is just highly contested in Asia. We love our Blastoise because we love the Hydro Typhoon and the utility that Blastoise brings. And the fact that he evolves at 7 now, he might be a little bit too strong. Can we give some buffs and love to Charizard? Because Charizard's still sort of sitting on the sidewalk waiting for his turn.
Used to be the Pokemon big feature in the first edition series, but then falls a little bit short compared to what Blastoise and Venusaur actually. You do see more Venusaur and Blastoise in competitions nowadays compared to Charizard.
I promise you, when Phalanx is available and teams like just even look at Phalanx, someone's gonna have their finger on the Venusaur button and saying like, oh, I'm ready. Like, and if you see a Venusaur ban, it's like, all right, we gotta ban the Phalanx.
Oh yeah. I think that's most definitely over here. Of course, some of the top favorites here when it comes to the Asia region, Southeast Asia region, is most definitely the Evolutions, which is one of the top Murti picks, I would say, for most of the team, because you can get online really fast as well.
Yeah. Both of these teams run Evolutions as well. I mean, I'm seeing a Glaceon, I'm seeing a Espeon, I think I saw a Sylveon as well. They even had so this team plays every single Evolution. So they've got options.
Just that Sun Impact ran both games Glaceon, so I'm not sure whether that was
probably Central.
Probably Central, yeah. Maybe running this, yeah. But one of the things I'm looking forward to in today's match, not just this match, but also in today's match as a whole, is definitely the appearance of Gyarados. Now, of course, Gyarados...
He'll be banned. I'm sorry, sir. It's going to be banned. Every community tournament,
what are the chances?
Gyarados is first banned.
What are the chances that Gyarados not being banned in any of the first 4 bans?
If you're MYS or if you're crazy.
I mean, come on.
But MYS also banned Gyarados, so...
I mean, okay, the only way... okay, if you had first pick, right?
The second team will ban it.
The second team will ban it. So is it priority enough for you to actually grab the Gyarados and not prioritize it?
I think so. Gyarados is a phenomenal Pokemon. I mean, when he first released, he was a bit underwhelming. Very, very difficult to play unless you had coordinated lobbies. Now, remember... These are competitive matches. You've got coordinated teams. So Gyarados is much easier to execute in these matchups because you have someone, like you're communicating with your team saying like, okay, I need this as a magic card. And to be able to spoon feed those KOs and experience and get you to evolve, Gyarados is insane. I mean, his Unite move is so good at disengaging, engaging for your team, turning a team fight around. Like He's amazing. It's just the setup and also having a team just not ban him. that's the biggest hurdle.
The question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you're able to actually shut down this Magikarp to a certain point where he's going to be having trouble to actually become a Gyarados in a game? But
I kind of think it depends on the team. Like, how confident are you playing up against your opponents? Like, do you have a read on who their core players are? Who do you need to shut down first? Are you going to eliminate the Magikarp lane, or are you going to prioritize their central laner and have a very self-sustainable solo laner going up against that Magikarp? Like,
is it really a priority anyway?
There are a lot of factors, but I think if there's a team that's kind of not going to maybe bother banning it, it might be MYS. Although I know people say like, okay, why are we speaking so highly of this team? MYS have proven themselves. They won the 3 latest community cups.
Oh yeah.
Right? So, I mean, that's already just showing how strong this team is in general in this region. So it's not us just saying like no one else can really do it. It's just that they have a proven track record. And we're kind of developing our own expectations. Like, what can we see from these teams playing today? Because I would love to see some new blood step up and actually start putting some pressure on MYS, because they've had the crown for too long, okay? The throne is... The throne needs a new king.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it should be MYS. I think we need somebody to challenge them. But speaking of, I think our first game is ready.
Oh, yeah. And we're definitely looking forward to the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's going to be a best of 3 series. The first team that actually gets to win in the series will be moving forward through and crawling through the lower bracket. Meanwhile, the team that actually loses out here will be...
I told you.
Okay.
Bye, Gyarados.
Okay, bye, Gyarados. I guess no Gyarados this time about. Yeah. I think previously, the last time we were actually here during the ACL, we talked a little bit about how Metagross actually, fits into the meta. We still haven't found a space for him yet. We've seen, I mean, even in ranked games, people are still like 50-50 and picking him as well. The pick rate is not even that high. There's still other top choices.
He's quite demanding for an all-rounder, and I think if you're picking a Metagross, you probably could have picked a better all-rounder.
Metagross situation is that if you are present, like the more Pokemons you have around you, so basically you can actually negate hindrances up to 50%. So usually the counter is that you don't want to have a lot of Pokemons that can actually be inside. You want to be on the outside perimeter so they can actually just reduce the amount of buff that this Pokemon can actually get. But meanwhile, coming back to the game, Blastoise and Leafeon being back together with the Hoopa, giving the opening pick of the Umbreon on the side of Senate Pack, and responded with a Mew and a Trevenant for the side of Only Fun.
Yep, so it looks like we are probably looking at the support duo being picked up for Ascended Pack, although Dark Hand is kind of playing around there.
Calm down.
Yeah, still thinking of what's going to happen here, but Umbreon already going on the side of Ascended Pack. This is already a great choice. And you're also pairing it with an Eldegoss. So you do have a very defensive, great initiating defender support. And then you have a very aggressive supporter support in that Eldegoss. I love Eldegoss because it can be quite oppressive in lane. Just the basic attacks, the boosted attacks as well, going to be very helpful. And then to have the Espeon, quick evolving evolution, is going to be very annoying in the laning stage. I'm just trying to look at the lanes here for Only Fun. We've got the support as well as Rufus on that tree. We're still trying to see whether or not this is going to be a top lane tree or a support defender tree here.
Oh,
for Only Fun, but Dodrio. This could be a really good Dodrio game because Only Fun don't have a lot of catch mechanisms that can chase down a Dodrio and threaten it. And to put Venusaur on top of this? Oh boy, alrighty.
A lot of long range abilities over here on the side and packing up with Rampage picking up that Dodrio for themselves. This is going to be quite a match. So it's a battle between speedsters over here. We'll see. So Dodrio against a Scyther. Now the thing about Scyther is that he has super low HP. Think about it this way. The lowest HP in Pokemon Unite is at level 1 is 5,000 HP. Sorry, 3,000 HP. And he has just slightly over 100. That's it. Level 1. So horrible. And if you think that he has very high tech, not really. He's actually only top 6.
Yep.
Actually, even level 15.
I do like the last pick Glaceon because Glaceon can threaten that Dodrio, especially with the fact that you have those auto lock-on skills. So Genkai, he might have to be the one to sort of keep Rampage in check in these matches, but maybe Solo can as well. I'm just trying to see whether or not this is actually going to be a Scyther or if we do see a Scizor, because I have seen some Scizors really start to pick up within Pokemon Unite. I know in OCE there is a team that runs Scizor themselves to great success as well. It's a Pokemon that they've been running a lot, not just for the recent qualifiers, but also the previous qualifiers. So it would be interesting to see if some of the Asian teams sort of look into this Pokemon as well. But we'll have to let Only Fun decide what they want to do here, if it will be that Scyther. Because, yeah, again, like, Scyther is also going to be vulnerable to a Dodrio. Like, you kind of get caught, that Dodrio is going to be able to chase you down. So.
It goes vice versa. Like, as a Dodrio, you can't afford getting caught by the enemy as well. So, yeah, it depends on who starts with initiative here.
The initiative and who gets caught first. Because a well-executed Dodrio... Glaceon doesn't counter it completely, but it can threaten. That's the most important thing. The match number 1 has started here, folks, for the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers for the Pokemon Unite World Championships. This is the first round of lower bracket matches, so any team that drops down here will unfortunately be out of the running for qualifying to play at Honolulu. And look at this. Big respect coming in from Ascended, actually sending their support in to guarantee this experience for the Venusaur.
Oh yeah, and giving a little bit of space here for this duo. At the top, it gets picked off in the hands of the Chansey here, as well as the Scyther. Here comes a rotation, come from the Glaceon to the top lane, putting on more pressure here at the top, knowing that it's going to be a 3v2 situation here as Gossiflov rotates to the top lane after supporting the Bulbasaur in the lane.
Yeah, after that knockout in the top lane, that is going to hurt Ascended quite a lot because the Doduo, there's only so much this Pokemon can do. You need to get the scores in and you need to evolve. So this is going to put pressure on the Venusaur to decide, okay, what lanes am I going to assist? And it looks like they're going to assist down bottom instead. After seeing that tri-lane in that top lane, trying to put some pressure on that Mew. But Mew is another Pokemon that is going to be almost impossible for this team to catch. You're going to have to hope that all of your long-range attacks connect on this very elusive Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
And again, we're going to be seeing a second knockout on this Doduo. This top lane is a nightmare for Ascended.
Oh, this is something that you do not want as a Doduo here in the lane. It's going to take a little bit of time for him to actually become a Dodrio, making an impact here in the game itself. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, Danny, we were just talking about it. Instead, it is the Mew getting that takedown on the Eevee at the bottom lane. So that's going to be a big, big loss here on the side of Team Center Pack. Only Fun putting on the pressure.
And Genkai is just having so much fun with that Icy Wind. The big burst that comes in from this as well. Doduo comes in.
Look at this invasion.
They can't touch them. They're just too tanky. The lanes have absolutely been won by Only Fun, and for them to invade the central area like this, you're denying precious experience as well from Ascended, who need it on their Venusaur. Venusaur is still stuck at level 6. They've only just gotten their Umbreon. They're definitely behind in levels. Even Doduo is still a Doduo. Level 4 at at the 8-minute mark, just finally evolves into the Dodrio, but things have just been a little bit slow to start. We have some assistance coming in from that top lane for Only Fun. Can they stop the scores happening here from Ascended Pack? They're taking quite a bit of damage here. Rampage wants to get out, but he knows he's basically stuck. There's a little bit of damage before going down. Umbreon's sticking around, but that's going to be it. Oh, big Solar Beam, finishing him off thanks to the Mew.
Feels bad for Dodrio, was not able to actually build up enough speed to actually make an escape here in between 4 Pokemons on the side.
This
Only
push.
Fun. Meanwhile, Travenin had no issues trying to go in for scores. Here, look at this solid support coming from team members of Team Only Fun. You have the Glaceon on the back end together with the Mew as well. So it's a Solar Beam battle between the Mew and this Venusaur on his side. At least they do have the Venusaur, but we'll see if the combo between Venusaur together with the Esma will be able to actually dish out loads and loads of damage upon the team members of Only Fun.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure on the Umbreon to get these catches to happen because this is also a long-range Venusaur build. He needs the setup from the team, but we're seeing so many Solar Beams coming in from this Mew. Basic boosted attack finishing off that Venusaur. And the Eldegoss, no healing for the team going down. They're going to try and chase on the Speed Flux. Oh my gosh, they are so close. But while this is all happening, up in that top lane, Dodrio is actually trying to just constantly go for the back caps. He even take the Regieleki as well to try and get the instant scores. But I think they're going to have to deal with this bottom lane at some point. You can try and play the back cap game, but in that late game, Only Fun have so many solutions to dealing with the back capping Dodrio.
Oh, Glaceon, I think he made a mistake over there. I think he allowed the Registeel to actually just regenerate from that, but it's okay.
It's fine.
But while all that is happening, Glaceon had the time of his life to actually take down Registeel all alone at the bottom lane. Here, meanwhile, Dodrio had a little bit of opportunity to actually get some experience, a little bit scoring upon the top lane, and also got himself a Regieleki for the side of Ascended Pack.
So much pressure coming in from Only Fun. Ascended doing their best to defend. I think they're actually doing pretty okay considering this very aggressive style coming in from Only Fun. They're so aggressive with that map, keeping Ascended on their side of the map. The only one that's really running free is Dodrio, but it's a Dodrio.
It's a Dodrio anyway.
You're generally going to be everywhere
You're not going to
anyway.
waste time to actually chase them down as well. But map control-wise, meanwhile, top lane, Travenin finishing up, hitting up, and they managed to take down the Venusaur together with the S1 and the Eldegoss. That's 3-man down with no returns coming from the side of Only Fun. Ascended Pack. Look at the point gap here. 201, but make it 180, my apologies, 178 points different between them as they managed to actually score a little bit, come from tied Ascended Pack at the bottom lane.
I mean, Ascended, they're doing their best, creating space for Rampage to get those back caps and to get those levels. I mean, he's the only one that can really do this with how Only Fun are grouping up as 5. They do catch with the Horn Leech there, though, but the Mean Look is going to be keeping the Trevenant in place, even going in for the Unite move of that Venusaur. But do they have the damage? The Blissey surviving a boosted Solar Beam. They do have the Trevenant coming in with the Wood Hammer, but Scyther coming in for the backstab, looking to try and finish off that Venusaur. Has to hide in the bush and keep him at bay with this Sludge Bomb. Still getting those icy wins on the sidelines by Genkai. He really wants that Venusaur, but he just can't find the opening. Horn Leech misses, but it doesn't matter. Again, we're just seeing the Scyther going for free. Backstabs, uncontested, nobody's threatening. 3 Pokemon knocked out. We just have a support defending that bottom lane. And Dodrio, again, just trying to get that experience. It seems to me, Ascended, they understand that they're just going to have to deal as 4 versus 5. Let Dodrio be their saving grace in that end game. Get him as big as possible and hope that you land the triple trample of your life.
Oh, wow. That is quite a tall demand, I would say. I also want to highlight that quite a big play coming on from Travenin there in the bottom lane. He managed to force 2 Unites coming from the side of Ascended Pack. He managed to actually time his Unite so he's not able to get... And the amount of jukes he actually made during that team fight itself was just insane. Meanwhile, the tension is going to be here at the top lane where Regieleki actually is out. And the mid-center area... Oh, the Solar Beam from the Mew is going to be the one sealing the deal on that Umbreon. Meanwhile, the trade-off, Liaison gets turned off in the hands of Ascended Pack. That's a 1-to-1 trade-off. Travenin coming up from the top side with Hammer was not able to actually connect as well. Mew marches forward here with the Unite. Oh, Thunderball was not enough to actually clear down on this Venusaur. Quite fragile here.
Rampage is doing a great job. Now that there is no Glaceon on the field, he's kind of free to do whatever he wants. Yes, there could be the Mew with the Electro Ball and the basic boosted, but Genkai needs to be on the field if you're going to keep Rampage in check, because we just saw then he was able to just dance all over Only Fun, and he's getting the levels. The most important thing, Scyther, 50 points. Is he actually hiding in the bush? No, he gets a free KO!
Not only does he have 50 points in hand, but he also managed to clear it. Mano a mano against the Venusaur. Okay, this Venusaur is literally a glass cannon here in the game. It's a build that it's a great build. It's just that you have to be careful positioning wise.
It's the ranged Venusaur build, so he has no way to really protect himself against a Scyther regardless. It's a tough game for him. It's why it puts so much pressure on the Umbreon to set up, because if there's no mean look setup for that Venusaur, he cannot guarantee that he's going to land his solar beams, and he needs to land the solar beams and sludge bombs. Yes.
And this is actually a build which rarely actually happens in tournaments. Usually people want to run the Giga Drain plus with the solar beam, so you have a little bit of sustainability.
Scyther,
but
solar.
That's not the case over here. You can run this, but usually in pubs, but in tournaments, I guess pro players do have the ability to actually tackle such plays.
10
now,
seconds.
10 seconds away from Rayquaza. Will this be the game-changing moment? The game-changing 2 minute of this game.
Look at the positioning for the Scyther though. He is ready to go on the next squishy Pokemon, and I do believe you may have seen the Espeon try and go for that backstab. Now it's got Psy Shock, so if this Espeon gets caught, you've got no way to protect.
There.
Venusaur is there. They're going to use the Unite on the... Oh, the Eldegoss couldn't save him! Venusaur is down and out. Umbreon might be the next to go. Eldegoss to follow as well. Psychic Solar connecting onto 5, but does it matter? You've lost your central laner, and the whole team is gone. Even though Dodrio didn't have an opportunity. Oh man, these back plays from Only Fun, so good. Someone has to watch out for Solo. He is so patient when he tries to go for these back plays.
Solo very smart. The moment he found out that Venusaur was actually running such a build, he actually went straight. Well, it's a dual wing beat plus with lane dance anyway, so he's gonna get 5 spectral damage in the most. Very squishy Venusaur. Very easy target for him over here. But of course, charging forward with having more than 500 points at this current moment, make that 800 points against 99 on what Ascendant has to offer. I'm guessing that this is a little bit too much for Ascendant to handle here in this game number 1.
It was a tough game, and they also, I feel like they maybe could have reconsidered their early game options. Especially with the way that Only Fun, they primarily shut down that top lane. So Dodrio wasn't really a factor until 3 minutes later into the game, which in a 10-minute match of Pokemon Unite, that is a significant amount of time where you're just not able to do anything, leaving Umbreon to be the sole initiator. But even in the bottom lane, even with the support of the Ivysaur after that central area, this first central area clear, they weren't even able to capitalize on that push in the bottom lane either. So I feel like if Ascended Pack had a better early game, were able to get experience on the lanes that they really tried to push for, then we could have maybe looked at a different match. It was just Only Fun, their aggression was just too overwhelming for Ascended.
Oh wow. Quite a tough match here for the side of Ascended Pack, but that's going to be a game 1 win here in the hands of their opponents with 950 points against 99 here for game number 1. Insane opening match over here. There are a few concerns because there's not much frontliners coming up from the side. Ascended, yeah. So it's kind of tough for them to actually do stuff here. Only Fun, they played it right. They have a lot of firepower on their end. They have the Scyther going off the back end, trying to catch some of the squishy Pokemons. If he doesn't get the Venusaur, he can actually get the Espeon. Of course, Rampage, we were not able to actually see him get online or, you know, being all Rampage as he should be.
I mean, he did his best.
Yeah,
considering that he probably had one of the toughest early games you could ask for.
Oh yeah, double takedowns at the start of the game.
He was starved, yeah, definitely.
I think it was starved because the moment he went top lane, the moment that the enemy got information that he was having it solo, meanwhile his support actually went on the wild Pokemon area, so they managed to rotate their central area Pokemon all the way top lane and put as much pressure as possible on him. So he cleared out twice in the early stage of the game, and as you mentioned before, he was struggling to actually get to level 5 to become a Dodrio or from a Doduo as well, so that's going to be quite a tough time.
Yeah, he evolved. I don't know why I have this like imprinted on my brain. He evolved at 7 minutes and 50 seconds. So
15, right?
50 seconds. So 2 minutes where he was stuck as a Doduo. If you're playing a Doduo, that you should be Doduo for 1 minute max.
Yeah.
After that, you know you've got problems. He did try to go for the back cap plays, right? And that's really what you're supposed to do as a Dodrio. Go for the back caps. If you can, try and go for those little pickoffs, you go for it. But Only Fun like just grouped up and snowballed, and their five was way better than Ascended. So I feel like Ascended just did the best that they could, considering what they had and what they had drafted to begin with.
Oh yeah, this is just a tough game. If you look at this, all the Regieleki went on the purple side. Meanwhile, the double Registills went on the orange side here. Meanwhile, this is the game where we actually saw the first takedown here on Daido one on top lane. Tough game. Looking at here, 9 minutes and 68, level 3. So there was a time where he was just hard stuck on level 4.
See, 750. I don't know why it was imprinted on. It was very significant, apparently.
I think this is when things went bad at the bottom lane, because solid defense here coming up from the side of Onifun. So there wasn't much. Even Dodrio was not able to actually build up enough speed to actually make an escape over there in the bottom lane. And yet another, most of the solar beams, beautiful solar beams, coming on from the side of Mew.
I'm just thinking, going into this next lineup, what are you going to be looking for solutions for Ascended? And I kind of feel like they need to draft a lineup that's easier to execute and easier to run in lanes.
Agree.
Because they had, the execution for this comp is pretty difficult, right? You're running a Doduo up top with Scyther and Glaceon in that same matchup. You've got, I guess your bottom duo is okay, but until Espeon is Espeon, it's not that great, and your Umbreon didn't evolve until much later on, so you didn't have access to Mean Look for a lot of the early game. If Umbreon could evolve early and get the Mean Look earlier, I think that could have actually been a crazy bottom lane duo during the laning stage, because you can't let this team run away with the game, because that's what's happened here.
Oh yeah.
Onlyfun just ran away with the match after the laning stage.
But the thing is, for the side, the purple side, they're so dependent on this Umbreon to actually land the main look, so that Venusaur can actually capitalize on the Solar Beam build together with Sludge Bomb as well. So it's kind of hard. You need another guy to actually help out with this as well. Or probably not a great idea to actually even run this for this particular draft, because you don't really have anyone solid on front lines. Main look is just a hole, so basically you need somebody who can sustain a hole. On the other side, they have the Trevenant there with the Wood Hammers. You can gather everyone in one line, so that's kind of great. Follow with the double Wood Hammer. So I mean,
if you're looking for other options for defenders, I mean, Crustle is still a really great defender. Can also help line up if you actually get the Rock Tombs. If you know how to land those Rock Tombs, really great setup for all your long-range moves. X-Scissor as well, the stun duration for that. If you can coordinate the X-Scissor into Solar Beams, that's another great combination as well. But we do need to remind our viewers as well, the players, I don't think every player is going to have a deep understanding of every single Pokemon available, right? So we could be maybe looking at a limitation of the player pools themselves, or maybe they had a different plan and it just didn't
additional
work.
Bans,
yeah.
This time about, so I guess these are certain circumstances which we're not aware of. So I guess we'll get to know more if we're able to actually have some personal communications together with them, get to know more about
there
how
was one other thing I guess we could mention. Blastoise was banned, and both of these teams like Blastoise, so may have been an option as well.
None of them are going to get their hands on Blastoise.
No Blastoise, so we both play it.
Okay, but anyways, guys, we're going to be having a look at some fun trivias here from the players on respective teams, starting out with Ascended Pack. Now, the question here is, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? We are an unpredictable team. I agree.
I think I agree as well, but mainly because I think this is the first time a lot of people are going to be seeing these names. So for Ascended Pack, there's not a lot of data on them. You can't really research them. And also, I mean, they're comping game number 1. I don't think anyone would have predicted that to be their comp. But let's take a look at Onlyfun and see what they actually think of their team and what characteristics they sort of have together. So for Onlyfun, no plan is the best plan. Okay. So
okay.
I don't believe this. Their draft definitely looked premeditated.
They're trolling here. I don't think this is psychology here at its best. I don't think they don't have any form of plan. This is all trying mind games against their opponent. So on one end, no plan is the best plan, and meanwhile the other side is like they're unpredictable. Okay.
I mean, blank slates, although not completely blank slates, because we know Calamity and Genkai, we've seen some of the Pokemon that they have played together, and even Rufus actually. Rufus is also a old-timer, I suppose, in the Pokemon Unite community. So, I mean, we kind of know about these three. Jalion and Solo could be a couple of X Factors here, so I don't believe this is the Solo that you're all thinking of. This could be a different Solo.
We did have a discussion,
Yes.
So, maybe not, because I think I saw the nationality.
If I'm not mistaken, the Solo that we're all thinking about, they're playing on Onyx, which is going to be in the Indonesia qualifier.
Oh yeah.
So that's a different Solo, unless Eeyore reaches out to me and says, no, that's not our solo.
No. We got our own solo here in our team.
We got a lot of solos.
Yeah, we're not letting him go. But anyways, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes game number 1 in the best of 3 series. The game is not over yet. Basically, Team Ascendant Pack needs to win the next game to force a game number 3, and if Team Onlyfun actually wins the next game, they'll be crowned the winner of the series, and they'll be moving forward to the next round here in the lower bracket.
Yes, and remember folks, it's a lower bracket, so lose here and you are out of the tournament, and your final chance is going to be in that last chance qualifier, which I'm going to tell the teams right now, if you're watching the stream, and if you haven't already, I would suggest you pre-register for the last chance qualifier now. And let's say you win and you've got your trip to Hawaii and NYS don't get it, you can always pull yourselves out. So no harm, no foul. Just enter early so that you guys are already locked in and ready to go. Last chance qualifier. Enter if you're thinking about competing at the World Championships this year. Going to be super exciting. But game number 2 is ready. So let's see what's going to happen here. Are we going to get a game number 3, or are we going to be looking at a 2-0 sweep for Onlyfun? Now the question is, will Gyarados be banned yet again?
Oh yeah, the banning phase. Are we gonna get a little bit surprised over here? Will we be entertained a little bit? So I guess yet another Leafeon ban here from the side of Onlyfun. So I'm guessing that this is one of the priority bans that they want to make sure that Team Ascendant Pack does not pick for themselves. Still open the Blastoise, the Gyarados, as well as the Hoopa, which was banned in game number 1.
Yeah.
So curious to see if they're allowing it. But this time about Ascendant Pack, is this considered a respect ban here from their side?
I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right. Either there was no ban for the first ban, or we're looking at a graphical error here. It's a little bit strange.
Because it's supposed to appear on the left side, right?
Yeah, there's no ban, so I guess the team didn't ban for their first ban. But Gyarados did get banned.
Yeah, they are banning in the Gyarados.
No Gyarados.
Yeah. So does that mean Hoopa is actually up for... Is there such a thing as 3 Pokemon bans in a 4 Pokemon ban phase?
Well, I mean,
right?
it's up to you if you want to ban or not.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh, my bad. It's actually a... Oh yeah, because they banned the Mew, so Blastoise is now open, meaning there's an opportunity for the opponent to actually get themselves hands on the Hoopa. Probably Onlyfun wants to run this Blastoise. They are very confident with running this before.
If I was Onlyfun, I would grab this now.
Oh yeah, just grab this now.
Both teams play it, and obviously for Ascended, because of last game, they prioritized the Umbreon. So Umbreon, clearly the way to go. But this does mean that if Trevenant is something that Ascended were looking into getting themselves, they can actually pick up the Trevenant, unless we continue to see some craziness from Ascended and they decide we're going to be unpredictable. Now, speaking of unpredictable, Blaziken is a bit of an unpredictable Pokemon. We do see this occasionally, and I am glad to see this, although I'm looking at a Dragapult being hovered by Genkai. Dragapult has, I don't believe I have seen this Pokemon in a competitive Asian game before. So
Not
if
even
this does pop up.
When was the last time we actually saw a Dragapult? Was it
It's an
last
Espeon.
year's? Okay.
I'm sad.
Yeah.
Sad
Disappointed
times.
much.
Oh my gosh, they've actually locked in the Trevenant as well. So great defensive duo there for Onlyfun. I'm actually a really big fan of this, because now if Ascended we're looking at the Trevenant, it's not available, and they're going to have to either go for a different defender, or they're going to pick up the Marchamp instead. But Cramorant is Cramorant's the very unexpected one. Another Pokemon that we don't normally see. But yeah, it's going to be the double all-rounders here for Ascended Pack. So lots of frontline this time, right? They had a lot of backline, a lot of range attackers. They had a very squishy lineup for Ascended. But they've actually also given Onlyfun the last pick. And it looks like Aegislash might be picked up here by Genkai. I actually think Aegislash is a really underrated Pokemon right now. I actually think a lot of people are sleeping on it.
The thing about the Aegislash is that it doesn't have any significant buffs or nerfs.
Look at Ascended's comp. Is there anything that actually threatens Genkai right now? I don't think so.
They don't really have anyone, but they do have some scary backliners over here. But if it's well executed, it could be something else. Execution-wise, I believe it's much easier compared to the previous game itself. A little bit iffy on the Cramorant pick over here. We'll see how this one works out for them. So you have a super long range Pokemon here. You also have a Blaziken on your side. You could set, okay, now you have 2 setters. You have the Machamp as well as the Umbreon as well, which is significantly better compared to what the first game has to offer. But meanwhile, Onlyfun running with double defenders here, so you have a few things to handle on your end.
Yeah, so because we're looking at Rampage here playing the Blaziken, He clearly loves his bird-type looking Pokemons, but it will be top lane Blaziken. Not central area Blaziken, it's going to be top lane. So we still have Marchamp and Cramorant to see where these two are going to be going for lanes. But I do like the big change-up here for the two teams. But I want to see...
Unpredictable and no plan?
No. It's only fun is no plan, okay? Ascended is unpredictable. Oh, they're swapping things up. So Rampage is going to be heading into the central lane this time because Rampage was Doduo solo in that top lane last round.
So cute little Torchic is going to be in the wild Pokemon area over here, getting a little bit of protection by the Chansey. They're running it just like how they did it before with the Bulba, so we will see. Meanwhile, giving a matchup the lane to himself at the top lane. Now, it didn't work out too well for them as when they ran into the top lane, they were heavily punished. But it looks like he's having it a little bit better as he does have the Guts passive for himself, so he does have a little bit of sustain compared to Doduo before.
Yeah, so Marchamp's job is to just deny the steals coming in from solo as well as the Hooper. So if he can just steal away all those wild Pokemon last hits, I think he's just more or less going to be a happy duck. So let's see if he gets that. Looks like I don't think they actually did. Oh, but look at this though, the Espeon has evolved. And we all know what happens when you're dealing with a stored power Espeon. Oppressive machine, just constantly throwing out all the damage. It's going to be hard for you to really stay sustained in this lane. Yeah, you're still an Eevee.
Imagine getting forced out from your own goalpost. He's not able to actually get those shields, but then Espeon is going to return back to actually get the entire family. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, putting on the pressure, clearing on the matchup together with the Chansey as well. We'll be back now from the Pokemon Center, but three of the Pokemons from the side of Only Fun dunking in points on their goalpost. Meanwhile, yet another invasion. Same pattern from what we see in game number 1.
It's because so far Only Fun have been so successful with all of their rotations. Whatever lane their central laner goes into, they dominate that lane. Ascender just haven't been able to get any kind of a break.
It's just snowballing. Yeah,
they're really just snowballing and running away with the match. And even Umbreon is being eliminated by an Espeon.
Oh,
that is
submission
not
here.
Something you should be running into. And look at this. I actually think Solo might be able to just sort of survive this. He's even gone for the curse as well, but no, pulled back there by the Marchamp.
He doesn't have the mobility. Yeah.
But look at this though. They're rotating the Espeon. They're rotating the Dual Blade, the Hooper. Just so many rotations from Only Fun, wanting to shut down whichever lane is having the most resources being pumped into this. And look at this, we might be seeing another knockout here onto that L. The Umbreon almost going down, just had the heal proc at that final second. Now hoping to survive on that goal zone, but just too much damage as Espeon. Oh my gosh.
Getting knocked out under your own goalpost over here, but Blaziken making some game changes here at the bottom lane, managed to actually clear out on the Espeon. Less than half HP at this current moment, getting cleared out by this Blastoise with the Surf, and that's going to be a goalpost destroyed from the side of Ascended Pack by Team Only Fun. They've flown together with the Blastoise combo. Machoke still finding opportunities. Now he is running this submission build over here, which got buffed up here in the game. Look forward to see how he actually performed here in this game. But he's a little bit, he's the only one, my apologies, Blaziken, the highest here, level 8 inside of the Ascendant Pack. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane is going to be the Reggie. Oh.
Big Soler cashing most of Ascended, and that was basically it. Maybe just enough for this turnaround to happen. And yeah, Genkai may have been jumped on by that Marchamp, but the sword is better than the muscle. Just eliminating everybody again. Aleki gonna be secured by Only Fun. Only Fun didn't even have their whole team here. They have both of their defenders in the top lane.
Oh wow, I think knowing that they're at disadvantage in terms of numbers and still being able to actually come out on top is insane. Reggie making an entry, but quite unfortunate. Blastoise does not have any points here to score. But while all this is happening, no problemo, no Reggie. They can still score the bottom lane by the... Oh my goodness, look at this rotation Hooper coming up the top lane here. They managed to clear out the Blastoise, overextension come from the end, but Machoke getting cleared out, getting knocked out under his own goalposts.
Blastoise isn't the issue here, but if they can get the remaining Pokemon that are trying to retreat, this could be where Ascended try and make that comeback happen. But so far, it looks like Espeon goes down. Level 10 Pokemon, big boost of experience. Going to be given to Ascended Pack, and it looks like Hooper gets out, does not get caught with a knockup. We've got Solo who's all alone, and if Marchamp can get the submission off, just pull him back. This might be how they sort of get more experience into their back pocket, and maybe this late game could turn in favor of Ascended. Oh, but look at the Trevenant though. Oh my goodness. This man is not going down. He does go down, but he bought so much time. Blissus is being committed to the Machamp. I mean, they lost the Cramorant, but oh, there's no more Bliss assist. And Blaziken gets cut down by this. Oh, Genkai, this man is on fire. He's just cutting through everybody like butter. Left, right, center, Celeste set up as well. Oh my gosh, only fun are playing for fun at this point.
Oh man, I mean, even after committing so much United with that, not coming out on top, no trade-offs except for the blast that actually got cleared up at the top lane. My apologies, actually, except for the Trevenant, he was able to sustain for so long, building up so much time for the teammates to actually come and provide support and clear out some of the team members from Ascended back. Only fun. 360 points here, 320 points
Big
above what Ascended Pack has to offer here. Way bigger gap compared to what Game 1 was for AP. They need something big to make a comeback over here. Looking for... Yeah, they need Cramorant, Machamp to get the Blaziken to make some plays over here, especially during the Rayquaza. Time at 2-minute mark.
This is the advantage of having Hooper. You can just quickly go into any lane. Because the goal zones are not broken, this is such a huge advantage for OnlyFan because they can reinforce whatever lane they want because they have both tier 1 goal zones. If those goal zones are broken, Ascended would actually have a lot more leeway to do whatever they want.
Is Trevenant chasing Blaziken at the bottom? But anyways, in top lane.
Very likely. Typhoon being used at the 4-minute mark as well. Ilecki goes in. 3 scores as well. A big overdunk as well, thanks to Genkai scoring a big old 50. 431 points for OnlyFun. Ascended's only way to come back in this match at this point is either you capitalize on a mistake OnlyFun makes now and start breaking those tier 1 goal zones, or you put all of your money in that Rayquaza pit. Now, I would normally say Rayquaza would be enough, but with this big of a goal gap, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. And look, Genkai just having fun.
Worst case scenario over here, getting the special defense and the defense buff here from the Reggie Rock as well, continuing with the team fight, and you're fighting against this very bulky Trevenant and his Aegislash. Meanwhile, Cramorant, you're at the wrong time and wrong place here, trying to make an escape, but then Tom is trying to make an escape.
He's trying to dive.
No, Magister takes it a little bit more, but not enough mobility to actually escape the chase from the Trevenant together with the Aegislash. Main style here, we're looking at the main look by the Umbreon, but none of this is enough to save him from getting annihilated in hands of this Trevenant, and Hooper sending him back to the Pokemon Center fully healed up.
40 seconds left to go, Flavor, and OnlyFun are just not letting Ascended breathe. They can't even go into their own central area to get experience. Like, this is how aggressive and how oppressive OnlyFun have been all match. They haven't given them any opportunities. They understand their limits. We haven't really seen mistakes happen. Like, that's the essence of comebacks. You need somebody to make those mistakes and to give you that experience. Now, there is still an opportunity if OnlyFun decide to mess things up a little bit. Now, that Surf could have been pretty bad, but thankfully just half health here, so Blastoise will be able to reset and come back to full. But look at that top lane. Reggie Alecki is going to advance on that top tier goal zone, and Rayquaza has spawned, so Ascended have to decide, do we fight or do we have to defend the Reggie Alecki? They're going to go for a fight here instead, but look at the damage, the Typhoon, the setup, their health is going down. Hold on a minute, is this going to be the turnaround that they're looking for? Rampage, going to have to try and go for the reset. Cramorant trying to dive for Soldo. Genkai going to try and save his Trevenant so far. Successful, eliminating the Cramorant for the team. I'm hearing a goal zone being scored. 84 points in that top lane.
Oh no, 50 points coming in.
50 points coming in. They could mean look him, try to stop him, buy some time. It's running out of time. OnlyFun, and they may be overextending because if you go down now, your timers are long. Genkai is out 30 seconds. Trevenant has to commit the Unite as well. He cannot afford to go down. Are they giving this game away to Ascended?
This could be the worst case scenario in this game. OnlyFun down by 3 Pokemons at this current moment.
They need to rip. They need to go to the Rayquaza. But this Blastoise, Rufus, you've either got to save or you've got to try and steal. Look at this Rayquaza going down. Is there any way that this game is going to be turned around? 88 points scored by the Espeon. 687 points. Is this enough for OnlyFun? We're going to be seeing a big score in the bottom lane.
92.
Another big score in the top lane. 482. Do they have the points? Oh, the shield did not break. Oh, managed to score that one. 582. They don't have enough.
They need 906 more.
106. do they have the points? They need to farm it somehow.
96, so close, but so far, 26 seconds on the clock at this current moment. The Center Pack trying to scam it around for points, but at this current moment, they don't have the Rayquaza buff anymore at this current moment, so they need to score with the animation duration as well. Oh, this is going to be very, very problematic this year.
Does no one... Machamp, but this is not enough. It's only 20 points. It's only going to be 40, and it gets broken. Oh, Ascender, they thought they could make the comeback happen. Oh my goodness.
Gotta admit, that was a close one, Daddy.
It was
only
close.
fun. Oh, baby. Gotta stop playing around here during this.
Playing with our feelings. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was a close one.
Only fun.
Man, that was insane. I mean, look at that. I mean, it will be very mind-blowing if Center Pack manages to actually take over, just overtake the points from Only Fun over here. So close, 628 to 687. Quite unfortunate that even though Center Pack managed to clear down the Rayquaza, they did not have enough points to score to overtake Only Fun. I believe that if they had the points, Only Fun will be struggling to actually go for any form of scoring to actually get back their position here in this game.
I kind of wonder if things could have been a little bit different in that late game if Only Fun didn't score those points. Do you think that the comeback would have actually still happened? Because I feel like Only Fun made the risky play.
Oh, yeah.
And they did score those points in that central area. Yeah, sure, Genkai didn't get to score his, but they did score those points. They had 100 points over.
So basically the idea is like, we kind of know that if we score now, there's no way they can come back, even if they did get the Rayquaza.
Well, they would also understand that Ascended, like, they probably wouldn't send anyone back home to defend because they needed all those points.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Too close to call. I think it's a very, very risky play over here. Only Fun, I think that these are some of the things that we understand that they do win the series by winning this game number 2. But let's not do that again. Let's not do that again.
It's our first game of the day, folks. I know already it's so high stakes, but we are in the lower bracket too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Lower bracket in general, a lot of high stakes.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, Danny, we have to say congratulations to Team Only Fun for winning the series by winning game number 1 and game number 2 against Team Ascendant Pack. And quite unfortunate, we have to bid farewell to Team Ascendant Pack as they are eliminated here in the top 8 here in the first round of the lower bracket. Of course, we'll also be looking at some of the stats here in the game. That is quite a big recovery from Team Ascendant Pack, but quite unfortunately not enough to actually make it a win for them.
All right, so I have personally been scolded by Captain Eeyore himself. So
oh,
their top lane. No, it's okay. We're friends.
Personal message from Indonesia, I guess.
Message, yeah. So the top lane for Honic is Dev. So yeah, that was actually solo.
Wait.
It is the solo.
Yay. Oh, so they got solo to play here.
Yes, so it is solo.
Okay.
Solo can personally scold me himself as well if we ever do meet
but here's the thing, we didn't want to make any wrong calls, so we didn't want to presume. So it's great that Eeyore actually comes here and say, hey, yeah, that is solo anyways.
Hey, that's just, I think it makes sense. Yeah, we gotta be clear. But this game, I mean, for the majority of this match, Only Fun did it really cleanly. They didn't make the mistakes. It was just that very...
They didn't make any mistakes like...
No, okay, shh. I haven't reached that part yet. No, they actually played really well. It was just that last 2-minute mark where things just got absolutely messy.
Oh, yeah.
So, really, really messy. But outside of that, entertaining game. Really, really happy with how we had that for match number 2. So, we're going to have our... very fun segment. We're actually really excited to bring this back again. I hope you guys remember the Drawing with Casters segment that we had during the Asia Champions League. We're going to be doing this again. Just to sort of go through what kind of happened in this last fight, because in particular for game number 2, this was the fight where things started to get a little bit hairy. We saw some of those knockouts, and then we started to see some of these plays happen. Genkai going in for that knockout, and then the team thinking, oh look, the middle goal zone is still broken because of that Reggie Alecki. 92 points from that Trevenant, and 36 from that Hooper. But because of that, those could have been the game-winning points, but at the same time, they also gave a massive opportunity to their opponents to potentially make that comeback happen. It was just down to those points. At the end of the day, you win a game of Pokémon UNITE on points. Not by the number of knockouts, not by anything else, It's all based on points.
Objective gaming over here. Yeah. So basically, it's not about how much knockouts you have. I mean, it's great on paper if you see you get yourself in a lot of knockouts, but the points is one that matters at the end of the day itself. But yeah, exciting game. Excellent opening series here for the day. Quite unfortunate we're not able to actually Gyarados here in any of the draft because of the bans in any way itself. We do see some interesting plays being played out in game number 1, game number 2. But let's have a look at some of the main highlights that we would like to show to you guys what transpired here in that latest game number 2. Especially during that segment, this is 1 minute and 28 seconds in the game itself. So you can see the team members from OnlyFun are making their way, charging their way into the side of Ascended Pack here, trying to score. So look here at the timer. It is currently 5 more seconds over here before the next play. So we're going to play it slow. Everybody is just rushing in to actually go for a little bit scoring over here for this side. So basically, give me a moment here. Yeah, so this is the play. Everybody charging in. Look at this. The Hoopa moving forward, has 18 points in hand, goes for the score. We do see here the Trevenant also manages to score
as well.
This was also
Genkai trying to get in and get his score
as well.
Oh yeah,
this is at the very last second as well.
Gets knocked out.
Yeah, I think if he scored, I think they would have a breath of relief.
It would have been, I think, a guaranteed victory at that point because you would need over 500 points for Ascended. And even from here, I'm pretty sure OnlyFun were doing the math as well. Look, 16 points on the Blissey right now, 24 on the Blaziken. Sure, they're going to get a couple more, but the whole team is not sitting on 50. So I think they would have been sweating bullets if everyone was sitting on 50 and they took the Rayquaza.
Oh yeah, and while all this is happening, you have to be very mindful because you've already lost the Aegislash over here. You are chasing down on the Trevenant as well. And of course, we have yet another one more takedown. So in total, you lose out 3 over here on the side of Team OnlyFun. Yeah, Hoopa's going to go down as well. So by losing all these 3 Pokemons, you're putting yourself in a very, very big trouble situation, and Rayquaza is still available at this current moment. So yeah, so this is one of the big turnarounds in the game. It could have been a win for Ascended Pack if they had more points under the belt to actually go in for a score after clearing out the Rayquaza after.
Game was really close. I think if OnlyFun didn't have as much of a lead as they did leading up to this, you would be pretty stressed in this situation. But let's switch on over to our next clip. So we are going to be looking at the Rayquaza fight. Now, this was the fight that happened when Regieleki was advancing into that central area. And I really think OnlyFun engaging into this fight was the right call. But I have to say, some of these Unites and some of these big hitting moves on Ascended connecting did make me think twice whether or not OnlyFun had as much of a lead as they originally did.
Oh yeah, and with all this commitment happening here, I think they need to make it do or die. During this period of time, you have to remember that Regieleki has spawned, so he's actually somewhere over here, halfway through, making its way into the goalpost of Standard Pack. So they have a choice. I think Daniel didn't mention this when this thing actually happened, so they had a choice. Is that stop Regieleki or they need to commit it to team fight? But actually, OnlyFun actually forced the team fight to actually happen so that Regieleki can actually make their way inside. So that's why all this is happening. And this was the time where we do see the Hydro Typhoon be committed by the Blastoise over here, hitting off on multiple targets. And yeah, and that's how team fight erupted.
Teamfight erupted, and this was not a fight that Ascended could just easily back out of either, right? The fact that they full-on engaged, locked the entire team in, Umbreon went down, Blaziken was very deep as well. If Ascended had a Pokemon such as the Blastoise themselves or any really big Unite move that could disengage OnlyFun, I think the team would have had a chance to go back and actually deal with that Regieleki. So just the fact that OnlyFun already look at Ascended Pack's lineup and say, okay, they don't have a way to get out of this, let's start this fight and force them to finish it.
Oh yeah. And during this time as well, I remember that, Danny, you also looked at it in a situation where this could possibly be a big win for the side of Ascended Pack, because if you look at OnlyFun, they lost the Blastoise in return to losing out their own Umbreon. So it's a 4v4 situation, but quite unfortunate, OnlyFun still managed to actually make it a win for themselves during this team fight. Look at this, Genkai is just having the time of his life over here, slicing and dicing over and clearing out this Wigglytuff, no problemo here.
Yeah, he had a great game on this Aegislash. I would love to see some more Aegislash. We very rarely see Aegislash to begin with, and for it to be Central Lane, that is a rarity in itself as well, because usually you typically see this Pokemon in that top lane as your top laner. So Genkai had a great game. If anything, I think OnlyFun had a great game, maybe just that minor heart attack towards the final 2 minutes of the match. But If you don't have a heart attack, I don't think you're playing Pokemon Unite.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm guessing all of us who's tuning and watching in, who's also playing the game as well, is all of us are having heart attacks. Then.
Yes. I mean, that's the joy of Pokemon
We
Unite.
have to agree on that. Oh yeah. We've seen some crazy moments happening, especially during the last 2 minutes in any Pokemon Unite game. Anyways, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that best of 3 series over there. Now, after that 2-0 win by Team Onifun, they make it to the next round, and they'll be going up against Tough Guys later on in the next best of 3 series in the lower bracket. And meanwhile, at the bottom, we'll be witnessing the next match will be between Mira Carrots up against Team Dark Origin in the lower bracket round number 1. And yes, yet another best of 3 series, and the winner for that match will be going up against basically the team that actually loses out the main between Okidogi against, my apologies, between No Practice and Team MYS. And of course, this time about, ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to be joining together with my good buddy over here at the casting table. Welcome to Leonard YOLO Lee.
Well, it is definitely great to be back, Flavor, and of course, it would be fantastic to have Denali as well. But most importantly, it's always great to see a great game of Pokemon Unite, especially when you're seeing really great teams go head-to-head with each other to stand a chance to go all the way to Honolulu here.
Oh yeah, and of course only one will be getting the ticket. Yeah, represent MYSG. But remember, it's not the only way for you to actually get yourself to Honolulu itself. If you don't make it here by becoming the winner and champion for the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers, you can still make it there by competing in the last chance qualifiers for East and West as well.
But still, then again, at the same time, let's quickly bring up our next team here. As you guys can see, currently at the back of us this time. So we're going to be having a set, not really a center pack versus our only fun, but we will be having our next series, which is going to be Dark Origins versus Mira Carrots. Of course, this is the series. Of course, just give you guys one last look of the two teams that you guys were witnessing.
Like what has transpired
from the first series.
Just to remind people who went up against you in the previous match, it's okay. This is not the current match that we'll be looking at.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah. So our next match here is going to be between 2 amazing teams here in the lower bracket itself. Yeah.
Them being Dark Origin versus Mira Carrots. Yeah. Which is going to be really a great game as well, because there is some form of history with some of these players as well. Because if you guys notice, sure, the team name, maybe definitely a new team name for the fight, new rosters for sure, but each of those players are returning players from our last year's Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. The exact same players competing for a spot in the ACL at that time.
Oh yeah, and this time they're going to be making their mark here and trying to make their way to the World Championship through the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce the players that are coming up from both sides. Starting off with Mira Carrots, the left side, or should I say the purple team. We have Kiko, Carrots 98, Emrys, we have Miracle, and Shark.
In Dark Origin, we do have Marinas, Saigibin, Mok, Kilo, and King Utah. Now, when I talk about like them previously back in the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023, mainly I'm more focused towards the side of Kika, Shark, and Emrys here. Although yes, there is also the side of Cyan Renegades, but he's currently playing in Okidogi, so we might see some nice rivalry between old friends in the further future. But then again, like you mentioned, this is the lower bracket.
Oh yeah.
So these two teams are currently going head-to-head to see who's going to be continuing forward and who is going to be we're going to be saying goodbye to. But this is the team profile with their stats so far.
Oh yeah, and you have to remember that the stats being shown here are based on the Pokemons and the games that are actually being played out in the upper bracket as well as the previous map. But of course, this is only based on the upper bracket itself. So pick rate wise, when it comes to Mira Carrots, they played out the Blaziken and together with the Slowbro, and you do have a 50% pick rate on the Delphox and the Dragonite. So you assume that they actually played once. One Delphox and one Dragonite in those 2 games in the best of 3 series, together with the Espeon and the Glaceon. So
Honestly, I can't wait to see a nice pickup coming from Emrys here with his classic Gardevoir. Yeah, this is one of his most played Pokemon as well in during his entire run as well. He did also pick out in one of his series, so it's been pretty great. But of course, Dark Origin here.
They played the Gyarados in that game.
It's so difficult to really get it online, right? Like especially when you don't have enough thoughts or enough information to research or just try to get a visual example of how they actually pull out the Gyarados for some of these teams. Most teams are likely to to try to go for the ban, which is definitely a lot more safer,
Yeah.
or they just try to take the bet, try to get the gamble. Maybe he won't pick Gyarados, and suddenly out of the blue, they bring out the Gyarados.
What are the chances that they're going to be picking a Gyarados anyways? Yep, this is great try the way they. I mean, that must have been quite a game over there, but quite unfortunate for them, they were not able to actually translate a win for themselves despite having that Pokemon under their belt over here. But they do favor the Blastoise over here from Dark Origin. Will we be seeing them, or will this be a high priority ban here for this particular series itself? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our next best of 3 series, the lower bracket round number 1 between 2 amazing teams. Whew. And Leonard, what can we expect of it? What are your expectations here, and not just in this series, but also in throughout the whole day?
Okay, like before we talk about Pokemon, because I think we have a lot to talk about in terms of composition when we get to the drafting for sure. But let's just focus on the 2 teams in particular, right? Yes, I did mention that we have a lot of experience coming in from the side of Mira, Karis as well. But at the same time, there is some form of synergy coming from some of the members of Dark Origin. They played a lot of community tournaments. They actually were a champion in the Reapers mini tournament in 2023. But most importantly, Marina, Mok, and King Yuta, they've been playing with each other for quite a while now, a few months now actually, or 3 months specifically. But you know, enough about the players' history. Let's get into the drafting phase here. Very interesting to see the Blaziken ban here.
Oh, I think there's a swap here because Dark Origin is actually on the purple side.
Yes.
It's okay. Yeah, so basically the bans are as follows. They are allowing the Gyarados to actually slip through over here. They're going to be banning on the Clefable, the Blastoise, the Leafeon, and the Blaziken, which allows Dark Origin to grab their hands on the Gyarados as first pick.
I can definitely tell that Dark Origin definitely did that research for a little bit in terms of for some of the members of Miro Karis, or particularly Shark in this case here, because he did play quite a few Blaziken games before coming to this tournament as well. So a lot of practice did come to the mind. And do remember as well, Blaziken is just one of those few Pokemons as well, where he's not too dependent on the Unite mode. Don't get me wrong, when I say not too dependent, I mean, okay, let me give you an example. Whenever you commit your Unite move, you do have to wait for a brief period of time, or in some cases, a very long period of time because of the cooldown. But for Blaziken's Unite move, the flaming kick, it's only 5 seconds though.
Yeah, very low as well. So basically that enables them to
not too
actually spend a
dependent.
lot. I think this is from the recent buff. I think it's 2 to 3 patches ago on the Blaziken. Yeah, but coming back over here, we did have a short conversation together with Dana Lee on playing some Crossel in the game, and Crossel is going to be being brought here by the side of Team Dark Origin together with this Blissey. We'll see how this will transpire here. I'm still excited to see how this Gyarados will be played out in this game. But Dark Origin, strong opening. They're running up double defenders with the Slowbro and the Trevenant. I really do favor this kind of pick. So when you have a solid defense, you can open up with some really nice long-range attackers on the back end. So they are going with the Delphox together with the Cramorant this time about. And second time we're seeing a Cramorant over here.
I mean, it's also quite a surprise for me seeing for the side for them to be picking up as well, coming from Miro Carrots as well. But Azumarill, that's something we haven't seen for a while. Yes, in the patch, there were some buffs. Definitely some buffs coming from the side of Azumarill, but we haven't able to see Azumarill coming in full practice. Even the more recent scenes in the EU and NA side recently, we didn't even really get to see much of the Azumarill. I think there was only like one game, that one pick, and then that's just pretty much it. Everyone just went back to its very default settings here. So I think I'm very surprised it's coming to see in our Malaysia-Singapore side here. We're seeing a lot more fresher pick. I mean, is someone expected? But they didn't expect it to be in such consecutive manners in multiple series so far.
Oh, yeah. Now, the thing coming up from both sides is that they do have quite a number of sustained Pokemons from both ends, so very interesting enough. You do have the Dragonite all-rounders. You're running double all-rounders coming from the side from Dark Origin on the side of the purple side. I think that there's a mistake over there on the top side. But running one defender. Very sturdy. They don't really have like huge firepower coming from both ends. It's all about survivability and sustainability here coming from both ends. So I'm very curious to see how team fights will happen over here. And of course, curious to see what kind of Crossel build we're going to be seeing at for this game. We do see some interesting Rock Tomb Crossel being played out in a recent ACL. We'll be out before this in early January. So we'll see whether are they going to be running that or will they be seeing something different.
The thing is this, right? Like, I feel in terms of how the meta or how the composition plays out is going to be at this current scene, after the 2 patches that we had since ACL, I don't think we'll see much changes in terms of the defenders and supporters. I think defenders are still in a very good place. There is some nerfs and some buffs here and there, very small things, but I don't think it's going to be really affecting that much in that department. However, we will see some change in terms of the all-rounder side, especially since with this nice, and I guess you could say, the anticipated nerf for the Basel finally came in.
Oh yeah.
So, don't think Malaysia, Singapore, or the eastern side at least will be picking up the Basel. However, the NAEU still trying to make the Basel work though.
Yeah, I think they're still trying. Despite the small nerf of that, it's still working out well. Of course, people are trying to see if Machamp will be the new replacement compared to what Oswald has to offer over here. Now, coming to the laning phase, we do see the Dratini being ran out in the wild Pokemon area, the central area, up against the Meryl, which is in the Zoom Meryl at this current moment because he has a much faster evolution here in compared to Pokemon's. It's going to take a little bit of time for Dratini because his spike is going to be at level 5, becomes Dragonair, will have the critical hit rate at 10% and a 5% lifesteal for himself, and before the level 9 and becoming a Dragonite. That's going to take a little bit of time, but of course that rotation coming from Dragonair here in the bottom lane, providing a little bit of assistance. With Fox, meanwhile, that's going to be taken down here in the hands of Team Dark Origin. Mirror Carrots is going to be losing out their Cramorant over here, and huge pressure. Look at that fish go. Magikarp doing wonders over here. It's all about being in there. It's not easy being a Magikarp because if you realize, it's a 7.5 seconds cooldown on the flail and 5 seconds on the splash, so that's insane. And you have 3 chargers on the splash.
And I totally agree with that as well. And in terms of rotations, why I love the priority, because in terms of rotation timing, Azumarill definitely does it a little bit more better than the Dragonair for sure. Dragonite is only the time where you really start to see it really pop off, and you really want to try to get that Magikarp into that Gyarados form as fast as possible.
Which he already is.
Which is fantastic as well. And of course, with that initial lead, that nice EXP boost is definitely very helpful. But I am definitely, it's definitely going to be the Dragon Breath alongside with the Waterfall. I think that's just something you just can't really forego. Sure, Aqua Tail seems great, but I just like the fact that you have this insane mobility. Comes in, beautiful KO, as everyone groups up to secure the central area. Trying to make their way, trying to get a couple of more pickups. A beautiful rock to deny their ways of escape here. Trying to find ways to run out of it, but Emrys is still not the Delphox just yet and can only watch from afar. The Slowbro comes in, points are dumping in. They're getting a lot of dominance asserted and securing this early phase of the game.
Oh man, look at this splash coming off from King Yuda. Jumping forward, should be no problems in surviving through over here. Loads and loads of HP. Here comes the serve coming from Slowbro, but managed to eject himself into safety. Oh, the time comes from Slowbro. Is it going to be enough over here? Scissors to the face, and there's going to be 3 Pokemons down, knocked out here by the hands of Dark Origin in the bottom lane.
That is so disgusting. So many knockdowns, so many burst damage, so much durability, and to make matters worse, so much control on top of the rock too. You got Aero Denial, you got skills, you got a great amount of crowd controls here. You got a great damage output and so much good durability coming in from 2 all-rounders as well.
He's playing the Bounce, so he's going to be the Browns, and did he take a Dragon Breath?
Hold on, interesting. No, we'll have to see.
I have to see. I think I missed out on that one. But either way, coming back to the whole game over here, big lead here in the hands of Dark Origin. 157 points compared to what Mira Carrots has to offer here. 6 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a Regieleki attempt here at the top lane by the orange side, and it's going to be Cramorant securing that last hit on Regieleki. So this could be the opportunity for Team Mira Carrots to actually get some points in, and amplifying that 9 points going to 29 this current moment. Here comes Dive in from behind. Oh, Hyper Beam in the face. Clamor clearing off on the Gyarados. They also got themselves their hands on the Blissey as well. Are they going for more? But they're going to be losing out on the Delphox over here, Leonard.
You gotta respect that Dragonite. I thought they actually respected it when they allowed the Regieleki to go, but no, they decided to take the attempt and instantly gets melted away. Now suddenly all this pickoffs here is giving really great EXP, which Dark Origin was initially losing out upon. But finally, they overstayed their welcome. Killua comes in with the SP on Stored Power Side Shot. Absolutely insane amount of damage. Get a couple of points and get the bounce in on top of the X Scissors. No way the Shadow is able to withstand his position. 3 points though before they break that first point though.
Oh wow. I think how I wish they actually had, I think from the side of Dark Origin, they actually had the team fight happening under the goalpost instead of outside. I think they could have a much better outcome with the advantage of having basically shields up for themselves over time. But I'm guessing things already passed as you concluded, and things are quite balanced, come from both sides. Slightly better for Team Dark Origins, as they actually have higher levels right now. Level 11 on Azumarill, followed by 2 level 10s on the Espeon, together with Gyarados, and double level 9s on the Blissey and the Cramorant here during this part of the game. But level 10 being highest on that Dragonite. I'm guessing it's still okay because they managed to get it on the Dragonite, which very much needs it here. A little bit underwhelming on the side of Delphox here. Bottom lane is going to be the main focus here. Axis is hitting in the phaser on the Dragonite. He's trying to make an escape. Spends on the Unite as well, but not be able to actually do much. Not enough follow-up coming
Can I get it?
Would hammer in the face as well. Here comes Axis as well, coming from behind as well. Reggie still providing a little bit of assistance, hitting up on 3 heroes. Oh, this is going to be quite a problematic one on the side of Team America as they lose out 3 Pokemons at this current moment.
It was pretty much like a 3-for-3 kind of thing, but at least in the end, they still had at least 1 damage needed to really try to secure that objective, and they will get it. The Registeel is going to be really great for the additional attack and special attack buffs for sure. But honestly, like you said as well, things seems a little bit balanced out, especially after the confrontation for the first goal post. But with much success towards the bottom side for the Reggie fight, they were able to slowly get ahead once again.
Very much needed.
Very much needed here, but can they try to get some of these goal posts here? Good defense coming in from the slow bro though, but the Reggie's lucky gets secured by the side here of Dark Origin. They're still trying to slowly make their way through as well, trying to sustain, but guess what? This is an Azumarill, ladies and gentlemen. One of the beefiest water Pokemon you ever seen on the field. Melts away, gets the 3 KO.
Oh, no.
Can it be the 4th? He gets it. Can we get a 5th though? Unfortunately, no flavor. There's no one left to contend for this.
No other Pokemon within his proximity at this moment, but 4 knockout streaks there in the hands of Azumarill. And 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. He might be able to actually reach that level 15 by the time of Rayquaza, I believe.
That is insane. He was like level 12 or so, just the beginning of level 12. Suddenly just boosted up to 13, and he's very close to that level 14 as well. You are right. We might potentially see that level 15 here for that Rayquaza, but we'll just have to see how much far.
Oh wow, the Miracaris is way behind in terms of levels at this current moment. The highest they have is level 12 on the Cramorant, followed by triple level 11s, Dragonite, Slowbro together with Delphox, and Travener here level 10. He is struggling, forces himself to actually use the eject to escape from this tree movement here at the bottom lane by Dark Origins. So now have to go back to the respective goalposts, get a little bit advantage over here, waiting for the next Reggie to appear in the next 15 more seconds. Of course, got to be careful of that Rock Tomb. He has done wonders in previous team fights over here, and you don't want that to happen again. Now, that's going to be a serve Slowbro here. We'll see if that's going to be able to actually do anything over here for the side of Team Miracarats. What's going to be the initiative over here, Leonard?
The issue is mostly, I feel like it's just damage-wise. I think there's just a lot of durability because we're talking about all-rounders, right? Double all-rounders on top of attack as well. There's a lot of damage, a lot of durability coming from the side here by Dark Origin. And on top of that, with the Reggie buff as well, it does not make this any more easy as they slowly prep for the Rayquaza, which is going to be coming on in exactly 14 seconds here.
Opening for Dragonite to do a little bit of scoring in the top lane, but still quite a big gap. The 183-point difference, and it is siding more towards the side of Dark Origins. And 1 more second, Rayquaza going to appear here and via Sky Ruins at the central arena. And we'll see now the burden, responsibility of taking down this Rayquaza has got to be on the side of Miracarats as it's down to the points. It's either they want to find some sort of opening to actually do a little bit of scoring to side the points towards their end, or they have to force the team fight to happen. Dark Origin doesn't have to do anything that's criminal. You just have to screen out the team members of Miracarats from this attempt.
Correct, and I love the long rotation coming in for the Gyarados as well. Getting ready to see if he can really get to the back line. King Yura getting ready to show his grand majesty. But I love the positioning coming for the rest of the Dark Origin as well. But then again, a lot of damage being outputted, completely focused down on the Crustle here. But they can't get coming about. Phantom Forest, beautiful, go for the knocker here. But there's just so much damage, so much durability. Miracle is doing his best with the focus blast here, but it's still not making anything happen. Wood Hammer drops down. King Yura, can he get Dragon up before he can get some of the Unite move? No, he couldn't, but Miracle has no choice but to fall back for the point. But guess what? King Yura still so healthy alongside with Psyche BN. Absolutely solid.
Looks a little bit 50-50 over here, but They still need to clear out this Rayquaza. That's the only way for them to score. You see the Espeon holding off at the top lane just in case any of the team members from Team Miracaris gets a little bit naughty and tries to do any form of scoring, but they don't have much points on their hand to actually go make this a turn around. Only Dragon Knight has the most amount of points here in his hands at 44, which makes that into 88, making it double. Meanwhile, all attention is going to be here at the Rayquaza pit as the team members Miracaris going for initiation here, jumping in. It's going to be that very big fish. Espeon gets stuck on the down clock as well. Clearing on the next one, he's going to be on the slow, bro.
Can he get a miracle?
4 team members over here leading up. Azumarill gets a last hit in as well, and that's going to be a full-on knockout from the side of Dark Origins. Miracaris losing every single Pokemon on their side with no trade-offs by any of the Pokemon or trainers from the side of Team Dark Origins. A very convincing win here for the side of Purple.
It was really well coordinated. Although except for the top first goal post, other than that, it was just really great damage control coming from the side of Dark Origin. Really planned out their routes, great rotation. I think they really took advantage of the fact that the Azumarill definitely will pop out a lot more faster compared to the Dragonite, making full use of that, making full use of those timings. They were really able to secure almost every aspect of the game as well.
Oh yeah, and I think this is the best time to let everyone know that you should fear the big fish, which is I mean Magikarp. Yeah, he's all cute and that doesn't look like he's harmless, you know, at the early stages of the game. Well, once he becomes a Gyarados with that Moxie passive, yeah, he's just a beast here in this game. But I think big plays here by the Azumarill, most definitely with that 4 KOs that we saw earlier on, Leonard.
Honestly, I feel like he could have, especially coming from King Yuta, I think he could have gotten a lot more out of it if he actually went for the Dragon Breath and the Waterfall combination. But I guess he just realized that there's not a lot of, not a lot of backliners that you really need to work really hard to get into as well. So they didn't really feel the necessary of the Waterfall. Since a lot of these fights is going to be a lot more close quarter combat, I guess you could say in this case.
I think he just wanted to actually use the bounce as an initiation because you want to get charge bounce. So you can actually jump, leap over. So compare that to actually a waterfall.
I mean,
so,
it's 3 dash forward. That's a lot.
Yeah, still. So I'm guessing he has his own reasons to actually do that as well.
I mean, that's why he's the pro player and we're the casters.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess
he probably knows something that we don't.
Yeah, so insane plays over there. I still like it. And if you play well, that's the thing about being a Gyarados, is that you want to be in a team fight. You want to get those assists in. If you get a knocked out or an assist, you get a 30% cooldown reduce on your abilities at its current cooldown itself. So you want to be there and execute as much abilities as possible. If you get an assist, it's great. If you get a knocked out, it's also even better as well. But yeah, so as long as it sticks around with the Azumarill, if it's go time, it's go time.
The thing is, enough about hype the Gyarados. I think we had a lot about Gyarados. I think that was all really. I think the MVP really has to go towards the Azumarill. I think he did a lot of heavy lifting as well in terms of creating space and also doing the necessary amount of pressure across all the amount of the ramp and all the lanes as well. And even majority of the takedowns is actually being made by him as well.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, Marina with the crosses also absolutely fantastic. Rock Tomb is definitely on point. Really nice follow-up. And
Look
of course,
at this.
Great communication here.
You don't want to be that slow, bro, and that Cramorant during that situation as well. And I think this was the team fight going off at the bottom lane. Segment over here, I think it was just insane. It took them a little bit of time. It's all about, I think this was best case scenario coming on from the orange side because they managed to take down both the Azumarill together with the Blissey and the Espeon. But then they were not able to actually hold on to that advantage and they lose out more members. Anyway, so it's a 4v3 situation during that period of time. Meanwhile, top lane, I guess during this period of time, I think this is when Azumarill just shined. He cleared out the Trevenant, got himself his hands on the Dragonite as well. It's just insane. And look at his elbow. He just walked into the Azumarill and was like, yep, I'm going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially for coming for members of Miracaris, at least 4 of the members at least went back in their time as Ultimate Kai back in Pokemon UNITE, Malaysia, Singapore Open 2023, right? I think they have really grown a lot. A lot is definitely, communications definitely seems to be a lot more on point, a lot more organized as well. Very, I guess you could say, very on point in terms of sequencing.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, this is only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. After conclusion of this, you still need, basically for Team Dark Origin, they still need to win 1 more game to win the series, and it could be an opportunity for Team Miracaris to actually force game number 3 by winning this next game itself in the series. It's not over yet. Of course, for these two teams, things are going to be quite scary for them because this is the lower bracket itself. There's no more extra lifeline. So if they lose out here, they'll be eliminated from the competition.
I mean, that for sure. But of course, now Dark Origin got a nice taste of the professional esports feel. I mean, they've been playing a lot of tourneys, a lot of local tournaments as well. So finally, when you're here with the big leagues, you really need to learn to step out. I think. I think so far they've been doing a really great job. But I think if you really want to continue your league, especially this is the lower bracket now. Lower bracket, there's no more lifeline. There's no more second chances anymore. So if it's the time to step up, it will be right now here.
You don't have a choice, actually. you have to step up. It's either you step up or you step down from the competition and from your point out itself.
But I think there is still going to be really great potential coming out for them as well, because I think this is one of the few beauties as new talents, right? You get to learn from your predecessors and of course your seniors as well. You get to learn a lot how you really want to tackle around the game, and sometimes seeing or experiencing is believing here. So, but of course, first things first, we do have the questionnaire ready for you guys. So let's quickly bring up the questionnaire to see what is their answers and what are the questions here. So this is a question that gets pitched to Dark Origin, which is, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? Might look easy, but your opponents better be prepared for surprises. I mean, I am.
Okay, I misread that because the way they wrote it, we might look easy, but our opponents are better. And it was like, opponents better be prepared.
You read it too fast.
I read it too fast. Like, I didn't go through the whole thing. We might look easy, but opponents better. Oh, be prepared for surprises.
I am actually ready for surprises here, especially because I believe they were, even before their current series that we're currently casting, right, in their upper bracket fights against tough guys, they actually went Talonflame as well. So
yeah.
So I was also quite surprised as it is. But of course, moving on to Mirror Carrots here, same questions, and their reply was, "We are born to be fun."
Oh yeah, everybody else was just born to be boring.
Actually, honestly, I'm happy with this kind of replies, because if you remember back in our Malaysia Singapore Open, right? We had a lot of replies like, we want to be champions, we want to be top one.
Yeah, everybody was just, oh, we want to become the best, and we want to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, we wanted a little bit more honest answers, and we're somewhat getting it now. I mean, don't get me wrong, being champions, of course, it is an honest answer, but
is it honest enough?
We want your true answer, in your heart,
Yeah, I wish we get to go up close and personal with them and have actual interviews and see how they actually respond to some of the questions we have for them. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of player introduction, cue sheets by our amazing productions here for the Pokémon UNITE Malaysia Singapore region. Second up, Dark Origins for King Yuta. Frequently used Pokemon utilizes the Gyarados and the Delphox. So he is the man behind, the trainer behind these two mons we utilize over here. Yep. I would assume Delphox was actually utilized in the upper bracket match. And he actually ran Gyarados in the recent one. Or probably he was the one who actually utilized Gyarados in both the upper bracket and the lower bracket.
Yes, correct. In the upper bracket, in his first game, he went for Delphox, which is one of his most played Pokemon. And in the second game, he went for Gyarados.
Oh, he got his hands on Gyarados that game too.
Yeah.
I think he must be very surprised that even the lower bracket people are still allowing him to actually get.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? It's more the fact that the teams are just taking a gamble on the fact that, do you know how to utilize him or not?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
But of course, next team we have Mirror Carrots here. Player's introduction is going to be Carrots himself here, as he was the dedicated defender here with both the Slowbro and the Trevenant. And let's be honest, I think it's not just those two Pokemon defenders as well. Let's be honest, we have so many great defenders. A lot of our defender players are able to play almost every defender in the pool. It's just whether the competition demands it or requires it. So he can play the Trevenant, Blastoise, Crustle, Lapras, Slowbro, and even the Umbreon so far.
All the top defenders.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, all
basically, he's that flexible.
Like all our defenders can play defenders. It's just how crazy of a defender you are.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm curious to see if people are going to be utilizing the Snorlax defender, because he did get a slight buff over here for himself.
A 5% additional to the defenses for the block here for sure. I think that's pretty cool. But I would still love the more traditional one, and I think it's going to be the same for a lot of our teams.
We're going to see the normal one. It's always, I think most of the top ones is always usually the Slowbros, the Blastoise utilized as well. Trevenant, top picks. I mean, you can do wonders with this, not just as a defender, because the thing about Trevenant, sustain, but also dishing out damage at the same time as well.
Yeah, but what about our other two defenders?
What, Lapras? Is still Lapras in the mix?
It's okay. Sometimes it's definitely being sleep on for now.
You say one more.
Crossel?
I give you a hint. It's I mean, yeah, you mentioned Crossel. He's an EV evolution Pokemon.
Oh, Umbreon, yeah.
Ah, you got it.
Yeah, okay. I kind of forgot that he was one of the defenders because we look at other defenders, they're super beefy, and then there's like that small dude.
Hey, Umbreon is still just as solid, man.
Yeah, he's a solid.
I mean, he got his
evolution
nerf to the mean look. He got the heal. The heal also got the wish got the buff as well. The heal is really fantastic. But of course, yes, coming back to the draft thing, all in damage to them. Mirror Carrot goes to the ban for both the Caesar or the Saita. I mean, both. You know, it goes back and forward. And Gyarados as well. Blaze is going to totally understandable. And Leafeon, even in the NAEU side, Leafeon is also one of the few most banned Pokemon as well.
Oh yeah, he was actually one of the top picks in
powerful.
the recent ACL as well. So
It feels like whenever a team picks up Leafeon, the game just seems a lot more easier.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. Execution-wise, I think it's under intermediate level. It's not that easy to execute. It seems that if you're able to actually land those really solid abilities, it's going to be huge right here. But Dark Origin, we're just talking about it then. But look at this: Goodra, Trevenant, Snorlax,
What?
and a Greedent.
Let me see that fifth defender. Let me see it.
Come on.
Okay, so now I understand because I was looking up for past histories, for past game history of some of these teams as well, and I noticed a lot of these were running full defender lineups.
I wonder how is Danny's reaction to this. She's actually in the other room just watching this game. So I'm very curious.
She's either laughing or just feels very exhausted.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, they are doing it. It's gonna be across the last.
Oh my god.
Oh, 5 defender meta. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know whether it's a matter or not, but I can tell you this. It's definitely, I mean, they say prepare to be surprised.
You're pretty surprised.
We are surprised. You know, we're all surprised.
Like for all the viewers, are you surprised? Okay, so this could be an opportunity. Since you want to run 5 defenders, right? This could be a great opportunity for Mirror Carriers to actually run a Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam, Venusaur. I think this is a great time for them to actually run this as well. So you have 3 long-range Pokemon here on the side of Mirror Carrots, so probably this could be the response.
I mean, honestly, he doesn't even need to go. No, he's not going for the Solar Beam from his side.
Oh no, he's got So I guess
go with the Petal Dance, and I mean, for good reason. All durable Pokemon, not really high, but I mean, it's got damage. There's a lot of damage, but it's not burst damage. It's not enough to really melt the Venusaur away, unless of course he's alone and 5-man stack.
So you're going with Petal Dance, Giga Drain. So you have sustainability, you have a little bit of recovery as well. So I'm guessing that's the more responsible build, I guess.
And I'm concerned because if you look at it as a whole, right? You have Glacier is great at shredding from a distance here with the ice spears, and then you have the Venusaur is great at great decent durability because of the Giga Drain, great sustain. He's one of the few attackers that could just run head on with anybody and just totally walk out of it fine.
Only if you go with this build.
Yes.
Only if you go with this build.
And Delphox, always great for reducing healing over time. And Fire Blast and Fire Spin recently has been absolutely fantastic. One of the few literally one of the go-to ability combinations so far we've seen in the scene. So I'm concerned because, okay, like unlike all the EV evolution, Glaceon is no Espeon, right? Glaceon feels a lot more stronger when he only hits that level 6. He's not like the Espeon or Sylveon, where they hit level 4, and when they start rotating around, is detrimental. It's destructive, it's terrible to deal with. But Glacier, you really need to get that level 6 to really start popping up.
Look at this is pure funny. And the Bulbasaur and Squirtle just struggling to actually take down the Snorlax. They managed to do it.
I mean, leave the baby Snorlax alone. He's a child.
How is that a child?
I mean, he's wearing the baby outfit, okay?
Although he's a basic Pokemon.
I mean, technically, is it a baby outfit or a hood? I'm not sure about that skin too.
That Holoware, I think,
the
Holoware, I think it's just a hood. It's not really a full.
It feels like something you would usually like back in the 80s. You like those like Westerners they put their kids.
I know that one, but I don't know what it's called. Yeah, by coming to the game.
You see, it looks exactly.
It is. Yeah, baby Snorlax has got. I have to admit, it's one of the cutest Holoware.
Leave baby Saki alone.
Yeah, Pokemon Unite is doing something well by introducing that Holoware for him. Yeah, but meanwhile, Crustle, of course, when you're playing Crustle, you have to use the biggest Holoware available in the game itself over here.
It's a massive castle on his back.
Okay, this is a battle of sustainability over here. Yeah, this is definitely a battle of sustainability. Like, who survives, who who basically sustained the most amount of damage the longest wins, right? This is not the usual. We see a lot of trade-offs happening from time to time. We just see the Snorlax getting cleared out here in the lane. A little bit scoring, micro scoring coming up from both sides.
It's decent amount of trade. I mean, especially in the, like I said, Glaceon, you really can't see her really popping out to that level 6, so not a lot much damage coming in except for that top side in particular, since you know Snorlax is Snorlax, right? So, but the bottom side, finally, everyone's slowly getting that necessary amount of levels. Everyone's able to start melting the opposing side here. Finally, although yes, Dark Origin initially had the initial lead in terms of points, but guess what? Chaos Energy is currently being turned the tide inside of Mira Carrots here. They're really stacking upon, but just doesn't really have enough damage to really follow up with things here. Compared to the side of Mira Carrots, really melting them one by one, and I love the focus fire. There is no really prime target here they need to focus on. They just tell. Pretty much the communication is pretty much like, all right, the closest guy will melt them down.
Who you see?
We'll just move on to the next guy. Don't 1v1 in this situation. They're just too durable for us.
I mean, I think they're lacking firepower here.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, I get the whole sustain idea, but you still need firepower to take down the opponent Pokemons here in this match.
I can tell you this, like once Glaceon, like I mean she's really popping up, but like once she reached his final form, I can tell you this, he is Amaris is gonna like slice all these defenders like hot knife through butter. And it's literally just doing it at the same time. My God.
Yeah. So I guess that's the idea here. So a little bit of opening for two of the Pokemons from the side Dark Origin. The Snorlax upgrading to actually do a little bit scoring at the top side. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it's gonna be 3v5 situation here, siding towards Mira Carrots for sure, as they are overpowering in terms of firepower here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There is no reason for them to split. Just 5-man stack. Just go all around the field.
Leonard, what is the plan here for Dark Origin?
I mean, what do you mean, what's the plan?
What is the winning condition here for them? Look at this Crossroad jumping, and all by himself, between 4 Pokemon beside Mira Carrots, gets melted down.
You're already seeing the answer. The answer was to try to get those isolated pickoffs or takedowns, but that's not happening because Mira Carrots visualized that was their only course of action.
It's like, hey, let's gather around. You can't separate all of us.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
all grouped up, right?
And this is exactly what they're doing. They're not just farming EXP from neutral Pokemon or wild Pokemon. They're farming it from their opponent's Pokemon as well.
Oh,
there's more than one way to get EXP in this game, Flavor.
Huge map control, huge dominance here by Team Mira Carrots, and gotta hand it. I guess for this game, they are currently in the lead with 227 points compared to 94 on the side of the Origins. And I still don't see what's going to be the turnaround.
Good
here.
call with the eject button, Crossel. You know what's coming.
Yeah, you know what's coming. He's like, I'm going to eject first. Reed was like, wait, you're gone already? But in the meantime, here, Travenin gets cleared out. 4 team members of Team Dark Origin is down for the count, leaving Goudreau being the only one here on the back line, still surviving all of this because he was not there.
Oh man, this is, you know, it's beautiful and fun at the same time, you know.
Beautiful for one side.
Like like in this case, right, it's a really good experimentation to just show how much damage Glaceon can actually do to just defend as well. I mean, sure, yes, Dark Origins are a little bit behind in terms of EXPs and opportunities, but Glaceon just still doing so much damage.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, so easy. Glaceon doesn't have to worry about anything because he's so far in the back end. They don't really have any Pokemons on the side Dark Origin who can do any form of back cap. You can actually catch this range Pokemons, but this could be the game changer they're looking for. Trying to clear out on the Umbreon, the jump cut from Snorlax, but still not be able to.
Oh, it's happening!
They got the Umbreon, and they also got the Delphox. 3 more to go. Easy peasy for this. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Blastoise surfing away, making his escape. It's gonna be Kiko. Meanwhile, the bottom lane here. Put a pressure up. It's gonna be.
Can he get it though?
No. Easy Ice Shard here by Ice Shard and running away by this. Glaceon gets picked off here. Was not able to actually get any form of buff here from under his own goalpost. So close yet so far.
Great. I mean, it's a start, right? You get a couple of pickups. I think they had like 4 KOs in that confrontation. Although it did take a while, they did manage to get it, and it's a really nice boost to the EXP for sure. But eventually, they respond back eventually, and they were able to turn things.
If Reggie Rock actually falls in the hands of Dark Origin, I do wonder how much how much defense they have on their end.
Yeah.
So they have buffers and defensive special attacks.
I mean, it's still falling back to the problem of whether do they have enough damage to really keep
To
up
even
with
keep it up, yeah.
Because they can be durable for as long as they want, but they really need to try. It's not forever, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I do want to see like how much durability they can withstand against the Glacier. That would be a very interesting experimentation.
Oh, Gudra down for the count as well. Meanwhile, here comes the chase. Serve in the face, hitting off on Green as well. That's going to be a 3 KO streak in the hands of this Delphox, having the time of his life. Look at this. They are such a huge difference in terms of level up here. Level 13 on Venusaur and the Delphox on the side of Mirror Carrot. Meanwhile, Dark Origins, the highest level Pokemon, is going to be the Snorlax and the Gudra here. Leaving double level 10s.
Yeah, but by the way, Emeris, I'm so sorry if I pronounce it. Is it Emery or Emeris? Not too sure, but I'll find out about it. You know, pretty much I'll get a DM like something like what, like what Danny received for solos.
Drop us a DM. Let us know.
Oh man, Glacial stage absolutely fantastic to the Hydro Typhoon. So much durability, my god, that's amazing. But then again, the Glaceon coming from Emeris is still absolutely shredding. They were able to endure for long enough, but will it be enough or not? There's a lot of Unite moves, and there is the Rayquaza pit. They just do not have it out in time. But it's an even amount of trades here. But if they can get Emeris, that'll be pretty fantastic. They're diving for it. They're committing for it. The Venusaur completely left him alone there. I mean, okay, I guess he's trying to isolate the rest of the squad.
Doing it.
But he just did it. Killua.
Oh wait, is
succeeded. The hunter has become the hunter.
Is this the thing that they were looking for in this team fight? But they're not going for the Rayquaza here. Here comes a little bit of scoring.
But
getting stopped at the Delphox, but the fire spin. But it came in place, stopping the Sonic Wave Assault. It's a 110-point difference over here, but that's 48 points here. Big score by the Crostal at the bottom lane. But here comes a double jump. It's going to be the Venusaur together with yet another Pokemon here on the bottom side. Going up for the chase. They managed to get the Blastoise. Overextension by the team members. This could be a huge mistake coming on the Umbreon all alone here in between 3 Pokemons. And here comes the Venusaur. Petal Dance. Trying to make his escape. He does not have mobility. Getting a little bit slowed down here. Gudra is doing wonders here in this game.
Yeah, the power.
That's 4 Pokemons down, Leonard.
The power
down
whip
for the
is
count.
insane. But what did they now? They need to try to get as much points as possible. They just can't. They're currently a little bit down.
They need a Rayquaza.
Exactly. They gotta get for it. Snorlax, you can see the Snorlax across trying to deny it or try to slow it down.
Blastoise, he does have the Unite.
He does, but the rest of the team is not really there to try to secure it. Does he have enough damage to try to secure it?
Oh no, they got it!
They definitely got it.
On the Rayquaza.
They need to get the point.
They're gonna go for the score. 50 points there in the hands of Gudra. 20 on the Trevenant. We do have 20 on the Cramorant as well.
Can they bring the armor down? Can it? No, they can't. Dark Origins, they did it! They're getting the points in! 10 seconds down!
I would like to apologize for underestimating this. Oh my goodness, with only a few seconds left in the game, they managed to score the amount of points needed to make it a win. I would like to apologize.
Oh man.
For doubting and questioning this 5-man defenders draft, Leonard.
No, it was really well done coming from Killua with the good ride. Like everyone, like especially although yes, it feels very. Actually it was very shaky. It was literally a house of cards in the first 7 minutes of the round. But finally, exactly 30 seconds before the Rayquaza spawn, I think around like 2:30 here or 2:40, they went to take this really massive fights, and they were able to get a lot of isolated pickup. It wasn't like in our first 3 minutes into the game where it was like 5 members were prioritizing one target at a time. No, it wasn't like that anymore. It was more. It really came down to like 2v2s, 1v1. Glaceon was getting so isolated from the rest of the squad. Venusaur ended up being alone as well.
Oh wait, but Leonard, before that, right? Before you continue on, just have a look at this stats. I've never wanted to look at the stats much before, but look at the damage taken from the side of Dark Origins. 99,000 damage being absorbed by King Yuta here on that graded 97k on the Snorlax. It's all 90k for 4 of the Pokemons. So of course it's 66, but Of course, the main highlight here, also one of the main sets I want to have a look at is the Glaceon and the Delphox damage dealt, because they had the time of their lives just being range Pokemons and being able to dish out damage.
That's what I'm saying. Like the amount of damage taken on the side of Dark Origin is literally courtesy of both Miracle and Emers. I mean, Shark is also definitely in on it as well. But that, like I said, that last point, I'm not sure what. The only thing I could really picture is the fact that that fight didn't go according to how they were playing in the first 7 minutes.
Oh yeah, I think they were snowballing well, but somewhere along the lines they kind of.
Everyone just started going off and started doing their own thing. Like one person's fighting one person.
Whatever
there's
happened,
no priority pick-offs.
whatever happened to 5-man movement.
Yeah, it didn't happen anymore. But I think, of course, that was really well done coming from Killua. He was just dishing out so much damage there.
All they needed was just that one small spike at the 9-minute mark. And 9 minutes and a half. They only had 30 seconds to make a game-changing move over here. And look at that, 586 straight up after getting Rayquaza. And Rayquaza was actually down close to the end of the game.
Yeah, there was too many individual chaos towards the end, especially after that massive team fight. Towards the Rayquaza pit as well, everyone just started getting picked up one by one. The Venus.
Oh yeah, the Umbreon all alone.
Umbreon went first, then the Venusaur. Not a lot of options for them to play with.
Even the Blastoise, it's great that he still had his Unite, but he was not able to enter the Rayquaza premises.
Yeah, he got slowed down by the Crustle or the Snorlax.
Oh yeah, I mean the Goodra was just being the star of the team at the third quarter of the match itself. But yeah, so of course we're looking at some of the highlights of the game being produced by our amazing production team over here. For the first 6 to 7 minutes of the game, it's literally basically the purple side just dominating the game, just stomping on the opponents. But slowly but surely, we do see a turnaround coming on from the side of Dark Origins here.
But you see, that's what I mean, right? Like, especially starting from this time, right? Everyone just started going off and started doing their own thing. They first, initially they get the priority. But then after that, you see this is when everyone gets spotted. I love the prioritization coming from Killua. They just straight away went straight and focused down the beat. So they literally took a chapter out of the Mirror Carrot's book here. They said, you want to prioritize targets? We can also prioritize targets here. And they just started really melting away here.
Oh yeah, and this is just insane. At this point, things are looking a little bit messy coming on from Mirror Carrots because they are not coordinating as well as they did during the early and the mid game here. So even though Glaceon is getting all the damage, Goodra, despite the debuff from the speed flux, is still able to actually clear out most of the Pokemons on the side of Mirror Carrots here during that period of time. At this point out, I think Umbreon getting caught off just in between 3 Pokemons here, not be able to actually do much. Yeah, even the Venusaur, he's way far away from his teammates to actually even do anything. But even with that much mobility, but all that debuff coming for Goodra chasing up from behind, there's nothing much he can actually do.
No, even at last part, the positioning coming for Snorlax was really amazing as well. That really forces Glaceon to really back off there, and Snorlax just kept on him as well. Without the main damage dealer as well, even Venusaur could really sustain as long as possible. And with Goodra understanding that his damage is literally outputting as much as his sustain coming from the Giga Drain, he just absolutely went full throttle with that one.
Yeah, I think things that one great positive outcome we can take from Team Dark Origins from this one is that their mental fortitude to believe in how they should actually play things out over here. Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look over here. Of course, Leonard.
No.
Here's the thing.
You had begun, and then you have to finish this.
I had this thing earlier on. I had this thing earlier on in the previous game, so Leonard was just doing it.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, but I believe this is clip number
3,
right? Yeah,
yes.
For clip number 3 over here. So this is going to be on game number 2, and I do love this part where our amazing production do pick down on the 2-minute mark, because this is when things started going south for Team Mirror Carrot. So playing out on slow over here. Look at all the positioning over here. So we do have all the team members except for Trevenant, because if you look at positioning wise, Trevenant is actually at the back here. So it is a 5v4 situation over here, but because Venusaur gets cleared out, it is a 4v4 at this current moment as this team fight is ongoing. Huge trample over here, hitting off on multiple Pokemon on the side of Mirror Carrots. They actually lost out on the Delphox and the Venusaur at this current moment. Hydro Charm being utilized, only hitting off on this Snorlax, but it is still not enough at this current moment, getting off for the chase. all this free damage from this Glaceon as well on the teammate, but this is all damage because the team members from Team Dark Origin are just sustaining all this damage. And now here comes the chase on the Blastoise. There's nothing much he can actually do over here. Blastoise down, Venusaur down, so it's going to be Delphox down, so there's 3-man down, only leaving this. It's going to be the Glaceon and the Umbreon, who is really way off position over here. So a horrible way to actually kickstart their attempt on this Rayquaza timer, which is actually a 2-minute mark here at this point itself. Yeah, so this is very huge loss here for the side of America. This is the start of their huge downfall in this game number 2, which could have been their game.
Could have been. I do agree. Could have been. But there's also the same time where I also just noticing now that it was just really well positioning. Like the positioning coming in from Mira Carrots, where everyone was so clustered together, was absolutely perfect. Like for what Dark Origin was trying to go for, with so many AoE damage really outputting as well. And do remember, I also forgot as well, Rumble Rouser is currently unstoppable, so you can't really stop him when he actually gets the ultimate out from the Unite move coming out from the Crossel as well. So there's a lot of big damage outputting it for the Crossel itself too.
Yeah, and of course next, ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to be looking at, now this is at 1 minute and 8-second mark over here. Now things even got worse. Now the thing I want to highlight before this even begins is that I think the whole idea what Team America should have done at this point is just to reset and regroup back again, rather than just continuing this throwing bodies one by one in this very messy team fight, which led to this happening over here. So during this point, things are looking fresh, but look at positioning, it's just weird. So you do have, on one point, you have one stuck over here, we have Kiko stuck over here, we have Umbreon over here. Yeah, so we overhand the Glaceon
That's
over
the
here.
worst position.
This is like the worst position for everyone. While all this is happening, right, I also want everyone to pay attention. If you look at the mini-map, right, they do have the Delphox way behind over here getting straightened out. So at this point, it is a 4v4 situation. So it's a 4v4 situation for both ends. And yeah, while all this is happening, actually you don't see this, but Venusaur is somewhere here. He's somewhere here, right?
He's on the way.
Yeah, he's on the way, but he's not there yet. Yeah, so all this is happening. Yeah, so they cleared out one. Blastoise, gone. He still has... At this moment, he does not have the Unite. He'll be having it at a much later time when he returns back into the whole fray itself. While all this is happening, Umbreon in trouble, Glaceon being forced into using the eject because he needs to run away from the baby Snorlax, the one that Leonard likes. Oh yeah, very cute. Right here. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He is all alone. There's nothing this Venusaur can do. So Umbreon is over here. So Venusaur makes his move over here, right? It's not that he can actually do anything. All he's doing is just pedal dance and dishing out damage while getting hit by Woodhammer by the Trevenant on this side. So it's very horrible position all around for Team Meracarrots over here. So I'm not sure whether this is something... Is it the fault of Meracarrots being so unorganized during this particular period of time, or did Dark Origins force Meracarrots to be in such position during this time?
The thing is, I think they just wanted to really get their eyes on the Ray Pit itself. I think what really went wrong was the fact that they didn't really wait for the rest of the team there. Positioning wasn't really ideal for Meracarrots, especially since they were actually leading in terms of points. They weren't pressured for points. There really wasn't pressure for time as well. They just really needed to buy their time and just play, just really play the long game, just play the waiting game. However, this overextended positioning, your members getting picked up one by one, you lose one of your main frontliner and team fight ability like the Blastoise, and what makes matters worse, your Glaceon positioning. Amaris jumps into the very position which all of them, by the way, are hoping to catch. The one person they really want to try to get their hands on is the Glaceon, Amaris in this case here. And he literally delivered himself on a silver platter as he jumps over.
I do have a big question over here. I forgot to throw this in during while all that is happening, right? Is that why did he even have the team fight over there? Because the thing is, none of the team members from the Origins was even committing to Rayquaza. Rayquaza was full health. He was healthy.
No, that's what I'm saying. I felt like they were very convinced of the fact that maybe not all the teams was there, or they were still pretty strong. Could be overconfidence, or maybe they just really dropped the ball there, not too sure. But hey, it was still a real, regardless.
I just feel bad for Meracarrots because they had the game in the bag, and somewhere along the lines it's in trouble. But of course, much respect to them. They are definitely a team that I look forward to seeing to in the next. Probably we'll see more of them in the last chance qualifiers. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the updated bracket of the conclusion of that best of 3 series. And of course, Leonard, would you do the honors on this?
I mean, of course. So beginning of the wish, although we did not have it in a broadcast, we actually had our upper bracket started concurrently at the same time. So we had no practice going up against a center pack, which actually then sent them to our first round of the lower bracket, which was being handled by Flavor and the beautiful Denali as they casted for that series against Only Fun, which did ended it in a 2-0 scoreline series here. Then following forward, we had Team MOIs, of course, moving forward alongside with Okidoki as they're still waiting for their respective teams. They did manage to win out those fights as well, and we do have our second round of the lower bracket, and even the third round and fourth round pretty much prepared.
Yeah, I'm gonna remember the part where you say just a plain Flavor and all beautiful Denali. But anyways, come on today's.
No, I didn't say plain Flavor.
You didn't say plain, but you just say Flavor.
I mean, I thought like
I
thought it was something I didn't need to highlight. I thought it was something that was already known, already, like how amazing you were.
I didn't felt that. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are entertained by those updates coming on from myself and Leonard. What a day! And of course, when you see the upper bracket, we're already there at the upper bracket finals, and curious to see which one of those 2 teams will be the first to make it to the grand finals by being the winner of the upper bracket. And of course, we're also curious to see which one of the teams in the lower bracket will make it to the grand finals. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's all from me and Leonard here at this moment. We'll be right back after the commercial break with more Pokemon Unite actions here at the Malaysia Singapore Regional Qualifiers.
Early phase of the game.
Oh man, look at this splash coming off from King Yuda. Jumping forward, should be no problem to surviving through over here.
No!
Loads and loads of HP. Here comes the serve coming from the slow bro, but managed to eject himself into safety. Oh, the dive comes from Real. Is it going to be enough over here? Axes in the face, and just going to be for Team Miracaris to actually get some points in. And amplifying that 9 points going to 29 this current moment. Here comes the dive in from behind. Oh, Hyper Beam in the face. Clamor clearing off on the Gyarados. They also got themselves their hands on the Blissey as well. Are they going for more? But they're going to be losing out on the Delphox over here, Leonard.
You gotta respect that Dragonite. I thought they actually respected it when they allowed the Regieleki to go, but no, they decided to take the attempt and instantly gets melted away. Now suddenly all this pickoffs here is giving really great EXP, which Dark Origin
very much needs it here. A little bit underwhelming on the side of Delphox here. Bottom lane is going to be the main focus here. Axis is hitting in the phaser on the Trevenant. Is trying to make an escape. Spends off the Unite as well, but not be able to actually do much. Not enough for long.
Can I get it?
Would hammer in the face as well. Here comes Axis as well, coming from behind as well. Reggie still provide a little bit of assistance, hitting up on 3 heroes. Oh, this is going to be quite a problematic one.
But can they try to get some of these goal posts here? Good defense coming in from the slow bro though. But the Regieleki gets secured by the side here of Dark Origin. They're still trying to slowly make their way through as well. Trying to sustain, but guess what? This is a Azumarill, ladies and gentlemen. One of the beefiest water Pokemon you ever seen on the field. Melts away, gets the 3 KO.
Oh, no.
Can it be the 4th? He gets it. Can we get a 5th? Actually coming from the rest of the Dark Origin as well. But then again, a lot of damage being outputted, completely focused down on the Crustle here. But they can get a couple of ball.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers for the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. My name is Dana Lee and this time I'm going to be joined by Mr. YOLO Lee himself. Leonard, how you doing? We've got a really cool series coming up next.
I know, and the best part about it, I had a really great opening with 5 defenders as well, so that was actually a pretty interesting way to end the series, but at the same time, kudos to Miracaris. I think you guys really improved from the last time you guys were here back in the Malaysia Singapore Open, but you know, as the saying goes, this is the nature of the competition. Someone has to move forward.
I'm glad you finally got introduced to the All Defender comp because that is a legitimate composition that teams are currently running in Malaysia. In particular, it's been perfected by MYS. They have practically won almost every single game with that Defender comp and people are still trying to figure out like what the solution is. And so far there hasn't been one that has absolutely beaten it.
Yes.
So it's a pretty interesting comp. I want to see what's going to happen next though, because we're going to be rolling back this time to Only Fun yet again, but this time playing up against Tough Guys. Now, of course, we've seen how Only Fun play. They are extremely coordinated. These players, they've played competitive Unite for a very long time, so they are well aware of the standard strategies. Whereas for Tough Guys, this is a big question mark for me. I don't know the majority of these players. I think if you follow a different MOBA from the Malaysia-Singapore region, there's a name here that looks familiar. I do want to say this is not who you think it is. Definitely a fan of this particular player for this other game, but it is not who you think it is.
It's definitely a different person.
Definitely a different person.
Could be a fan, could be trying to relive the dream in a different game title like Pokemon Unite, but who knows. But I'm very excited to see this series, particularly because we're seeing, I guess you could say sibling rivalries, because previously K2 used to be in the same team with Calamity and Genkai back in Road to the Top.
But look at the profile here for Tough Guys. So we're getting a bit of a glimpse as to what they love to pick. Trevenant seems to be a high priority and Eldegoss as well. So 2 very solid picks for this team. But Scizor appearing in 50% of their games, which I think is pretty interesting, alongside Blaziken as well. Not a lot of teams specialize in the Blaziken, so excited to see it here. Blastoise, I mean, everybody in the region plays Blastoise, so we shouldn't really be surprised. But I am surprised about the Clefable because ever since we did have some numbers sort of reworked with our supporters, because we did have that era where Clefable, Blissey were sort of your standard supporters.
Yes.
I'm surprised that Tough Guys have actually sort of stuck around with the Clefable. But then again, maybe it's because Eldegoss wasn't available at the time.
True. But there's also could be the same factor on like, depending on the kind of composition they were facing initially. Like sometimes with the great gravity or follow me tends to help out even in the smallest situation. Still a lot more viable, although yes, Moonlight did get the slight nerf here and there. But the follow me, the amount of control you can get out of it is still pretty great at a really nice timing.
Yep. and the numbers for Only Fun. So we've already seen Only Fun play, right?
Yes.
So we do have a bit of an idea as to how they play. Very aggressive team. They love to get in your face. They love to basically win from the lanes and just sort of snowball from there. So I'm kind of keen to see like how Tough Guys is going to tough this out. Like, can they keep up with Only Fun's early game and maybe snowball themselves and put Only Fun on the back foot, or are they going to match their energy? Like, what's the play? The defenders, as you can see, play a really big role for Only Fun's success.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think that's ever going to change in terms of defenders and supporters. So I think it's definitely still going to be one of the few best takes in the competition, and most of the time is somewhat prioritized as well. But we are seeing a slight change in certain aspects of the game, especially in terms of our attackers and all-rounders. Right? With the nerf to the Basel, we're seeing a lot more rise in other all-rounders like the Gyarados, the Machamp, also some mix Blaziken as well. Attackers-wise, particularly HTMOS also saw. I saw a post that he had on his Twitter stating like, oh, Scizor Cider got buff, and he was very excited about it. And it's an insane buff as well. The additional, I mean, in total is currently, especially for Sword Dance, 20% addition. I mean, it's basically an 8% increase from the previous one, 12%. But that's still a lot, you know, that kind of thing. And with such aggression, to answer your question regarding aggression, I think they might have something in mind, especially since K2 used to play alongside with Calamity and Genkai. So he might be able to give some form of insight to this team member to say like, okay, maybe we can try to play around this.
Well, the draft is ready. So
Oh,
let's jump
yes.
into game number 1
Yeah.
between Only Fun and Tough Guys. And I'm glad you brought that up too, because when you've played on the same team as your opponents at one period of time, you also get a bit of a glimpse as to how they think when they're drafting. And
Correct.
I'm kind of wondering, is it going to be Only Fun that sort of plays around with K2's mindset during the draft, or is it going to be vice versa? And maybe Tough Guys looking at how Only Fun are drafting in relations to... I'm curious to know who actually gets the final say for these teams, because drafting is different. It's very personal for the team. Sometimes it's one person making the call, and sometimes it's like, okay, what do you want to play? So you may be able to pick what you want. But we are seeing some really big bands here. Scyther, Gyarados, Mimikyu, and Hoopa, all very strong Pokemon.
Yep.
But I am not surprised to see the Gyarados and the Hoopa and Mimikyu. Very big Pokemon, but the did leave the Leafeon in the pool. This was banned out in the first game for Only Fun, so really keen to see what Genkai is going to be able to do with that Leafeon. But Tough Guys, so their first choice is going to be the Slowbro. Now, Slowbro, great defender,
Of course.
amazing Unite, but you've also revealed your defender card very early. You cannot pivot this to a top laner.
That is true. But at the same time as well, like I'm really surprised they actually like the Leafeon true and Metagross. I know you talk about sleep. I remember that you were mentioning about, I forgot which Pokemon you were talking about during your first series with Flavor. You said that there was
Aegislash.
Yeah, Aegislash was pretty much sleep on.
Slept on.
I will not agree with you for that one. I feel like the attack all-rounder that's being slept on is currently Metagross. But
Well, he doesn't
sadly,
get picked. So.
yeah, he doesn't get picked. So that is very sad to see. But of course, loving the Hoopa band, that's definitely a very respectable band to the opponent team here in Only Fun, which is going to be Calamity. He plays an insane Hoopa plays as well. But with the Hoopa band, that just means Calamity is going to be falling back to the role as the all defenders.
So I'm keen to see what this next pick is going to be. Oh, glancing over the Meowscarada, but thankfully Hoshi is like, I'm going to play Blissey, guys.
Interesting. He actually
So-
still picked the Blissey into the Umbreon here. Very interesting one.
It's fine. I don't think Umbreon is a great hard counter to
Of course,
Blissey.
yes.
Because the whole point of Blissey, you're going to save that one single Pokemon from being
Correct.
burst down, but most importantly, that boost in offensive power to whoever you actually hit with the Bliss Assist. And Mew can absolutely use that. Meowscarada can absolutely pop off with that. Even
I agree.
Lucario can take advantage of it if they want to try and snipe that Rayquaza. So lots of options here. Or Absol
Yes, go for it.
being considered.
I actually was going to bring up Absol if you didn't bring it up as well, because it's definitely one of Nothing to Say's best few Pokemons as well. And knowing one of Absol's few perks that he has, especially when he was able to mark a particular Pokemon, he does any of his teammates that were to attack this very same mark Pokemon would just do bonus damage, which
Well,
is really great for shredding.
It could be Nothing to Say that gets buffed up by this Blissey as well.
Oh,
you
yeah,
actually
true.
you have a lot of options actually on the side of Tough Guys on who you want to be buffing up. So very well-rounded draft altogether. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is you're running an Absol,
True.
right? A Pokemon that there is a little bit of RNG involved when you're trying to get some of those first basic attack crits.
Yep.
And sometimes you need to get that crit on the first hit to really win those engagements. Whereas for Only Fun, consistency across the board. I guess the only inconsistency is maybe the stored powered hit markers from the Espeon. You don't get to choose where those go sometimes, but reliably, I probably lean towards. Actually, I'm not sure. I like both drafts.
I'm gonna say only fun. I think there is a lot of control in every stage of the game. Like you have a really great early game, a really great poke with the Solar Blade, great secures, and also Espeon. Let's be honest, Espeon is just one of those few Pokemons where you hit 4 and you just start rotating around, start roaming around, you just still do so much more damage compared to like your other evolution Pokemon like the Glaceon here. Leafeon is also pretty much in the same category with the Espeon as well. Got that really great early stage to really buy the necessary amount of time to allow your later evolution Pokemon like the Blaziken to really get to that stage.
Well, let's see what's going to happen in these lanes, shall we? As we see a whole pack of evolutions come out of the base here for only fun. Because if you want to have some fun, you just play evolutions. But we do have Absol coming into the central area here. Nothing to say playing that Absol for Tough Guys. Now, I am wanting to see here, can Tough Guys tough out that laning stage? I keep emphasizing this, but again, it's just how only fun play. They pick strong laners. Evolutions are extremely quick evolving. They're very high impact in those lanes. Lucario can be high impact as well if he's allowed to sort of run away with the game, but look at this though, only fun. Even with the Torchic, the support coming in from this from the support, allowing him to get those scores in, you shouldn't let a Torchic score.
Definitely for sure. It's not. I guess you could say it's not really easy to pick up, especially with
Genkai.
But nice rotation coming in. Both central rotators are coming into the mix to secure the top side. Thankfully, no one will be fell here. No one's going to be taken at the same time here. There's not much space. However, we see a nice rotation coming from the Umbra from the bottom side to the top side. As they are pretty confident in their damage output here. Just a nice timing with the mean look could actually seal their fate. Beautiful push back all the way on the sidelines here. They managed to get the catch off. Not just one, but 2, 3 KOs instantly melting them away. A much needed rotation securing that top side.
Yeah, this justifies the Leafeon ban that we saw in the previous set here for
Every game ban is justifiable.
Look, this is the thing, right? I said this before. Like, Absol is such an RNG Pokemon, and if you just don't get that big hit, you're going to be outplayed. Like, this is the consistency that you get with a Leafeon. You're guaranteeing that you're going to hit a certain number with the Solar Blade. Yep. Whereas for Absol, you're praying that you get crits back to back to back.
It's like something I was telling Flavor just now as well. I said like it feels like whichever team gets the Leafeon, it just feels so easy the game in this case here. Great poke, great secure, great roaming, my lord! 2Ks on top of that, that's not really looking great for you at all, Leafeon. Especially when you're playing like this kind of early comp, if you're getting so much, or setting so much dominance and getting so much control of the map, right? It gets so detrimental later on. And Blaziken, he's already level 7 in this case here.
Yep, Only Funds have basically guaranteed the early game for Blaziken. So level 7, fully evolved, Solo is raring to go. And I have seen Solo play Blaziken before. If you let him evolve early, not just Blaziken, if you're also playing Blastoise, whatever top lane he's playing, he loves to play solo. His name is Solo for a reason. He will stay in that top lane and force the opponents to either decide, do we let him do whatever we want in that top lane, or do we deal with the rest of his team? And I mean, we saw right now, he solos Lucario easily, barely breaking a sweat. And for Tough Guys, you basically, again, fed away to this Blaziken who's now level 9. Your team is struggling in the bottom lane. Can you guarantee the objective? You need this Reg Ice.
Trying to smoke them down to the sub, but the Psychic Solari locks them down for so long, knocks them back. Gets a beautiful clear with the Solar Blade, but he still managed to get the pick up on the Umbreon. But he couldn't last for too long. Left is on the front line here. Can the Mew do as much damage as he can? K2 attempting to do so here. But if I'm not mistaken, Blaziken just soloed the Regieleki!
Yeah, Blaziken solos the top objective. Beautiful Emerald 2-step. If Genkai didn't connect onto both the Lucario and the Absol, maybe that fight could have tilted slightly in favor of Tough Guys. But who's going to get that final hit though? Absol doing such a great job just delaying, keeping them busy. But hang on, Regice actually gets reset. So Umbreon goes down and we have a full 5 lineup here for Tough Guys in that bottom lane. But Only Fun, can they get here in time? Can they buy time? Because Solo, he's coming. He's ready for this. Yu gets the final hit on the Reg Ice. So the experience and the buff as well. Solo, he's disengaging. I think this is the right play. You do not run into Tough Guys after they just had a big bump in experience. But Yu, bit of a misplay there, going a little bit too far forward.
Man, I mean, we were like, especially if you think about it as well, like Mew is just so slippery to really catch upon as well, especially when he has the Unite move. But since he didn't have it, that was definitely a very unfortunate scenario for him. Although solos couldn't really come down in time to really help secure, but then again, that solo blade damage, so much damage. Maybe a second more, if he just waited a second more, he probably could have secured it by himself. Ah.
Could have. There's always going to be those coulds,
That
those
if,
woulds,
right?
those shoulds. Yeah. But the game still, look, even if you've given away that Reg Ice to Tough Guys, Only Fun are still in a really aggressive position. Again, those Tier 1 goal zones are down. You still have access to your own Tier 1 goal zone, so the speed flux is there. Tough Guys are forced to defend that Tier 1 goal zone in that bottom lane, hoping to get crits with the Absol, but runs into that Solar Blade, losing half of his health.
Oh.
They're going to go for the boost, but they're losing too much health. They have to back up, and they're
No
going to try and
way!
go in, but is this going to be the play? Pokemon are going down. Psychic Slayer in the central fight as well. Blissey having to run away, and all the firepower sent back to base for Tough Guys. They're just not tough enough.
Couldn't really tough it out. Blaziken, especially since you have a Blaziken as well. Your late game
Level
is pretty
12.
much great, yeah.
This man's level 12.
He's
so
on.
is Leafeon.
He's on a roll. He's
Whew.
absolutely on a roll, and I love his initiation as well. Right, just completely isolate the rest of the squad. He didn't want this 5-man stack on the outside. Pushes 2 people away from the rest of the squad here, and literally force the team, pressuring them into an idea where, like, how do we want to take this fight? We have 2 people that's currently far for us, but there's this 3 players that's currently blocking up. Do we commit? Do we let them go? What's the plan? Although yes, still really fantastic coming in from Mr. Sepp. He was still able to get some trade out of it despite the unfortunate scenario that he was facing initially, but still fantastic. But of course, Reggie also being secure, that's definitely going to be pressuring or at least forcing some players to get back to the top side as they prepare to take that Reggie Ice at the bottom.
It might actually have to come down to the late game here for Tough Guys. Sure, this mid game is pretty difficult. They are struggling, but
He's
if
just
they can
running
get that
it.
experience, maybe that's going to have to be the play. Absol jumping into the back of the fight as well, committing the Unite as well, zoning away Only Fun, but the
Oh no,
Unite's
Mr.
been
Sepp.
used. Are they going to go for the Lucario? Caught down and finished off with the Solar Blade as well. So Tough Guys now down to 3. Absol having to go for the reset, even with the Unite there from the Umbreon to start things off here. And Tough Guys still trying to stay on this goal zone, trying to stop this Reggie Alecki. If they can burn it down, this will stop that push. And it looks like Only Fun, they lost the Espeon, but thankfully they have backed up. They have not given away any more resources. Looks like Eldegoss did unfortunately get caught there by the Mew, but it could have been much worse.
Oh, it was such a perfect lure coming in from solos as well.
Top lane, we're looking at a really big push here, and everyone on Only Fun is all spread out, trying to go for these objectives, but Tough Guys, do they actually back up?
Yeah.
They're just going to give this away. And Absol, ooh, nice big pick off there, catching out the level 12 Espeon. Blaziken, though, going to be taking the Reg Ice buff for his team single-handedly solo, literally just playing this game solo. Level 13. Going to be a big threat at that 2-minute mark when Rayquaza is on the field.
Really good call coming from Only Fun, so I'm not going to be fully committed to try to defend that 1 goal post, especially since Rayquaza is just that close. Sure, you lose to Espeon, but let's be honest, 10-second respawn time, you still got a lot more time coming in. Of course, the EXP is great, but it's not a major loss for Only Fun. They still have the control here, they still have the better hand in this case here. Now it's just a matter of positioning, but look at Solo. He's so confident he can get in and get out at any time. He's pretty confident with his team to come for the skill, gets spotted out, force out the surf here, and also pops in the skills. Not able to get any pick off. Just a couple of highs and buys. Regileki's also been respawned, but big damage! We barely saw it and he was just gone. A blink of an eye, he's just absolutely disappearing. He'll be definitely spawning it back soon, but that's a lot of damage coming for Only Fun.
No Unites have been forced out as of yet, though, but without your Blissey, you don't have your safety.
Fuzzy.
Oh, the Slowbro, so scared. Losing health so quickly as well. The burst damage from Only Fun is terrifying. They need their entire lineup. But the thing with Only Fun, no Unites have been baited on their side, nor have Tough Guys baited it yet. And late game, I actually think Tough Guys have a chance, but they have to pick up those squishies. They have to capitalize on those openings. Oh, the Mew almost getting one shot there. They actually managed to catch one so far, but they had the damage. They managed to catch the Blaziken solos off the field. No Blaziken for you, and the chase continues. Tough Guys, can they get the cleanup? Absol being cleaned up off screen thanks to that Leafeon Genkai. Tying these two teams 1-1. Blissey is down. There's no more support. The heals are out. Eldegoss either has to go down or Tough Guys have to reset.
This is too much. It was amazing that they managed to get solo initially, right, Danny. But the problem was it was so cost heavy here. Everything was committed to try to get even one player pick off here. So now
every Unite's been used for tough guys.
And now it's reset perfectly back for the side here for Only Fun.
And for Only Fun, they just have to stop tough guys from hitting that Rayquaza.
Oh.
Just chip them away, slowly, steady. And when Absol off the field, Absol's your damage source. You can't take out the Rayquaza without it. 3 Pokemon down on the side of tough guys. It's down to Lucario and Blissey, and I mean, what can you do? Solar Blade to send them back to base, and Blissey can only maybe go for an egg steal, but one egg would be enough. Solo's there. He's like, guys, I'm going to recover. This is for getting knocked out during the beginning of that fight.
And to make matters worse then, right, is that Blaziken is unlike most Pokemon that we have currently in Pokemon Unite. In the phase where you're not too dependent on your cooldowns when it comes to Unite moves. Your Unite is pretty much just like a 5 seconds cooldown, while the rest is pretty much like a minute longer. Once you commit it, you had to wait quite a brief amount of time before you really get it back out. Unlike Blaziken, he's ready to go at any time.
I mean, Blaziken just wants to go. That's basically it. Just hit the go button. That's Blaziken's goal to sort of go in.
Correct.
Tough guys, gosh, they needed a few more things to go right after they got rid of Solo. They needed to get the guaranteed knockout on Genkai, and Genkai won that 1v1 against Nothing to Say off screen. We didn't get to see it. It happened off screen. Genkai managed to win it. If Nothing to Say, I promise you, he probably did not crit when he needed to the most, did not get the KO, and to get Genkai off the field, he was the one doing the majority of the damage for the team. He was the one threatening tough guys whenever they wanted to go in with that Slowbro and with the Blissey.
Correct.
It was just the Leafeon. I'm expecting a ban this next game. Maybe just let Mimic you through. I don't know what you do at this point.
It's a really tough call, right? That kind of thing. And I felt like even in the drafting, I think they really lost out in the drafting initially. I mean, not just because of the first big Leafeon. I think just in general, there is definitely an idea coming in from tough guys, right? But it just wasn't really enough to deal with this kind of output of damage. You need to take into account not just the Leafeon. A lot of power output is also coming in from the Esper. Yeah, sure, she got nerfed, but she's still so good for some reason here as well.
For some reason.
And her Unite move is and her Unite move, like Esper's Unite move as well, Psychic Solare, great team fight, great lockdown as well, good knockbacks. Not something like, I mean sure, Slowbro is still one of the few top defenders as well. But it doesn't seem like they have a lot of option in terms of initiation here. Especially when you're so far behind. You just constantly depend on the slow beam as you are going to be trying to get on top of the Leafeon or even solo with the Blaziken.
Yeah, I also think that Only Fun, I mean, I could see what tough guys were trying to do. It was just, I kind of questioned the last pick Absol. Like I wanted it to work so badly. I think a lot of people want Absol to sort of be seen as more viable, but you're going up against Evolutions. You're going up against Eldegoss. You have so many Pokemon that go against everything that Absol is about, which is punishing weak early games. Evolutions do not have weak early games unless you can keep them as Eevees, and that didn't happen.
No, but you know, there's definitely a goal. There was definitely a very decent attempt, but I think you know that's why we have best of 3 series, right? The first round is usually there to really give you a good feel about things and how you're going to be able to adjust in that second game. That second game is of course the more crucial one here because this will decide whether they're going to be going home or still keeping themselves in this series itself. But then again, also they said that I'm very happy for you. Leafeon is still a very good initial priority bet. I think even in not just for East side, even for the Western side, UNA, everyone always bans out the Leafeon. Like it's without a doubt. Yeah, it's just too good.
It's too good.
I mean, sure, like maybe even when scaling to the late game, it may not be as great as the Glaceon for sure. But it's still it still has really great secures with the Solar Blade here.
Solar Blade, really great 1v1 potential with the Emerald 2-step. Yeah, it's just, there's a reason why Leafeon is banned. So I think this was a really good showcase of why Leafeon is just considered so strong that it occupies 50% of the time a ban slot. So I'm kind of thinking, you know, going into this next game, tough guys, unless they are comfortable enough to play the Leafeon and to actually go for that as first pick and give away Umbreon, because that's what's going to end up happening, right? The team that gets that first pick normally picks up that Umbreon, but it's either you ban that Leafeon or you're going to have to take it for yourself and deny it from Genkai.
It's that kind of thing where which one do you fear more? Do you fear the Genkai's Leafeon or do you fear the Genkai's Mimikyu? That kind of thing.
I think there's pros and cons. I do think Leafeon's probably a little bit more punishing.
I mean,
in
yeah,
that
of course,
early game.
from our point of view, from our stats and theories, we know Leafeon is definitely the priority band here. But, you know, from K2's point of view, it's just like, no.
All right, so we are going to go for a little bit of team trivia to learn a little bit more about our teams before we get ready for game number 2. So let's see what they have to say. So, our question of the day was, how was your team formed? And for only fun, no one wanted us, so we managed to form a team by ourselves. Wow.
What?
I don't believe this.
Yeah, I refuse.
I refuse to believe this. These players are too good to not be wanted.
I agree. I definitely agree. Oh man, that's unbelievable, man. Come on, you guys went to ACL and everything is really fantastic. Why no one wants you? I just don't understand it. I mean, okay, I'm not too sure about Rufus and Jalion, right? Not much intel coming out. But Genkai is solos? I mean, come on.
I mean, clearly these guys wanted to play with each other, so it's not like no one wanted to play with them. They wouldn't be playing. All right,
moving on.
Let's see how Tough Guys was formed. I love hearing some of these stories because I think they're hilarious.
Good history, yeah.
We wanted to gain more experience. Okay, so...
That's great.
I mean, I haven't really seen any of these guys really play recently.
Except
outside
for K2,
of just,
yeah.
Outside of that, a lot of them are new names, so it's really cool to see people actually competing, and even if it's a simple goal like wanting to gain more experience, maybe for them it's to get better and to get ready for next year. You know, sometimes you just gotta take a bit of a beating to get better.
And just for this Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers, we had 24 teams participating before we actually got our final top 8 here. So we have really great teams who are already coming to this, great talents, just like Genkai here. But of course, this is his base test on the games they have been playing so far, from upper bracket onto this lower bracket. And of course, Absol is one of the 30% bigger alongside with Aegislash.
Yeah, so going off of this, I believe Genkai has played Absol once, which was the first game in the upper bracket that they unfortunately lost. And then this was also the Aegislash game that we saw in our first lower bracket round with Only Fun. So it means Genkai, I believe he's played more or less almost a new Pokemon for every single round.
The thing is, it's very scary. It's actually very frightening to me, because if you think of it from another point of view, is that he hasn't really bring in any of his strongest picks so far. Hasn't really revealed or showcased it just. I mean, we know how it was last time, but what about currently at this current moment here? What about his Scyther plays, especially with the Scyther buff as well?
So let's have a look at Nothing to Say, because we are looking at both of the central laners here for these two teams. So Scyther has been a Nothing to Say favorite. So this does justify the Scyther ban in that first game. And then of course we do have the Absol pick as well. Different numbers between the two teams already. I mean, we saw average damage dealt by Genkai was 50,000.
Oh yeah.
And then for Nothing to Say, 32,000. I do believe it's probably gone down a little bit just because of that match that just happened, because it was a tough game for Nothing to Say. I do not envy the position that he was in at all. There was so many expectations for him for that first rotation, and to have a full 3-player wipe in that first rotation in the top lane, that really hurts not just the team in general, but definitely the ego and the confidence of your central laner.
I mean, it also hurts a little bit more, especially for the Mew player coming for the side for tough guys as well. It's a very high skill Pokemon at the same time, and when you don't have enough people to really set up for you or be your wall, to be your defender as well, to allow you to really comfortably snipe from a distance, and that just doesn't happen, it just really hurts a lot.
So game number 2. I would love to be in the same room or with the same Discord as Tough Guys, and just to listen and see what's the comms like. What's the comms like? How's the team emotionally, and also what are they sort of prioritizing for this next game? Like, are they coming up with a plan already? Are they considering bans? I'm pretty sure Leafeon's popped up in that discussion. 100%. Draft is ready, so we'll get a glimpse into how the team's sort of thinking here, but
let the Hoopa through.
Let the
Hoopa through.
I don't think the Hoopa would really fix much, because it wouldn't really slow down the momentum from Only Fun.
Yeah, but I just like to see Calamity playing Hoopa.
Also, I will point out Tough Guys is on the right side, so they're going to go for last pick. They don't want first pick. First pick is for Only Fun again.
Interesting.
What's the play? Gyarados and Scyther, same bans as that previous round, and Tough Guys banning Mew.
Interesting.
So they're leaving Leafeon and Mimikyu in the pool, so I guess they're saying Only Fun can have one of them and we're just going to take the other. So Genkai gets that Leafeon, is Nothing to Say going to pick up a Mimikyu here?
It's a really tough call, right? I can't think. Especially since they did switch it up because their initial ban was Mimikyu. Now they went for the Mew instead. So there is an option for Jaleon to actually pick up the Leafeon because it is something that Jaleon also has played Leafeon in the past as well. If you choose to go for it too. Not to say we have never seen Leafeon in the laning phase as well. We have seen it before. Really great shit, really annoying to deal with. But they still opt to go for the Slowbro. But this time with the difference of picking up the Espeon instead of the Mew here. I like this a little bit better. You got a lot more early game damage output, but of course Mimikyu comes into the mix. So does that mean Genkai Mimikyu?
I am so surprised that OnlyFun are getting both Leafeon and Mimikyu. So I'm not sure if Type Guys know this, but Solo is a monster Mimikyu player. And we've already seen Genkai's Leafeon. So giving away the Mimikyu, like what's the plan for Tough Guys? They're going to go for the Meowscarada and the Lucario. Okay, so a bit of a change up for their central laner and also getting the Espeon for themselves, but I don't know if you're going to win that top lane against Solo. I have seen this man play laning Mimikyu, and not a lot phases him.
You can be guaranteed that top lane would not be getting a lot of roaming potential from their central area. Sure, maybe if it gets too much, then probably he will come in, but it does not do as well compared to what the Leafeon or the Mimikyu can do. Big damage. Comfy, I'm actually pretty okay with this one, especially when you have a speedster. I thought the previous round Comfy with the Absol would be nice instead of the Blissey, but
I don't know if this is enough though, because you're dealing with an Umbreon and a Trevenant already. I don't think this is going to be enough, but okay, Comfey to, I guess, buff up Nothing to Say and hope you can outlast the damage coming from OnlyFun.
Or Lucario.
But, they swapped it. So Genkai's going central lane with the Mimikyu and Solo's going top lane Leafeon.
Oh yeah, Solo's also keep Leafeon, right.
They can interchange. It's really up to them what they want to do. But
it's so beautiful, right? When the team is able to just like be so flexible and versatile.
I'm so baffled that they got access to both. I feel like this should be illegal. They should have both. Oh my goodness. Look, if Tough Guys can somehow tough this out and sort of trick OnlyFun into playing both of these Pokemon, then okay, I can see the mind games happening.
Okay, the thing is, okay, I'm not trying to be bad or anything, but I just want to answer your question with a how. Because let's be honest, Mimikyu is the kind of Pokemon, especially if you go with Shadow Claw and Shadow Sneak, he's the kind of Pokemon where if he does at least some form of damage, at least brings you down to maybe 40% of your HP, as an attacker or a speedster,
Play rough has been the build. And I've seen play rough Mimikyus just like laugh at people.
I know.
Just like, now you see me, now you don't.
The combination on Mimikyu is pretty good. Play rough, Shadow Snake, Shadow Claw, but most importantly, if anyone gets down to 40% HP as an attacker or a speedster, his Unite move is pretty much becomes a delete button to all his Pokemon.
It's a scary Pokemon. I cannot believe they got access to both.
And it does,
Mimikyu and Leafeon, oh my gosh.
And Unstoppable doesn't apply to his Unite move as well. He literally removes you from the playing field.
I mean, what do you expect if you have a Mimikyu kind of eat you, man? Like, you're just gonna, you're just gone.
Technically, does he eat you or sit on you?
Well, we don't know what happens under there, so we'll kind of leave that up to Genkai, what he wants to do.
It must be something fun, right?
Sure. All right, so let's see how these lanes are going to go. So both teams are just going to leave their central laners to do as they please. And yeah, Tough Guys, bit of a different early game here for their Lucario, it seems. So he's actually able to get the stacks in, but it's a Leafeon lane. Yeah, you're going to have the support of the Comfey, but you got to make sure you don't run into those Solar Blades.
Yeah, and you can be dang sure that this Mimikyu is going to be rotated top very soon as well. Don't get me wrong, Meowscarada has been pretty great, but you do need that time to get that full evolution out first.
Yeah, and they also have to make sure, again, just don't walk into those Solar Blades. They could probably turn this around. It's just going to come down to some really fancy footwork by both of these sides. And so far, Seb, yes, your Lucario is doing a little bit of dive, but with the mean look there, sure, you may have Comfey, but sometimes the healing is just not enough.
How do you not walk into it when you have one of the few best setups, right? I mean, it's not a Rock Tomb, but Mean Look just does it just as well.
Yeah, Mean Look is so annoying to go up against. And yeah, Comfey, because it was on the Meowscarada, Lucario is just easy pickings for Solo. This top lane, I just don't foresee a very good future here for Tough Guys. I'm kind of hoping down bottom they are doing much better to sort of compensate for the fact that both teams are tri-laning up there at the moment.
Oh, bottom lane they should be definitely fine. Store power on the ESPN on outside with the Slowbro is going to be totally fine. They have better, definitely great secure, great focus. Delphox not really in that full evolution just yet, so it's totally fine. But top side, you lose your central area. There's a lot more EXP going to the sidelines here. Look at Leafeon, he's level 7 by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 2 levels ahead.
Solo just soloing the game and justifying his name and just getting away from the Lucario. They just don't have any way to catch that Leafeon. If they had a support that was able to sort of have that catch, it would set up for your attackers and your damage dealers on tough guys to go for that quick knockout on the Leafeon. Leafeon doesn't really have a great escape mechanism if you have a setup. It's just tough guys lineup. All of it, it's just on the go, improvise, pray some of your stuff lands. That's really what's happened, because you look at their team, like, what's the setup?
Oh, okay. Crossing out with the play rough there, trying to sustain as much as possible. He is playing on the point, but that's big damage coming from three Pokemon trainers here. We'll be able to secure it and come in with a Slowbro for a little bit of assistance here.
Here comes Solo though. Solo Blade lands
Oh
onto
no,
that
Mr.
Lucario. Mean Look is there as well. They can't go for the finish though. Solo
he
does
got
get the KO, but can he get away? No, the Meowscarada catches him, and they might go for the Umbreon as well. Great feat there from Rufus, actually able to walk on out of there. They have lost the Slowbro for tough guys, and they need to get out of there. Nothing to say. Thankfully, will survive for another day. But he really needs to take over those very small opportunities. You see somebody you can jump on, you better delete them once you jump in.
It's gotta be really crazy. And it's so scary when you have this multiple core lines up as well. When you take out one, you gotta make sure you get able to take the second one. Beautiful KOs as he was able to secure it as well. Not knowing anyone to really set things up, but they're able to secure the Regieleki here.
Oh,
And that's hot. First goal post here gets the second one. They did lose the opportunity on the Registeel, but they're still totally fine. They secured the first goal post and slowly making their way to the second one to get a couple of more points in. Trevor try to buy some time with the Wood Hammer here as well. Gets surf played. Mean Looks locks down Mr. Sepasol. Push back with the whole leash here. Any way for him to follow up, sadly not enough damage, but then again, gets spotted out by the Mimikyu. Dives into the mix, like I said, absolutely removed from the playing field. And both the Delphox and Leafeon, despite all this confrontation here, they are keeping up in the level game. I think so far, we haven't even seen much confrontation from the Delphox, and that's actually very horrifying, as he's getting so much EXP out of this.
Yeah, 2 level 10s for only fun, because they don't need to commit their full lineup. Yeah, they gave away the top objective, but you got the experience from that bottom Reggie. Big way to equalize those levels if you lose an objective. So for tough guys, like, yeah, things are not looking too bad, but they need to get some levels on some of their other core Pokemon. They need to make sure that Espeon is keeping up in experience, and Lucario as well. Lucario is just one of those Pokemon where he can be impactful, but he also needs to be able to keep up in those levels. Otherwise, he can feel squishy at times.
Oh, Genkai, and of course, our dear friend Umbreon, Rufus, back to back. Go into deep into enemy territory, but they're pretty confident they can actually try to melt someone away as long as it's not too many people, especially not as long as the Meowscarada is not within the vicinity here. But I love how they're really opening up the map, although right now there's really not much to really farm around so far in the central area.
The map is almost clean. Props to both of them. They've done a great job at cleaning up this map. We've only got 2 wild Pokemon spawns on the field, but now it might come down to a battle. Genkai scouting for the team Rufus as well. Really great offensive positions for Only Fun. And Fuzzy gonna sort of walk out for the team, and they are gonna reveal themselves by throwing down the Fire Spin on top of that Slowbro, and because they pushed him away from the team and you're running a combo, you don't have a reliable healer. Psychic Solaire does get popped, it doesn't really matter. 2 Pokemon have gone down on the side of Only Fun in exchange for an Espeon, but Solo's coming in, doing Mimikyu things, but he goes down though. Umbreon the next one to follow. It seems this might be the time for Only Fun to go down and tough guys to make the comeback happen.
Well done. Absolutely well done. They didn't take into account that the rest of the team was within the vicinity or nearby for the reinforcement. They thought they could try to melt Iron Fuzzy in time as they had their initial spot, but Lucario was actually there first to get all the initial intel here. They committed a little bit too much on Iron Fuzzy, and that's when they got into really great position to really get on top of all of these major players. So even Solo couldn't really get as much Solar Blade as he wanted out of that fight, because the Lucario was currently on his tail.
And the Slow Beam as well. One of the things that can throw people off sometimes playing against the Slowbro is he's a defender. He's incredibly tanky, but in particular when he uses that Slow Beam, he gets a big boost of shielding.
Oh, yes.
Teams that think they can delete that Slowbro, think again. He's going to actually waste your time. And because of that, the fact that Only Fun focused down the Slowbro so hard, they didn't leave anything in the tank to retaliate when tough guys actually jumped onto the attackers of Only Fun.
It was really great.
Yeah,
Really
so
good time.
sure,
Russell.
they did a lot of damage to that Slowbro, but at the end of the day, the Slowbro, the only threat he is slow beaming one of your teammates. Other than that, he's not really that much of an issue for a team that's so mobile.
Oh. Slowly trying to melt it down. Reggie Leckie's getting
Last
down low.
hits.
He's charging. He's
Oh,
waiting for it.
Oh,
They were waiting it out there. But then again, Milo was able to lock down the conflict. He's trying to get as much use on top of the
Nothing to
Masquerade as well.
say.
He's trying to run
He's
for
caught.
it. He's caught with the Milo into the fire spin, and the fire blast will seal his fate. Combi on the other hand, Hoshi, no way for him to run, my friend. Adios, amigos. And the rest of the squad, they did manage to secure the Reggie Leckie, but couldn't really get much out of it.
Yeah, not even committing the Unite on the Comfey, so just saying, okay guys, we got the Reggie Alecki,
Yep.
we're kind of done. So let's just go down, say like Unite, get ready for Rayquaza. That's about to hit that field in 30 seconds. And in 10 seconds, we do have a Reggie spawning. And I'm kind of wondering if anyone's going to be able to snipe that. Because OnlyFun are kind of in position. They're going towards it. Oh my gosh, if OnlyFun gets this for free, this is criminal. And it's a Reggie Rock as well, so you get a defensive bonus.
Much needed as well when you have so many of this. Many of these Pokemon is able to get really into your range as well, and you're not really the most tankiest when you're a speedster and or an as an attacker as well. But good coverage. They did get the buff much needed as well, right from the Rayquaza. They do have all
Hang
the
on,
Unite moves as
Umbreon
well.
has just walked into an entire team.
Hold on, we can't see it though.
Oh, had to use the Unite. Baited the Unite use, so no Umbreon Unite for this upcoming Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt quite a bit. But I don't think that's really gonna stop them at any point of time here. Great slow beat. Actually, actually not slow beat. Actually goes for the pullback with Rufus as well.
Oh.
Telekinesis. Did manage to get on top of the Bro and try to melt him down as much as possible. Saki Solaire locks him down. They did manage to commit the slow beat on top of the Trevor. Not really exactly who you really wanted to go for as well. And instantly now with full confidence, no way to hold down the speedsters. They dive right into the rest of the squad and literally melting them away. K2 running for his life, but for how long? Genkai is on your tail and will secure it. Sorry, brother, sibling rivalry. He will take the win.
Oh, tough guys. They thought they had the opening, but instead they got baited into OnlyFun. And the fact that the slow beam was committed onto the Trevenant, it was there just to keep him in place. Everyone else was free to do whatever they wanted at the bottom of that lane. Oh my gosh.
You know, it feels so much like deja vu to like what happened at the Reggie fight initially as well. When they committed for the slow bro, they did it the exact same thing when they committed on the Umbreon as well. Oh man.
So close for tough guys. Almost bringing it to a game number 3, but it was just that one last fight. And with no Rayquaza left and being behind at almost 500 points, this is going to be a really tough ask for tough guys to somehow bring this to a game 3 and to score 500 points. So for OnlyFun, I think at this point the team is now thinking, all right, next matchup. How do we prepare for this next game? Because remember, folks, we are still in the lower bracket.
Oh, yes.
All teams competing in the lower bracket only have one life. Lose a series down here, you are out of the competition, out of the running to play at Worlds.
It's so much pressure on the line. I mean, it's already pressuring as it is when you're in the lower bracket, but it gets even worse when you think about the teams that's going to be in your way, in your path towards to go to Honolulu here. So really, it's really sweating stuff. But honestly, that game was definitely. I mean, besides, the score line doesn't explain too much here, but that game was definitely a lot more better compared to the first one. I felt like there was a lot more bounce back potential as well. They were able to catch them in terms of levels. They were able to even out a lot of these fights as well. Even putting a little bit of pressure on Solo and how he really wanted to engage back the fight with the existence of the slow beam coming from I'm Fuzzy with the slow bro.
I actually think of Rufus. The fact that he was able to get out scot-free when we didn't see it on the screen. I saw it on the map and I saw his health bar almost getting knocked out, walking into practically the entire team of tough guys in the bush in that top lane. If he got knocked out there, we would be looking at a completely different fight.
Oh,
that
yes.
4v5, and tough guys had all of their Unite still.
Yeah.
So thank goodness Rufus actually committed his Unite to keep himself up and to eventually bait tough guys into OnlyFun, because they committed for Rufus, right? They knew he had no Unite moves, so they thought, okay, we can get rid of Rufus now, and then we can take over the fight. But if you play like that, OnlyFun knew that was going to happen. They knew that this Umbreon was going to be a target, and they capitalized on it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether was it like its presence itself coming from both Rufus or RK in that very last moment, or is it the fact that Tough Guys just decided that like maybe we can try to melt this 2 before the rest of the team comes in, because like remember the position come from the lower part of the map, not a lot of intel on the rest of the positioning of the rest of the team as well. They only had their eyes on both RK and Rufus. They were pretty deep into their lines as well. So I think not sure whether they just decided like let's just come in and melt these 2 tankers, or was just more like Rufus and RK were just being such a nuisance that they just decided like we have to just take these guys out.
Yeah, I mean, Unite 101, ideally you don't target the defenders because that's the defenders doing their job.
True.
So, but it was just, like, again, it was a very tough game for Tough Guys, but they did tough it out. And I feel like I kind of want to think here, like, did they maybe get a little bit too excited when they saw Rufus and they felt like, hey guys, this is like the thing that's going to set things up for us. And then they just got a little bit too excited.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that because I wasn't too sure about it as well.
It kind of felt like it. Because
right?
I think some other teams, they see that, they would have probably looked for a different opportunity because they didn't get that initial pick. So, who knows? We don't get this like intel on the team, so it's just like a bit of a feeling with how something sort of happened here. But this was the one fight that really went in favor for Tough Guys.
Yeah, the Psychic Solar positioning was also fantastic. So as he knocked all 3 back and clustered them towards that wall side, so that allowed it to just amplify any more AoE damage as well.
Yeah. I mean, you want the team to group up if you're playing with an Espeon, right? Catch them all with the Psychic Solar, set up for that Meowscarada. A much better game for nothing to say. He did get support from a Comfey as well. Really sort of doing whatever he can, but this was really the fight, right? They tried to go for Rufus. They even committed the Meowscarada Unite, and because Meowscarada was so far forward, it was just go time, right? I mean, you can see there, Mimikyu just going for the instant KO onto the Lucario, just straight Unite. And without Lucario, it just leaves Meowscarada. Espeon, I think K2 did the best that he could, but once the threat of that Psychic Solaire is gone, I actually don't think that the Espeon is really that scary anymore, because you don't have your frontliners to protect it.
Correct. And he was also very dependent on the Slowbro to really try to lock things down. So with no Slowbro, no Psychic Solare, it's pretty much out of the picture. And what's to make matters worse, Mr. Sepp, who was playing the Lucario, was also picked up on the sidelines by courtesy of the Delphox here. I think that was just pretty much a clear sign, like, alright guys, we gotta fall back. We gotta back out, man. There's just no way they can really turn this fight around here.
So what's going to end up happening is only fun. We'll be proceeding through the lower bracket, but unfortunately we will have to say goodbye to Tough Guys, but we might see them again in the last chance qualifiers. They still have that second chance, so for anyone that does get eliminated today, sign up for the last chance qualifier. You still have an opportunity to qualify to play at the World Championships. But Mr. Leonard, I know you're an expert when it comes to our amazing segment where you draw with the casters and sort of take a look at what really happened in those
you draw the best among us.
I draw the best arrows. That's all I do.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, currently we have the clip for the side here, and this is the fight actually before the pit, before the Rayquaza pit here. So do take into account of what ability was available. Remember, Umbreon are coming in from Rufus here. They already had the Unite move. He, like what Danny mentioned earlier as well, he had committed the Unite move earlier when he actually walked into a whole group of Tough Guys as well. Got out of it, but he did have to commit the Unite move. So already lacking in this scenario, they're pretty much not only in this 5v5, but we want Unite move down. Do take into account as well the positioning coming from the Mimikyu as well. Very far out. There's not a lot of intel coming in from the side here for Tough Guys. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly play on this and then quick pause. So out of this confrontation, what is the intel that we can get from their point of view? Because their point of view is pretty much similar to our point of view. They are having eyes on Rufus. They have eyes on RK. But look at Solo, still well hidden. Mimikyu, still well positioned and hidden. Same for the Delphox, who's pretty much very far away from here. Probably maybe at this side here, but I'm not sure whether they spot him just yet. So with this intel in mind, already pressured out to see if they can try to melt out our dear friend Rufus as quickly as possible here. So once again, we'll play the clip. And instantly, the grand reveal. Instantly, Rufus was still able to get out of it. He drops the mean look to stop Ivazi to try to get any closer, and alongside with Mr. Sepp. And now the reveal of Solos. Solo comes in the mix as well. Mimikyu is still hidden. Everyone still has no idea where is this Mimikyu. So once more, we'll keep playing the clip. Moving forward, I love the catch. Okay, gonna do a quick pause here, right? So instantly, now they have an eyes on a Phantom Forest, already usage of a Phantom Forest Traveler who is very tanky here at the same time. Psychic Solar. Psychic Solar is also really in prime position to try to isolate Genkai. But where is Mr. Sepp and nothing to say? They're very far from the rest of the squad, and I think now with this highlight, Danny, I think we can solely figure out like why Fuzzy actually committed the slow beam here. He's actually not really having the best of health. I think he just decided to commit the Unite move in the case of just in case he was not able to utilize it in this entire
There was
fight.
actually one more thing that I kind of want to point out.
Yeah.
So Fuzzy unfortunately ejected after he got mean looked as well earlier.
Yes.
So he did, if he had access to that eject button, he may have been able to actually reach out and catch out Genkai
Correct.
or Solo in that bottom
position.
lane. So
Yeah.
because of that, no mobility, forced to use it on the Trevenant, which was very unfortunate. So
Yes.
things, like again, things could have been different. It was just execution
Yeah.
for a lot of these fights.
And the worst part about it, just nicely timed as Genkai spot the slow beam on the Trevenant, and eject button comes through, commits the play rough right on top, already of a very low HP Lucario by Mr. Sepp. And as we all have discussed before, anyone who's an attacker or a speedster less or at least 40% of HP is instantly gonna get deleted by the Mimikyu here. So instantly he tried to do his attempt to try to get out of it, pops the Unite moves, but that's pretty much it. You lose Mr. Sepp. There's no more Unite moves, there's no more Psychic Solar to try to displace them.
Slowbro is almost down too.
Everyone's gone. And
you're running a Comfey as well. Comfey, this is probably one of the worst situations to be a Comfey. You would love to be a Clefable. You would be able to heal multiple Pokemon at once. Even a Blissey would be able to sustainably heal all these Pokemon.
Correct.
But yeah, Comfey has to stay on Nothing to Say. Otherwise, Nothing to Say has no chance. And even then, you catch him, you pop him, and you pop them both.
Yeah, I think this is also one of the few problems that most teams also tend to face in this competition when you're facing with multiple core lineups, right? There's just too many prime targets for the team to really focus on, right? Like you would think like, okay, in some cases I remember in the past where we will only picture like, okay, Glaceon is only the main damage dealer, or the Inteleon is the main damage dealer, right? But now suddenly as Pokemon Unite evolves over the years, we start seeing like, hey, it's not just the Inteleon, Zoroark is also a dangerous person. Gyarados, Boswell, we've seen Boswell before the patch came in. He was also such a massive threat, something that you just can't tend to forget. And I think it's the same scenario for this game where it's not just the Leafeon, the Mimikyu was a problem. The Delphox also was a problem. And they don't have a lot of very massive AoE Unite moves to really teamfight Unite moves to really combat all this kind of Pokemon as well. So it was really a tough game, but nonetheless, I think they really did a good job in this second game coming from tough guys. Really toughen it up.
I mean, definitely toughed it through. So, only fun. We'll be proceeding through the lower bracket. And let's actually have a look at the brackets to see what's happened in the upper bracket, because those matches have been ongoing as well. And we are going to solidify our upper bracket final, which is going to be Team MYS playing up against Okie Dogie. We are going to watch that match. That's going to be a very exciting one. I know a lot of people are going to be very keen to see this matchup. But what's happened in the lower bracket, you say? So, of course, Only Fun getting a 2-0 going through in the lower bracket. And it looks like we are still waiting for the result of No Practice versus Dark Origin. Now, those are going to be the results for now. I am going to be welcoming back my wonderful partner for this next up-and-coming game, which is none other than Mr. Professor Flavor, who is a professor in the Pokemon world. Welcome back.
Hello, hi, and welcome back. And of course, it's great to actually join by the all beautiful Dana Lee, as what Leonard mentioned earlier. He didn't say nothing about me, but yeah,
Wow.
he just called you beautiful.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit sore about all
Jeez,
that. Yep.
okay.
But yeah, so I saw that we just concluded a very interesting series over here. But so far, Danny, it has been clean series throughout the whole day.
I mean, if you're in the lower bracket, you have to have a clean series, right?
Oh,
So you don't have a choice.
I'm guessing so as well. Was expecting a little bit of fight, probably a full series happening, but so far everything has been 2-0 across the whole way, and we've done with at least three lower bracket matches so far, and we're finally back again to the upper bracket, which we have not done at all throughout the whole day over here.
Yes, so speaking of the upper bracket Flavor, upper bracket winners final. So the winner of the matchup is going straight to the grand finals. Now,
Oh, yeah.
obviously, everyone knows everyone knows who's one of them, right? They know it's MYS. But who's Okie Dokie? You know, that's what everyone is wondering here. And let's introduce our two teams. Flavor, I'll let you kick things off here with Team MYS.
Oh yeah, so starting with the MYS, they're going to be on the purple side, starting off with Yang, Yemu, HT, Nightmare Foxy, and Rebongs. And it's very nice to see. I believe that all of them are very familiar names. Nice to see HTs being the new addition to Team MYS and remaining in that up to now.
Yes, and Rebongs has come back into the roster. So
oh
I
yeah,
think
welcome back.
And then, of course, let's introduce very quickly Okie Dokie. We have Barber, JH, Cyan Renegade, Chani, and Gnarled Win. I think that's how you pronounce it. If it's wrong, please let me know.
It's either that or probably you'll get a tweet later on to say, hey.
I might get a very angry DM.
Yeah, getting angry DMs all day.
It's okay.
But
That's how you learn your lessons.
I'm pretty sure we talked a lot about Team MYS, despite Team MYS not even competing yet, even before this.
Okay, hold on. They
but-
did compete. It's just we haven't seen.
Yeah,
their
we haven't
games.
seen them yet. I mean, we haven't.
I'm gonna have to make a complaint here. Okay, who's letting MYS play Gyarados? Because I think that itself is criminal.
75%.
How is this Pokemon going through?
It's not like 25. It's like 75%, meaning that most of the games they allowed MYS to actually grab their hands on the Gyarados to be played. And remember that they have not lost a single match in any of the series, meaning that they won all the games when they utilized the Gyarados there.
Yeah. So both of these teams have won every single game today.
Yep.
So
all 2-0s all the way.
all 2-0s. I'm on it. Look, I'm surprised Mimikyu and Gyarados are here to begin with. I feel like these two should be permabanned, but you know, things happen.
It's either that or people were like, Team MYS Gyarados, we can handle them.
But Okie Dokie, I kind of want to see what Okie Dokie have actually picked. Oh, apparently. Okay, so we just got an update. We unfortunately do not have stats for Okie Dokie. So we're going in, the viewers, the casters, everyone here spectating
We're going
this
blind.
match. We're going in blind. I think
Oh yeah.
this is
We're just gonna basically whatever you're saying is
Improvise.
improvise, and we just whatever you see is whatever we see for the first time. Anyways, for them as well. But of course, that is it could be an advantage for them as Team MYS doesn't have much information to them, and the thing is, a lot of people know MYS well enough to a certain level. So could this be the element of surprise that Okie Dokie could bring and make it into a win for themselves here?
the draft is ready. So let's see what Okie Dokie decide to pick. What do they decide to ban? What is MYS banning nowadays?
Oh,
and
they banned it.
Blaziken is one of the bans. Okay, this is highly unexpected, but
Is it really a prior ban?
It
Is there
could- it
particularly good reason for them to issue ban?
I'm just looking at the Blaziken. This looks like a particular player ban because normally you don't ban Blaziken
Exactly.
unless there's a player that does specialize.
There
in it. So
is
very
someone
likely.
out there in Okie Dokie who's just a master Blaziken player out there. But Danny, interesting enough, Umbreon and Mew are being banned, meaning that Gyarados is going to be let off, but they're going to go on with the Leafeon first. Would this be an opportunity for Okie Dokie to actually get some hot Pokemons on their end here for the first two picks?
Like, I can understand the Trevenant for sure. You know, this is a really popular pick. Blastoise, I'm quite surprised this is not being prioritized. Buzzwole.
They are running Buzzwole.
Buzzwole, welcome back, buddy. I know some people are not going to be happy about this, but Buzzwole took a pretty big hit in one of the latest updates. So I'm really keen to see how Cyan is going to pilot this Buzzwole. Are we going to feel the effects of the change?
SmackDown
Maybe
really
he
gonna
just really
hurt.
likes Buzzwole and he's just a really good Buzzwole main. He's like, bruh, nerfs don't mean a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah, no problem over here.
Yeah. But none of the late game is being chosen so far. Right, Mimikyu's sneaking on through. I know Leafeon's already been picked by HT. We don't normally see top laners on the side of MYS go for Mimikyu unless really needed. So maybe something for them to consider for another game, or maybe they don't care. There are going to be other options, but Gyarados is still available if someone wants to go for it, but I feel like they've picked the Buzzwole to tell MYS, you go for a top lane
Ooh.
Gyarados, we
Okay.
have a Buzzwole, so you can't really do that.
So I'm guessing that having that comfy over there, he could be lashing on to the Buzzwole here for him to actually do wonders. You can actually slightly sustain over, like, so if you go with Buzzwole up against a Scyther, don't think this is going to be Caesar because I don't see MYS running Caesar. They usually run Scythers anyways.
I love this swap actually because they're highlighting this Dodrio. So they're going to give the Leafeon to Foxy because I've never seen Foxy play Dodrio before. So they're going to swap
Unless we're waiting for a prep phase to see if really feel Foxy's a bit.
Foxy, I've never seen this man play Dodrio. If he does, it'll be a first for me. So, but Zoro, this makes the Comfey pick totally understandable.
Fane, Zoroark. Okay, so it's Comfey with Zoroark. It could be Comfey with Zoroark. At one point, it could be Comfey with Buzzwole. So you have a little bit sustained, so you don't get cleared out easily. So you're up against some hyper attackers over here, Scyther, Dodrio. So you got to be careful.
We should ignore all that because we've got a Sableye on the field. Okay, I don't know how we did. He's invisible. I guess Flavor didn't know.
The last time I saw Team MYS playing Sableye, I think it was during the ACL. It was insane, and they play mean Sableye.
This forces Okidogi to. This basically forces Channy to go into the central lane with Zoro.
Yeah.
Like they have to clear this together before Yang ends up being an issue. Unless they do the cool thing, I know some teams they do like to go for the split, so they'll actually give one of the large Pokemon to the Sylveon to get Sylveon to that level 4.
Real quick, just at the start, yeah.
Yeah, and then to be annoying in lane. Sylveon, if you do give that buff, absolutely annoying. So lots of options on the side of MYS. But also a lot of options for Okidogi. I'm actually really excited about this game.
Oh yeah, I think this is something else. And of course, you're looking at the upper bracket finals, and you're definitely going to be getting yourself a treat over here. Even for us, I think we're definitely excited to see which one of these two teams will be making it to the grand finals. I'm actually... Of course, I've seen a lot of MYS games before this. We all have, but I'm just excited to see how well Okidogi goes up against them. Probably we'll get surprised ourselves by having a win for them. We'll see.
Now, I'm just taking a look at this. So we are probably going to get a Scizor for that top lane for MYS. Yeah, because they're sending Scyther up top.
Okay.
So Scyther going up top, very likely going to be the Scizor. Their frontliner, going to be an absolute pain. And look at this. Already, we are trying to see a split here, but if the Sableye gets the steal, that would be huge. But it looks like the Eevee was able to get that last hit in, so no steals for that Sableye at all. But this does leave the Zoroark a little vulnerable here because he's stuck at level 4.
Yeah, just for a short while at this moment. So I guess this much pressure is very much expected over here. They got the right, I guess, so they decide to actually run 2 on the central so they can clear it real quick before that naughty little Sableye actually makes his way to actually try to snatch out anyone. But of course, right now, everybody's returning back to the respective lanes. We do a small rotation coming in from Doduo. Hopefully not the same Doduo game we saw as the one previously, which was just insane.
We're looking at HT here, okay?
Oh yeah,
he's a different breed.
He's at 5 already by the 1 minute, yeah.
And he also gets a central area, so he has experience.
Oh yeah. He's not gonna punish. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but meanwhile, I guess things are looking a little bit dicey. But here, right at the time, did manage to eject, but quite unfortunate, not enough to actually make him to put himself into safety. Gets cleared off in the hands of this Scyther at the top lane, which is currently at level 5, together with the rest of the team members, except for Sableye.
Oh, but they're going to try and go for the chase here with the Zoro, but can they actually catch anybody here? Now, this is not a Solar Blade Leaf here, this is actually Razor Leaf, so Foxy will be going down. Unfortunate for him, the buff going to be given back to the Zoro there, and actually, Yamu just going to play Scythers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I don't even know what this team plays anymore.
Very rare to actually see a Scizor, but the thing is, it could be option 2.
OC plays Scizor, so I do think someone probably considers it sometime. But Yamu's like, I got a free lane, I'm just going to play Scyther.
Yeah, it's like... but they have ran this in ACL before as well. Yeah, but I'm very curious to see how well this Zoroark actually plays in this game. It does have a Comfey on him as well, so it's going to be something interesting. Buzzwole once again in that. If it's not in the hands of the Scyther, it's going to be hands off the Leafeon here from the side of Team MYS. And MYS are currently leading 69, make that 78-2 in terms of points here at 7 minutes and 39 seconds into the game.
Man, MYS are playing this game really quick, and Okidogi are struggling to keep up. They're trying to do their best to keep up with the rotations, with their Zoro, with the rotations, but Pokemon are just not coming in quick enough. They're actually being knocked out way too fast, and Foxy's stealing a berry away and should be able to jump out of there. Oh my gosh, Okidogi couldn't even get a punish. But look, they found the Sylveon JH, a 3 knockout.
This is very MYS. It's very fast tempo. If they're leading, they're just going to keep snowballing to a point where the enemy team is going to be struggling unless they find a really good scenario for them to actually come back from, which is going to be very, very tough. MYS will try to make a distance in terms of levels that they have from their end, but this could be an opportunity for Okidogi that they're looking for. They are trying to go in for the Regieleki attempt here at the top lane, but here comes a rotation from Team MYS. Scyther together with Yang is coming here as well, but Yang, currently in trouble, getting sliced and dice here. It happened not win. Oh, but the Comfy and the Zoroark as well. And here comes the Regieleki for the side of Okidogi, Danny.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, for MYS. They did get the Regice down bottom thanks to Foxy, who was able to get the solo off. So they do get the experience. Yeah, they might be losing their goal zone here, but maybe they don't worry about it too much. They're still scoring points. They still have a level lead. So even though Okidogi was able to get the objective, they need more out of this. They need more experience. They need to slow down the snowball from MYS, because MYS, the whole point of this comp is to snowball from the get-go and to literally run away with it. Their entire lineup is just full of very fast Pokemon.
Rock Tomb stopping Sylveon from actually making the form of mistake. If an inject couldn't save him over there as well. And also, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade-off as Team MYS loses out their Sableye. Zoroark tried going for a pursue, not really. Decides to let that guy go. Oof, 1-to-1 trade-off. But the thing, talking about the recent encounters happening on top lane of Regieleki, I guess Okidogi is going to take any kind of wins they can actually grab here in this game. It's not going to be that easy, especially going up against Team MYS. Any small victories is considered victory for them.
Any small victory. I would ideally prefer if they tried to go for the bottom Regis, though. You really need that experience.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, Regieleki is great for pushing.
Experience.
But pushing into MYS, like, they are playing so fast that you are stuck on your side of the map. Yeah, you can break the tier 1 goal zone, but are you going to go beyond that?
Yeah.
Or are you stuck on your side of the map?
You're also losing out map control at the same time as well. Look at that. Team MYS is currently planting their foot here on the side of Team Okidogi instead. They forgot that they have their own wild Pokemon area on the left side, and they're just here farming for themselves. Look at this pressure coming on from the Sableye.
They're so scared. Look at the positioning for Okidogi. Like, they're all staying together.
Why is the game so quiet?
No, the game is quiet because
I didn't hear anything.
Okidogi cannot go anywhere, because if they get spotted, they just get bursted down. Like, there's a Leafeon, there's a Dodrio, there's a Scyther, there's everything under the sun that can bring you from 100 to 0. And look how quickly the objective goes down. Matter of seconds, and Regieleki is gone. But look at this, though, Zoro. Oh, they don't get the connection there onto HT, just dashing into the top side of that lane, hoping that they would chase, but safe play there from Okidogi. Thankfully, Zoro did not try to go and pursue. He wants his buff, though. He just doesn't want to have that stolen. He will try to zone away the Dodrio. Does he actually get the buff in the meantime, though? Unite coming in from that Sylveon to do quite a bit of damage. They will lose the Sableye, though, and they don't continue with the chase. They just let the Crustle. The Fate attacks are causing quite a bit of issues here. Crustle wanting to run away. Rebongs needs to escape, but I think he's going to go down. Give some more experience away.
It's just time waster.
Oh, the Emerald Tree Step! Oh, he gets out of there, but walks right back into it.
Oh, that's a huge win from Team MYS. Okidogi managed to actually get a Crustle, but at what cost, Danny? They lost the Zoroark and the Comfy at the same time. So 2-for-1 combo here happening at the central area. And the score gap is 286 up against 108. 178 points citing towards Team MYS at this current moment, and they're getting this buff over and over again for Team MYS, which is something that Okidogi wants.
It's not just the buffs, it's also the experience. Like, the bottom Regis, when you're behind, that experience is so crucial. Sure, you can try and go for those knockouts, but knockouts on Pokemon aren't as reliable as trying to go for something like that the bottom Regis. The stat buffs, attack, defense buffs, so big. Yeah, Regice is mostly just there for experience. Zoro can't afford to go down. Zoro needs to go for those quick little grabs, try to just get that level 13. If you can get level 14 before Ray, that would be ideal. But the rest of the team is going into utility mode. They have to somehow enable that Zoro, but not like this if you're going to lose your Buzzwole.
Buzzwole melted down here between 3 Pokemons on the side of Team MYS, but right now, not in a comfortable enough lead here for Team MYS. Okidogi most definitely is going to be looking for an opportunity to actually clear out that Rayquaza at the 2-minute mark over here, and with hopes that they're able to get it and score some points in the face of Team MYS. Meanwhile, top lane is going to be the focus here. It's going to be Scyther together with the Crustle. 2-man movement for Team MYS, clearing out the Regieleki is making its way through the top lane, and of course, waiting for 22 more seconds before Rayquaza appears here at the central area, and it seems that the team members of Team MYS are already in position over here, and all they have to do is screen out the team members of Okidogi, and at the same time as well, make sure that they cover the areas, the top and the bottom lanes, from any naughty and sneaky scoring attempts from Team Okidogi.
Yang giving some vital information to his teammates, scouting out where these players from Okidogi are, what potential paths they could take. The fact that he's able to give this information, the vision, it's so key for the way that MYS are playing their lineup. Go in, pop somebody, and just get out. And that's what vision does for the team, sets everything up. Now they do get the Trevenant. Zora's going to try and go for that blue buff very quickly, but look at that Trevenant though. Down to half health already. They did manage to spot out the Leafeon, but luckily for Foxy, nothing catches him. So just zips on out of there. Such a fine line from both teams. Anybody could get knocked out here.
Loads of poking coming out from Team MYS at this current moment, which forces Trevenant to keep him back to the Pokemon Center as he's going to be jumping back into the fray over here. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Still a bit of time. And, look at that rock tomb going on, but it's not going to Oh no, Buzzwole! Might not be a great idea for him to jump in as well. Here comes Pokémon UNITE from the Trevenant as well, but not being able to actually do much. Here's a 1-to-1 trade-off. They got the Dodrio for the Buzzwole together with the Sable Eye, making it a 4v3 situation, sliding towards Okidogi at this current moment. Will this be good enough for them to actually go? They're going to go in for the crossel right here. Rebounds, trying to control as much as he can, and he's going to go down. That's 3 men down here from Team MYS.
Oh boy, Okie dokie, they have their full lineup here ready to go, but it's going to come down to Yamu and that Sableye. The Unite doesn't connect, nobody's going to go home. Yamu, what's the play? Are you going to try and go for the steal? Can they get the final hit? Zora gets the last hit. They actually managed to get the grab onto Yamu as well. The points are going to go in favor of Okie dokie. There's even points on the pad as well. 100 points, instant scores. Okie dokie winning off of that Rayquaza. MYS, they couldn't afford to get caught. And in the moment where they needed it the most, they got caught.
Oh wow, I thought that was already huge that Team MYS was able to actually melt that Buzzwole during that jump, but that's not going to be enough. Okidoki manages to actually make it a turnaround over here on the last minute here in this game, number 1, and making it a victory for the team in this best of 3 finals. 3 series in this upper bracket finals. Danny, what a turnaround here by Okidoki.
Jeez, I don't know what to say. That end game was crazy. And it happened so fast as well.
Trust in the late game.
Trust in the late game. Maybe Buzzwole was the bait. They say, all right, you can have Cyan.
Part of the plan. It was part of the plan. Buzzwole jumping in there.
We need you to scout them. Goes in 1 second. All right, they're there.
They're there, guys. They're there. How'd you know? Because I jumped it.
It was a really hard game though, because again, the vision was in favor of MYS. Like Yang did a great job just spotting for Yamu, Foxy, and HT. Like once you see somebody isolated and alone, the whole team, everyone on their team is so fast. They can go in, get the knockout, and just
they can
get out.
disengage. Yeah, very easy as well.
But for Okidoki, like for them to succeed, and we saw it in that moment as well, they want a full 5-on-5 team fight. They want everyone to be in one space. They don't want to let MYS just go in, get the pick off, and run off. So because it might seem silly, that the Buzzwole just went in when you probably know that everyone's in that bush, but they needed to know where everyone was.
That was the only way for him to scout. He had to jump.
I mean, who else you send?
Yeah, exactly.
You're sending Channy? No.
There's no one in there who can actually make an entry. The thing is, Trevenant is actually somewhere nearby where he got blocked by the Rock Tomb.
But the thing is, I don't think you can even let Baba go in as well, because you need him to throw the Phantom Forest.
Yeah, he needs to actually be there to actually do something about it as well.
So if Baba went in, got caught, and got insta-KO'd, you've lost your counter-initiating measure in the Phantom Forest.
So big brain, you have to throw in your Buzzwole over there to get knocked out. For the sake for the win. So MVP Cyan Renegade. Cyan,
no, I'm not joking. I do think Cyan was literally the reason why that team won.
Imagine him listening to this and like, oh yeah, I truly did that. Yeah, that was all me.
I think so.
But Danny, we have to highlight this. What a turnaround! MYS was holding on to this game. They were leading from early game to mid game, all the way even to late game. But at the last minute, it was a big turnaround over here by Okidoki, and basically it changed the whole tide of the whole game and making it a victory for them. So there was no chance for Team MYS. They realized that they were not able to actually do any form of scoring from their end as well. The thing is, if they didn't get knocked out and they had points in hand, they could actually go to the other side and go for scoring.
They could have backcapped.
Yeah, but they couldn't because they lost all the points by getting knocked out by the enemy.
Look at the jump coming in. Okie dokie, looking okie dokie here. My goodness.
Perfect run so far, Okidoki, but MYS, here at the upper bracket grand finals, they know that their journey towards the grand finals is not going to be that easy, and it might just get stopped here by Okie Dokie.
It might get stopped, or this is when Team MYS might start to turn the flames up a little bit, because let's be realistic. This is not a composition that you typically see from MYS.
Oh, yeah.
They know how to play standard. They can play a little bit crazy. We are seeing one of their crazier drafts in this particular matchup. I think a lot of people in Malaysia, Singapore in particular, are very familiar of their defender, like all defender composition. That is also something that this team likes to run. So I'm expecting next game. We have to remember as well, folks, a ticket to Worlds, a fully paid ticket, a fully funded trip, and $15,000 is on the line here. So MYS, maybe they tried to go for a bit of a cheese strat in game number 1, didn't work out. They're gonna have to just put the pedal to the metal. They have to try hard now.
Yeah, that's for sure. And of course, by being here, if you actually make it to the grand finals, you secure at least a minimum of 7,500 USD by just being there, being second place at minimum. All right. Before all that, Danny, let's have a look at some of the highlights here from the game itself. Now we do see here Team MYS. They are just snowballing, and this is definitely the tempo of game that they definitely love, especially when they are actually in the lead here in terms of levels, in terms of winning every single team fight they can actually get their hands on over here. I really love this this Zorwar. He's still able to actually make something despite his team losing out a lot in most of the team fights that actually happened before all this. Yeah, very persistent Zorwar as well, and plus he does have his comp together with this. Quite unfortunate this particular situation where they actually lost both himself and the comp.
This was the play.
Oh
They
yeah,
just went in. They were like, right guys, it's time to go in. It happened so fast. Just so fast. I think anyone that watched that the first time round would have just barely caught on onto what happened. And if you're on YouTube, I promise you, everyone had to rewind and watch everything back at like 0.25 speed to even see what really happened.
Yeah, especially on the part, because you need to remember when Buzzwell jumped in, you expanded a lot of the skills coming up from the opponent's side, which means that they are still on cooldown, which enables your teammates to actually do a lot of stuff by the time they actually land. Yeah, so that's going to be quite interesting. Oh, but it seems that our production team does have it on our illustrator over here.
We have to watch it in slow motion.
Yeah, we have to watch it in slow motion. We all have to, because I'm very sure that we all kind of missed out on it as well. So it's best to just admit to all this and just see what has actually transpired, all right? So here for clip number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at... So it was actually 1 minute and 16 seconds here in the game. During this period of time...
Watch the Buzzwell.
Oh, remember, guys, okay, if you guys are wondering, this is actually when we're actually at the lower right side. So basically, he's going to be making this jump over here, all right? So Buzzwell is going to be one of the main attention. We're going to try to make it as slow as possible. So he jumps in. Oh, man, this guy's superhero. Right, look at this. So 5 team members, basically all the team members in MYS are all here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Buzzwell is the only guy here. Travener has already made his entry over here already because the Rock Tomb coming on from the Crustle. So the team members over here and behind. Remember, Zorwar and the Sylveon is on standby. Where is that other guy? Oh yeah, Comfy's here. Yeah, that's 2 guys. I was like, we're missing one.
But just look at the position though. Like you have Barber, the Trevenant, perfect position to throw full Phantom Forest in that bush if he really wants to.
Is this?
And also look at Naldwin. He jumps in. They know where everyone is now, so it's time for them to go in.
Oh yeah, they tried to run. So all this running, right? So as Danny mentioned, this is the best time for them to actually expand on this. Smart Reciter, because he knew that everybody was too close, guys. We need to separate ourselves. So he quickly ran over here to actually make an escape. If not, he's going to be in a very, very bad position. Smart move over there. So of course,
Zoro Unite. Like, look how much health he just blew up. Got rid of the Sableye right off the bat. Dodrio was low. Before that fight happened as well, if you took a look at the Sylveon, he actually managed to get a Sweet Kiss to connect onto Dodrio. And so he just pursued afterwards because he was the one that really set up for that final KO in that bottom lane.
I have to credit here that the Scyther had amazing reflex because he knew at that moment he needed to actually make a quick escape. If not, it would have been a more disastrous situation here for the side of Team MYS. But still, even with him still surviving all this, it was still not enough to actually for him to actually hold on to this defender station here at the central area. Yeah, so I guess at this point, losing out 2 big team members, losing out the Dodrio, losing out the Sableye, it's already huge. And this time about, also going to go on the Crustle as well. So it's a little bit too much to handle over here for the side Team MYS.
We didn't see it just then, but Foxy actually ran into the Sylveon.
Oh,
so
yes.
Sylveon just Sweet Kiss, Mystical Fire, and there's nothing Foxy can do about it.
Oh yeah, so I think this is actually the moment. Yeah, so
Like, so many things went wrong, but I actually think the Sylveon secretly was the MVP following Cyan because he was the one that actually came in and finished off the targets.
yes, he finished all the targets. He cleared one over here, and then chasing it off here, going straight on the Dodrio. There's no way he's going to let Dodrio run away.
Follow JH after this. So he tries to score, it gets cancelled by Yamu, not a big deal, but he runs into Foxy. And Foxy, I'm quite surprised that Foxy decided to run into that area because Yamu scouted the Sylveon, so it wasn't like he didn't know the Sylveon was there.
Yeah,
So
they
it
had
seems
the
like
information, yeah.
Maybe some miscommunication happening, like Foxy wanting to help his teammate, but just not getting the information quick enough that the Sylveon's happening. Because remember, everything that's happening in this matchup as well, it's in a matter of seconds. So sometimes things happen before you can even say it.
Yeah, that's true. And I think positioning-wise is also, we do wonder what went through their minds because all of them were actually grouped up over there. So I think that one of them realized that, hey, I think we shouldn't be too close to each other because it's going to be very, very bad, especially when you have a Trevenant and no one inside who's going to shove you off or even expand your Unite over there. Yeah, it's going to be very, very troublesome. But yeah, that is it. And of course, before we go talk further about what's transpired in that game and what we can expect in the next one, let's have a look at the team profiles over here. And I believe that you and Leonard had some amazing time earlier on. And let's look at team profile for Team MYS. Now, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? We play very aggressively, truth.
Yep.
Focus a lot on macros and game mechanics. Okay, very
Yep.
truthful answer. Yeah.
I don't think
Spot
you
on.
can get any more truthful than that. They are aggressive. They do macro. If anyone that doesn't know what macro is, it's also just making sure that you keep up your levels. You just basically ensure that your team is getting the resources necessary.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, the macros and then of course game mechanics, they just play really high skill Pokemon. Okie dokie though, okay? Who is Okie dokie? So apparently Okie dokie, the characteristic of the team, long lecturing and nagging from Channy, which, okay, firstly, who's Channy, people might say?
Yeah.
Channy is actually a long-time player within the esports scene for Pokemon Unite, but Channy is typically in the manager seat.
Ah.
So the lecturing and nagging, I can absolutely see this actually happening.
Makes
but-
sense. So
I mean, it's working. The team won game number
Oh
one.
yeah, that one I won. It's worth the lecturing and worth the nagging from Chan. Keep it up, Chan.
So, are we safe to say that Channy was probably the one to be like, Cyan, you gotta go.
Oh yeah.
We need you to go.
Cyan had no choice. Let's put it this way. His hands were tied. At that point, whatever Channy tells him to do, he has to do it.
Oh gosh, I do think that could possibly happened here, but we've got to give the spotlight to Channy. We do have him here for our player introduction.
Sure.
Channy, surprisingly enough, actually in the same boat as MYS, so has used a lot of Gyarados.
Yeah.
for the
Channy
team.
or Cyan this one?
Sorry, yeah, Cyan.
Cyan.
Yeah, Cyan, top laner for the team, played Buzzwole in that game, managing to get away with Gyarados. Again, surprised these teams are letting Gyarados through, but in this particular game, it was available, but just wasn't picked.
Oh yeah. And of course, something to highlight as well is that the game worked out for them despite them picking out the Buzzwole over here, which was a little bit questionable. Got picked off a bit too much here at the early stages of the game, which was quite unfortunate for them. But it all turned out well. Yeah. So I guess things are doing okay here. But of course, Team MYS, it's going to be eyes on HT. Great addition to the team. I'm guessing with him still in the team, I guess he's doing well enough to retain in the team.
Well, I mean, obviously, if HT's still there, the MYS is really happy with his performance.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He is, without a doubt, probably one of the best players I've seen in Malaysia, Singapore.
Yeah.
I've seen him in pubs, we've seen him playing competitive games, like he takes everything seriously.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
And so, obviously, maybe this game didn't look as serious, but I mean, he did what he was supposed to do in this game.
Exactly.
Right? Play aggressive, but if you give him Mimikyu, curtains for you.
Maybe
Bye.
not a good idea
See you in
to
the lower
let you.
bracket.
Maybe not a good idea to actually let HT get his hands on the Mimikyu. But I mean, he plays a mean Zoroark. I remember during his first entry joining MYS, Zoroark was actually the first.
Even before MYS, gosh, I don't remember. I remember one of the teams he played on. And and his debut, technically, before he was on MYS,
It was
he
Zoroark
also
as
played
well.
a crazy Zoroark.
Oh yeah. He's known for his amazing Zoroark plays. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready with the draft for game number 2. Now, just a gentle reminder to everyone, since Okie Dokie has won game number 1, meaning that they are just one game win away from winning the series. But of course, Team MYS, things are not over yet for them. They need to win this game and to force a game number 3, and they need to win that one to win this series. So this is going to be a tough one. Okie dokie having the upper hand.
And I believe we're looking at the exact same bands as well. So
Yes.
Gyarados is still in the pool. Machamp is still in the pool. Still waiting for Machamp. I really, really want to see somebody play that Machamp. But Leafeon, I mean, if MYS want to pick up that Leafeon, they could do anything with it. It could be for HT, it could be for Foxy. Their options are pretty open here. But Okie dokie though, going back for the Trevenant and actually picking up the Blastoise this time. So I'm a really big fan of this support duo. Very tanky, lots of AoE crowd control, Phantom Forest, and the Hydro Typhoon.
Oh, that's big. If you manage to time that nicely, it'll be insane. But this could be an opportunity for Team MYS to get their hands on this big fish over here, this big evolution from this Magikarp. So they're like,
did they go for it?
Ooh. So if they're getting themselves the Comfey.
I don't think Comfey will be on Yamu because Comfey and Magikarp not really going to achieve much. So
yeah,
probably
putting flowers on a fish.
I'm kind of thinking that this Leafeon is actually for Foxy again, and they're going to probably put the Comfey onto HT's Pokemon. And I'm getting the feeling that it might have to be one of those speedsters again. Oh, but they're actually going for Foxy's Inteleon. So Comfey.
What could this last pick? This last pick would definitely be the partner to the Comfey.
No, it'll be the partner for Foxy because Rebongs will typically.
So you still want to run a Inteleon
So maybe
Comfey?
it is Yang. Maybe they're gonna try. Oh, I think I might know what happens here. So maybe Yang is gonna jump onto HT, but Yamu's gonna have a horrible top lane. Like actually horrible top lane. But this matchup for the mid lane is gonna be that Scyther. So I'm keen.
Yep, very
Pretty
keen on here.
exciting.
Pretty exciting. I am excited to see how Nalwyn actually plays out this Scyther because earlier on we saw him actually play a really mean Zoroark together with Comfey. This time no more Comfey under his belt. And
I'm happy with JH on that Sylveon as well. He did a really great job with that Sylveon last match.
It's time for him to repeat his great plays in the previous game, come back, and this time about with having a double defender, Blastoise and Trevenant. He's going to be looking mean over here.
Oh, so it's going to be a support defender Blastoise, and they're actually going to go for top lane at Trevenant to keep that Gyarados in check. Interesting choice here. I want to know what MYS is going to be doing with these lanes. Like, do they just send Yamu off? Are they maybe sending HT up top and sending Yamu into the central area? But that's not ideal as well for a Magikarp.
Oh, yeah. And the thing about Magikarp is that you have to be present at the same time, so contribute to certain things, and at the same time, not get knocked down in any circumstances. It's all about being around. That's the thing. So, is it safe enough for a Magikarp to actually be around those kind of circumstances?
In the
especially
top
looking
lane
at
against a Trevenant, like,
Yeah,
you're not getting experience. You're just going to sit there and be out
I get it. You have 3 charges of Splash, but it has a 2-second interval in between each one of them. Is it enough for you to actually make an escape? And remember, Flail has a very long cooldown, 7.5 seconds. For you to actually be able to actually do something with it is very, very tough. It's all about timing. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, the draft is complete. The players have done with the preparation phase, and the game number 2 is underway here at this current moment. They're going to be running the EV, going through the central area. They're going to be sending that small little fish, the Magikarp, together with the... Can't see who's the other guy over here towards the top lane. And
Comfey and Magikarp.
Oh yeah, Comfey's over there. Parrying the Comfey.
No, you don't have a choice. Like, you really don't have a choice here because it's gonna really come down to Yang to help Yamu get those last hits if he really has to. Otherwise, it's just gonna get stolen. Actually, Comfey.
Firepower so big. Ooh!
Leafeon's here.
Yeah, Leafeon's here. Leafeon has to rotate to the top lane. He doesn't have a choice. He cannot go bot.
They're going to have to dive. They have to dive before the Scyther comes in. But look at this, though. Scyther is being pressured
but
by
Snorlax is rotating
the Snorlax. Yeah, so Snorlax actually went in and did actually steal some experience away. Actually having 4 points himself. So slowed down the progress of that Scyther.
Oh, yeah.
Level 3 on the Magikarp. It's still going to be a while until Yamu evolves, unless they can somehow spoon-feed some of this experience, some of this effort value to that Magikarp.
Yeah, so it's either you're going to struggle and wait until you get to level 7 to become a Gyarados automatically.
Oh, they're sending it to the central lane. They're swapping. They're totally swapping. So you only got 1 experience rotation from the Leafeon, and they're going to give the rest to the Magikarp. Interesting choices for MYS.
Yeah, so I think the thing is Magikarp can't even stay at top lane anyway. So right now they're letting Leafeon to actually take the lane at top lane here going up against the Trevenant. It seems that there is a little bit of action happening here at the central area. Oh, it's going to be doing Klingon on the Sylveon. We missed out on what actually happened over there on the right side of the wild Pokemon area.
And look at this, Gyarados is Gyarados.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, so the fish has...
Yemu's here to play. He's level 4, but he's a Gyarados.
Oh, that's insane. Not even level 5 here.
He's almost 5, but this is going to be a pretty interesting lane for this top lane. I'm hoping Okidogi is going to be ready for this because they also play Gyarados themselves. Down bottom though, there's Wartortle getting caught by that rotation thanks to HD, helping set things up for that bottom lane. Although NYS, they haven't scored any points yet, so I'm kind of wondering, is this where things start to ramp up for the team? Because they did have to babysit Yemu a little bit.
Oh yeah, just a little bit at the current moment. But right now, I'm very curious to see what Yemu is playing here. Oh, he's actually playing with the Dragon Breath. So wonder if he's actually running with the Waterfall, or is it
probably Bounce? Most Gyarados nowadays have been running Bounce.
Yeah, so I think both are dash abilities anyways for you to actually for you to engage and disengage. Same time, so we will see what transpire. Doesn't look very convincing.
There's a lot of Pokemon here. They have
it's
no
a very
idea.
dangerous area. It's gonna see him. Oh, Mouse hits here. Oh, melting down that Sylveon up in the top lane. Quite unfortunate, Sylveon making it inside over there.
Oh my goodness, so unfortunate to lose their Sylveon there. So having to run all the way back into lane as well. We're not even at the 5-minute mark, so those jump pads aren't even available. Wasting precious time from that Sylveon for potentially getting some of that experience. And really, down bottom, this Wartortle must be having a horrible time because you are matched up against a Foxy Inteleon. This man is incredibly accurate with those snipe shots.
Oh, he's a marksman in real life and also in game over here. And of course, Regis here at the bottom lane, gonna get secure in the hands of Team MYS and the hands of Leafeon here at the bottom lane. That means they're making their way through the bottom goalpost for the side team Okidogi. Meanwhile, the top lane is going to be Gyarados trying to screen off the team members, trapping in together with the Blissey here at the top lane. Should be no problemo for him. And it seems like there is going to be a 3-mon rotation to the central area for Team MYS. Okidogi right now have to total up a little bit as Team MYS has more map control compared to them.
They're thinking about trying to go for that top objective. I would love it if they could just squeeze a little bit more experience into that Wartortle. He is so close to evolving and hitting that level 7. Being stuck at level 6, this is probably the worst position to be in as that Wartortle.
Oh yeah.
You really want to hit that level 7 at least.
You're very desperate for levels, so you're very desperate for experience to actually get to level 7. And it's such a big game changer as well. So imagine you being at a stage 1 evolution at this moment.
Block. The block just preventing them from getting on at all, and it's just a free objective for MYS.
Yeah, getting screened out by the Snorlax there on the top right side. So I guess there's not much the Okidogi can actually do. Forcing it's not really a great idea as well. Oh, here comes Nintendo using the Unite as well.
And look at the blocks! Oh, blocking them into MYS as well, setting up the Trampoline and the Blissey as well, and even using the Unite on that Gyarados. Sure, Inteleon went down, but look, Aleki went in, they can score their points, and what can Okidogi do? Yeah. They can just go back to their central area.
Yeah, big trade-off there for Team MYS. 1-for-2 package happening off at the top as well. They should try to actually play it within underneath their own goalpost to actually give them a slight advantage against them, especially when Regieleki is actually making his way through the top lane. Now the gap is not that big compared to what we saw in game number 1. It's 184 for Team MYS and 56 for Okidogi. Even when it comes to levels, I don't think they're that quite far apart. We do see that level 12 being the highest on the Leafeon, but still the gap is not that big, I would say.
It's not that big, but this is something that, I mean, MYS, you give them any kind of lead, they're going to try and run away with the match as well, so have to be so careful in these upcoming games. Now, it looks like they might be giving away that bottom Reggie.
Ooh,
so
commit to the Unite.
Yeah, use the Unite, pushes them away.
No follow-ups though.
They're looking to just maybe finish off. No, not even committing to rebongs, but they gave the Regice away, so that is some comeback experience there for Okidogi. And
definitely something they want. A Reggie, yeah.
Yeah, Reggie didn't even lose their top goal zone as well. Almost catching rebongs there. Thankfully, no catch on the team. But what is the play here for Okidogi? I think they just better go off and just smack some more wild Pokemon. Don't fight into MYS if you don't have to. Just try and equalize those levels.
Actually, they only have a 1 level gap. If you sum everything, it's only 1 level up for Team MYS at this current moment. So I guess Okidogi is doing things right here. And things are looking quite solid for Okidogi as well. They have some really big Unite moves on standby during the assignment here. Oh, here comes the jump as well. And they manage to clear.
Oh, the Unite!
Get the hands here. Are they going to be losing on the Blissey? Are they going to be getting yet another? Here comes the Speed Flux. Hydro Typhoon be committed as well. He's been grabbing himself on the berry. No, he's not able to actually get it in time and gets cleared out here. 2 KO streaks in the hand of Leafeon here behind the bottom goalpost.
That's going to be 1 more second. Blastoise back onto the field here, but look at this though. Another Unite. Emerald 2 two-step to try and go for the finish, but they can't quite get it. The Rebongs instead going to be the one to be knocked out. So another opportunity for MYS to just not capitalize on some of these knockouts. To be fair though, Okidogi are doing fantastic, just reinforcing, keeping their teams grouped up. Once they see MYS, they're ready for a 5-on-5 fight. And I think if you're MYS as well, you really need to respect some of those unites. The Typhoon as well as that Phantom Forest. If your squishies get caught, if Foxy or HT get caught in those at all, they're donesos.
Yeah, but the thing is, TMMYS, they're not too shabby as well. They do have the Gyarados Unite, they do have Combi for Sustain, and they also have the Snorlax. So they should be able to sustain or penetrate to the Unite moves from Team Okidogi safely if they time it just right, and do have that Inteleon on the outside perimeter dishing out damage. You've got to be a little bit careful there for the Leafeon. There's a survivability during all this because it's going to be looking messy here. Sending to Okidogi.
Oh my gosh, it's a Regirock as well. So that's going to be a defensive bonus for MYS. It'll make them much more difficult to knock out in some of these upcoming fights.
No response from Okidogi?
They're just not in position to deal with it because they had to get rid of the Regieleki up top. Otherwise, it would just be free scores for MYS.
Imagine entering into the 2-minute mark where Rayquaza is going to appear and having that defensive buff for special defense and defense for MYS. Not looking good for Okidogi over here. There is a slight advantage here for Team MYS. Now all eyes are going to be on this Blastoise as well as this Scyther on where he actually positioned himself during this team fight. He can't afford to actually enter, have a frontal engagement against Team MYS, so he needs to position himself well over here. Sylveon, also a very important piece in this team fight. We'll see what he's able to actually do over here. And of course, on the side of Team MYS, you do have rebounds. So we're trying to screen out the team members from Okidogi to do any funny stuffs here at the Rayquaza central area.
Yeah, it's up to Okidogi to make that call because they're the ones that need to score those points. And up top, as you can see, Yamu heavily guarding that top tier goal zone.
Gyarados not going to let that happen. Leafeon's also guarding in the bottom lane here.
Baba, you cannot afford to lose your Blastoise here. You want to have access to the Hydro Typhoon, but Foxy with the follow-up snipe shots really threatening Baba.
Less than half HP here.
1 minute to go, Flavor. This is the last call. They have to start doing something now, otherwise they might just run out of time.
Oh man, they have to make something happen, but where is the initiative? Who's going to kickstart things off over here? They have to start poking on the Rayquaza. Here comes the shot. Oh, desired to actually serve, missed out, was trying to actually catch on that Intella, was not able to actually do so over here. Here comes the jump coming on from Snorlax as well. Flips on the other side. He comes into it. It's not enough to actually do here, but he manages to get 3. This is going to be comeback. Okidogi is actually looking for over here. It's a 4v2 situation. Only Intella and Gyarados being the only two Pokemon from side team at YYS. Sylveon with Hyper Voice tries to scream out. That is Frost. He's low HP.
That's so Okidogi!
No way! This is going to be it! Yet another late game turnaround, Danny! At the 20-second mark, Okidogi is doing it! They are looking okay, alright! 100 points that picked up by the Blastoise, yet another 100 by this Trevenant here, making Okidogi as the winner here for this game, number 2, and also making them the winner for the series.
Oh my gosh, a 2-0 series into MYS. Okidogi are looking pretty good so far. They've guaranteed themselves at least $7,500, and they are 1 series closer to qualifying for the World Championships, and at the same time forcing MYS into the lower bracket.
Wow, this is a big upset. I think a lot of people did not expect this. Okidogi has proven themselves to be one of the best Pokemon Unite teams here in Malaysia, Singapore, and being the first team to the grand finals here at the regionals. Danny, not just any victory, a clean 2-0 here at that.
Just that end game. We have to go through our drawing segment because I think there were so many things that happened I actually think really went wrong for MYS. And the major part being that the team just didn't get the catch they wanted to on some of these Okidogi players. Like, we saw Rebongs trying to go for the blocks, catching absolutely nobody, was really stuck on his own. Foxy sitting behind his team, but with no setup, he wasn't able to finish anybody off. And then we saw the Holy Trinity, 3 Pokemon, HT, Rebongs, and Yang, all 3 going down, leaving Yamu and Foxy without their unites into a full lineup.
And the thing about Naimi Foxy is also being chased around by Sylveon as well. He was definitely in trouble. He wasn't able to actually do much. Tried to go in for the last snipe shot there, but I
Trauma.
think yeah,
I'd be looking at that Sylveon and I would just probably have some PTSD flashbacks every time I see that pink Eevee chasing after me.
Oh yeah, I think that's gonna be mad
Oh,
respect
gosh.
right there for that Sylveon. But imagine 2 games in a row where the post-game stats looks like this, Danny. Twice. You have to wait till the last minute for you to actually make a turnaround against Team MYS, and this is gonna hurt them a lot because they for the first 9 minutes out of it in a 10-minute game, they were just doing great, and then it just takes less than half a minute for you to change the results altogether.
It just seems that for MYS, game number 1, I think I could totally understand what sort of happened there. It was a very, very delicate draft.
Very
right?
delicate.
Very delicate. Small mistakes, you're going to be heavily punished. This was a much different matchup. They played standard Pokemon. They played some of their best Pokemon as well. And just the execution, it really was just not right for the team. You go into that end game team fight and you look at that and you just think, oh my gosh, it's a little bit messy. There's no coordination. Everyone just felt a little bit lost. The cohesion just wasn't there. The team was split, by the way. So we had Gyarados, Yamu trying to go for a backstab from the top side. Came in a little bit too late. Everyone had already been taken out.
I think the go time for MYS just now was they felt like the moment Snorlax threw himself in the middle there and started sleeping in the midst of battle. The thing is, I think that was definitely go time for MYS to just throw themselves out there with holes that they could actually become a positive outlook. Look at all this, but I think that because they're not throwing in. Oh yeah,
it was both unites. These are probably some of the best unites to stack on top of each other.
Oh yeah, and it's all about timing. So execution-wise, yes, MYS started off first, but I think basically their opponents, Okidogi, came out on top on this. You can't basically be Trevenant over here being offered. It's a bit too much for them as well. Even the Blastoise throw in the Hydro Typhoon. Even in all that, Inteleon needs to be close enough for him to actually do something about it. At one point, even Gyarados, he was lucky enough to be able to make an escape from there. But even with that, it's not enough to actually do anything about it. He already lost 3 members.
If three of your players are getting deleted at once, I think you're in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
there
yeah.
are very few circumstances where 2 players can completely outplay a full 5-man team.
That's true.
So we've got to go and watch that final fight in slow motion.
Oh, yeah.
So many things happen, so many unites, but I really think it really came down to just that one big team fight, all the unites getting stacked on top of one, and if you were caught in that to begin with, you were just going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh yeah, and of course this is a clip that is provided by our amazing production team. Of course we did go through what happened in game number 1 during that very crucial timing, but this is during the 46-second mark. Now we're just seconds away before basically World War III erupt between these 2 teams, all right? So basically, let's have a look at this in slow motion. So while all this is happening, looking at all the position, we do see some small pokings coming out from Team Okidogi. They needed this to happen. Society begins all this. So look at this. Gyarados is over here. Blastoise position over here. Inteleon is somewhere over here. You can't see it, but it's actually on.
I love Barba's position, by the way. The Blastoise perfectly in that bush, because if Foxy shows himself, the Blastoise is there.
Oh yeah, but if we expand the map, right, it's very weird because you have one down here, Leafeon is here, Gyarados is up here, and then Inteleon is up here, and imagine this, Blastoise is in the middle between everyone.
He's ready.
Yeah, he's ready. He's like, hey guys.
Because the thing is that I think they knew that someone had to be at that top lane, and because they didn't see the Gyarados, they probably assumed that Yamu was up there, so they're like, okay, who's protecting Foxy? They already know that HT was guarding that bottom lane. This is something that some people kind of forget, that when you have such a big lead and you still have tier 1 goal zones going into Rayquaza, you have the burden of having to protect those tier 1 goal zones.
Oh yeah.
And so the whole double point system, it really forces you to have to commit resources to protect them, and it gives opportunities for teams like Okidogi where they don't have tier 1s they have to worry about. They just have to sort of push in, that they don't have to really think about protecting. They can focus on that offense. And
oh yeah.
Like for MYS, I think they did their best. A lot of teams probably would have fallen much sooner than this, but They did their best to try and force that fight when it did eventually happen.
Okay.
But we're going to see the Unite stack.
Oh yeah, this is most definitely. And of course, it's going to be that big Snorlax jumping in into the fray. Now, of course, you do see this tree is going to be the ones getting hit here by the AoE. So we're going to play this out and see how all this happened. So after all this, all the jump ready, he's ready. So Unite's being committed as well. So right now, Blastoise is in a very, very great position. You see the Gyarados Yemu is making his way to his inside, so he's going to get caught over here. HD is here as well. HD doesn't have a choice. He needs to be within proximity to actually do something.
It's because he's also running Razor Leaf. He's not running Solar Blade.
Oh, yeah.
I actually think things would have been much different this game if he was running Solar Blade, because he wouldn't have to be so close to be so impactful in these fights. And look at this. Look how many Unite circles are we seeing there. I'm seeing an Emerald two-step. I'm seeing a Green Storm. I'm seeing a Hydro Typhoon about to be cast. And in a fraction of a second, you're also going to be seeing a Phantom Forest.
Oh, yeah.
So many Unites.
Oh yeah, so basically it's all about mashing buttons over here to ensure that every single Unite move is being committed over here. Then when it comes on top, now at this point you're already losing out 3 Pokemons over here. You lose the Leafeon, you lose the Snorlax, as well as your Comfey. The only ones remaining at this current moment is only this Inteleon and this Gyarados, who's also going to be making a sweet escape here through the top side. So we're going to let this play out over here. They did try to actually merge all this. The thing is, the only reason why Gyarados didn't get picked up was because he used his Unite move. Instead, for the purpose of initiation, he needed to use it to escape. Wow. If he didn't use that, so if it was early, it could have been a different outcome, I guess. Because the thing about Gyarados is that you want to charge it up to max 4 seconds, so you can actually get a full second knockup on the opponents around the AoE.
It really felt like maybe MYS thought, and this is just a thought, maybe they thought if they fully committed, because they caught both Trevenant and Blastoise within the initial power nap thanks to rebombs, then maybe they thought that they would pop either of them before the fight eventually broke out, because you're committing an Emerald two-step. Like, it's a big, powerful move from that Leafeon, but it's also like it's throwing you in danger.
Oh yeah.
To be caught, and so they just didn't have the power to just really pull things through. Absolutely insane.
Oh man, this is just a horrible outcome for here, and I think Team MS has a lot to discuss over here while they're waiting for the next match there in the lower bracket finals. Meanwhile, once again, I want to say congratulations to Team Okie Dokie for being the first grand finalist here at the Malaysia Singapore regional qualifiers here for the Pokemon UNITE World Championships Series 2024. And of course, they're going to be having a very long break while waiting to see who will be their opponents in the grand finals.
Well, it won't be that long. You know, a couple games.
Yeah, just a couple of games, I guess. Yeah,
just
they got a little bit of
games.
free time in their hands.
But MIS will at least get one game to sort of think things through, figure out what kind of happened with them, and to really see what do they think their issue is. Because I'm genuinely curious to know, like, what were they thinking at the moment as well? Was it a case of them just thinking that they were further ahead than they really were? Did they maybe miscalculate something? Did they maybe just get carried away? Because it does sometimes happen when you have such a big lead. It's not surprising if someone gets a little bit too happy.
Oh yeah, sometimes you get a little bit too
happy.
comfortable and too confident as well during that situation. But of course, if we get more information, we would love to actually share with each and every one of you. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of the upper bracket finals earlier on, Okie Dokie making it to the grand finals. Here is the updated bracket. We do see there Okie Dokie for the grand finals. Meanwhile, in the bottom lower bracket, Only Fun will be going up against Team No Practice, and the winner for that particular match series will be going up against Team MYS in the lower bracket finals, Danny.
Yeah, so Only Fun versus No Practice. Now this one is quite surprising because when we looked at the roster of teams participating in the tournament, we knew that, I think it was Dark Origin, they actually beat Renaissance.
Yes,
so Renaissance actually played in the qualifier yesterday, but Dark Origin beat them. And then now, to see Dark Origin lose out to No Practice.
2-0.
I want to know who No Practice is.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel like we want to know everyone here. Fun fact, Danny, just highlight that Only Fun and No Practice are the two teams from the up bracket who were knocked down by Team MYS.
Yes, so either of these teams will be getting a rematch in the next upcoming game, but unfortunately only one of them is going to have that opportunity. So look forward to that one, folks. The competition so far has been extremely fierce. Like, sure, we've had plenty of 2-0s across the board, but we've had some nail-biting series, especially around that Rayquaza pit.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I think I think some of the teams need to re-strategize back on how they approach this game. So of course they cannot let up anything, especially when they're actually snowballing, doing well in the early stages, because you know your opponents are looking for opportunities for you to make mistakes at any point, so they can capitalize on it and translate that into a win for themselves. And we've seen that happen so many times here today, and I do wonder what will happen in the next remaining matches, as the one coming up next is going to be the semifinals, the final for the lower bracket, and of course, last but not least, at the end of the day, the grand finals.
All right, so I guess that's going to be it for us. We are going to go for a quick break, folks. So as always, if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because we still have some more Pokemon Unite coming. Oh, sorry, 20 minutes. We're actually having a prolonged break, so the players do have a bit of a moment to sit down, to eat, to think. But yeah, 20 minutes, guys. We'll see you after that.
So by the bottom side, finally, everyone's slowly getting their necessary amount of levels. Everyone's able to start melting. The Chaos energy is currently being turned to tide inside of Mira Carrots here. They're really stacking upon, but just doesn't really have enough damage to really.
Pokemons from the side Dr. Origin, the Snorlax and Greedent to actually do a little bit of scoring at the top side. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it's going to be 2v5 situation here, siding to
go for takedowns, but that's not happening because Mira Carrots visualized that was their only course of action.
It's like, hey, let's gather around. You can't separate all of us.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
all grouped up, right?
And this is exactly what they're doing. They're not just farming EXP from neutral Pokemon or wild Pokemon. They're farming it from their opponent's Pokemon as well.
So don't see what's going to be the turnaround.
Good call with the eject button, Crossel. You know what's coming.
Yeah, you know what's coming. He's like, I'm going to eject first. Greedent was like, wait, you're gone already? But in the meantime, you're trapping in. Gets cleared out. 4 team members of Team Dark Origin don't really have any Pokemons on the side Dark Origin who can do any form of back cap. You can actually catch this range Pokemons, but this could be the game changer they're looking for. Trying to clear out on the Umbreon, the jump cut from the Snorlax, but still not be able to.
Oh, it's happening!
They got the Umbreon. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Blastoise surfing away, making his escape. It's going to be Kiko. Meanwhile, the bottom lane here. Winner pressure. It's going to be.
Can he get it though?
Oh. No. Easy Ice Shard here by Ice Shard and running away by this. Glaceon gets picked off here. Was not able to actually get any form of.
But I do want to see how much durability they can withstand against the Glaceon. That would be a very interesting experimentation.
Oh, Kudra down for the count as well. Meanwhile, here comes the chase. Surf in the face, hitting off on Greedent as well. That's going to be a Trumpus TM. Let us know.
Oh man, Glaceon stage absolutely fantastic to the Hydro Typhoon. So much durability, my god, that's amazing. But then again, the Glaceon coming from Everest is still absolutely shredding. They were able to endure for long enough, but will it be enough? There's a lot of Unite moves, and there is the Rayquaza pit. They just do not have it out in time. But it's an even amount of trades here. But if they can get Everest, that'll be pretty fantastic. They're diving for it. They're committing for it. The Venus.
Yet another Pokemon here on the bottom side, going up for the chase. They managed to get the Blastoise, overextension by DC members. This could be a huge mistake coming on the Umbreon's all alone here in between 3 Pokemons. And here comes the Venusaur Petal Dance. Trying to make his escape. He does not have mobility. Getting a little bit slowed down here. Kudra is doing what?
RNG involved when you're trying to get some of those first basic attack crits.
Yep. Just a nice timing with the mean look could actually seal their fate. Beautiful push, right? All the way on the sidelines here. They managed to get the catch off.
Not need this Reg Ice.
Trying to smoke them down to the sub, but the Psychic Solari locks them down for so long, knocks them back. Gets a beautiful Claro with the Solar Blade, but he still managed to get the pick up on the Umbreon. But he couldn't last for too long. Left is on the front line here. Can the Mew do as much damage as he can? K2 attempting.
He's coming. He's ready for this. Mew gets the final hit on the Reg Ice, so the experience and the buff as well. Solar, the speed flux is there. Tough guys are forced to defend that tier 1 goal zone in that bottom lane, hoping to get crits with the Absol, but runs into that Solar Blade, losing half of his health. They're going to go for the boost, but they're losing too much health. They have to back up, and they're going to try and go in, but is this going to be the play? Pokemon are going down. Psychic Solare in the central fight as well. Blissey having to capitalize on those openings. Oh, the Mew almost getting one shot there. They actually managed to catch one so far, but they had the damage. They managed to catch the Blaziken. Solo's off the field. No Blaziken for you, and the chase continues. Tough guys, can they get the clean? For only fun, they just have to stop Tough Guys from hitting that Rayquaza.
Oh.
Just chip them away, slowly, steady, and with Absol off the field. Absol's your damage source. You can't take out the Rayquaza without it. 3 Pokemon down on the side of Tough Guys. It's down to Lucario and Blissey, and I mean, what can you do? Sol, oh my goodness. Look, if Tough Guys can
Okay. Forcing out with the play rough there, trying to sustain as much as possible. He is playing on the point, but there's big damage coming from three Pokemon tricks.
Mean Look is there as well. They can't go for the finish though. Sol does get the KO, but can he get away? No, the Meowscarada catches him, and they might go for the Umbreon as well. Great feat there from Rufus, actually able to walk on out of there. They have lost the Slowbro for Tough Guys, and
multiple core lines up as well. When you take out one, you gotta make sure
Umbreon.
you get a bit of a cycle. Beautiful chaos as he was able to secure it as well. Not knowing anyone to really set things up, but they're able to secure much competition for the Delphos, and that's actually very horrifying.
The Fire Spin on top of that Slowbro, and because they pushed him away from the team, and you're running a Comfort, you don't have a reliable healer. Psychic Soleil does get popped, it doesn't really matter. 2 Pokemon have gone down on the side of Only Fun in exchange for an Espeon, but Solo's coming in, doing Mimikyu things, but he goes down though. Umbreon the next one to follow. It seems this might be the time for Only Fun to go down and Tough Guys to make the...
Get as much use on top of the
Nothing to
Meowscarada as well.
say.
He's trying to run
He's
for
caught.
it. He's caught with the Mean Look into the fire spin, and the Fire Blast will seal his fate. Combi on the other hand, that's really going to stop them at any point of time here. Great slow beat. Actually, not slow beat. Actually goes for the full back with on Rufus as well.
Oh.
Telekinesis did manage to get on top of the Umbreon and try to melt him down as much as possible. Psychic Soleil locks him down. They did manage to commit the slow beat on top of the Trevor. Not really exactly who you really wanted to go for as well. And instantly now with full confidence, no way to hold down the speedsters. They dive right into the rest of the squad and literally melting them away. K2 running for his life, but for how long? Genkai is on your tail and will secure it. Sorry, brothers.
To a game 3 and to score 500 points. So for Only Fun, I think at this point the team is now thinking, all right, next matchup. How do we prepare for this next game? Because remember, folks, we are still in the lower bracket.
Oh, yes.
All teams competing in the lower bracket only have 1 life. Lose a series down here, you are out of the competition. This basically forces Channy to go into the central lane with Zoro.
Yeah.
Like,
They're trying to do their best to keep up with the rotations, with their Zoro, with the rotations, but Pokemon are just not coming in.
away with it. Their entire lineup is just full of very fast
Oh
Pokemon.
no, Rock Tomb
Oh,
stopping
boy.
Sylveon from actually making the form of mistake. But Inject couldn't save him over there as well.
And though Unite coming in from that Sylveon to do quite a bit of damage, they will lose the Sableye though, and they don't continue with the chase. They just let the Crustle, the Fate attacks are causing quite a bit of issues here. Crustle wanting to run away, Rebongs needs to escape, but I think he's going to go down, give some more experience away.
It's just time waster.
Oh, the Emerald Two-Step! Oh, he gets out of there, but walks
Time. Oh, look at that Rock Tomb
Buzzwole.
going on, but it's not going appropriate. Oh no, Buzzwole! My God, very great. 90 she jump in as well. Here comes Commitment Unite from the Trevenant as well, but not being able to actually do much. Here's a 1-to-1 trade-off. They got the Dodrio for the Buzzwole together with the Sableye, making it a 4v3 situation, siding towards Okie Dokie at this current moment. Will this be good enough for them to actually go? They're going to go in for the Crustle right here. Rebongs trying to control as much as he can, and he's going to under his belt. And
I'm happy with JH on that. He is going to be ready for this because they also play Gyarados themselves. Down bottom though, there's Wardle. The block just preventing them from getting on at all, and it's just a free objective for MYS.
Yeah, getting screened out by the bite. Oh, here comes Nintendo. He's off the Unite as well. Race card
And
team
look at the
members
blocks! Oh, blocking them into MYS as well, setting up the Trevenant and the...
as well, and they managed to clear.
Oh, the
Get the
Unite!
hands here. Are they going to be losing out the Blissey? Are they going to be getting yet another? Here comes the Speed Flux. Hydro Typhoon be committed as well. He's going to grab himself on the berry. No, he's not able to actually get it. In Surf missed out. Was trying to actually catch on that. Intella was not able to actually do so over here. Here comes the jump coming on from Snorlax as well. Flips on the other side. He comes in Surf. It's not enough to actually do here, but he manages to get 3. This is going to be combat. Okie Dokie is actually looking for over here. It's a 4v2 situation.
No,
Only
Unite.
2 Pokemon from side team at YYS. Sylveon with Hyper Voice tries to scream
The
out.
slide
That is
shots.
He's low HP.
That's so Okie Dokie!
It's somewhat expected, but they didn't expect it to be in such consecutive manners. In multiple.
Dragonair here in the bottom lane, providing a little bit of assistance.
Oh,
Fox, meanwhile, that's going to be taken down here in the hands.
KO as everyone groups up to secure the central area. Trying to make their way, trying to get a couple of more pickups. A beautiful rock to deny their ways of escape here. Trying to find ways to and securing this early phase of the game.
Oh man, look at this splash coming off from King Yuta. Jumping forward, should be no problems in surviving through over here. Loads and loads of HP. Here comes the serve coming from the slow bro, but managed to eject himself into safety. Oh, the dive comes from Zumbril. Is it going to be enough over here? Axes in the face, and just going to be for Team Miracaris to actually get some points in. And amplifying that 9 points going to 29 this current moment. Here comes the dive in from behind. Oh, Hyper Beam in the face. Clamoring, clearing off on the Gyarados. They also got themselves their hands on the Blissey as well. Are they going for more? But they're going to be losing out on the Delphox over here, Leonard.
You gotta respect that Dragonite. I thought they actually respected it when they allowed the Regieleki to go, but no, they decided to take the attempt and instantly gets melted away. Now suddenly all this pickoffs here is giving really great EXP with Dark Origin.
Very much needs it here. A little bit underwhelming on the side of Delphox here. Bottom lane is going to be the main focus here. Axis is hitting in the face on the Trapper. He's trying to make an escape. Spends up on the Unite as well, but not be able to actually do much. Not enough of a
Can he get it?
Would hammer in the face as well. Here comes Axis as well, coming from behind as well. Reggie still provide a little bit of assistance, hitting up on 3 heroes. Oh, this is going to be quite a problematic one.
But can they try to get some of this goal post here? Good defense coming in from the slow bro though. But the Regieleki gets secured by the side here of Dark Origin. They're still trying to slowly make their way through as well. Trying to sustain, but guess what? This is a Zumbril, ladies and gentlemen. One of the beefiest water Pokemon you ever seen on the field. Melts away, gets the 3 KO.
Oh, no.
Can it be the 4th? He gets it. Can we get a 5th? They coming from the rest of the Dark Origin as well. But then again, a lot of damage being outputted, completely focused down on the cross-sell here. But they can get a couple of more. Phantom Forest, beautiful, go for the knocker here. But there's just so much damage, so much durability. Miracle is doing his best with the focus blast here, but it's still not making anything happen. Would Hammer drop down. King Yuta, can he get the Dragon up before he can get some of the Unite move? No, he couldn't, but Miracle has no choice but to fall back for the point. But guess what?
It's going to be here at the Rayquaza pit as the team members Miracle is going for an initiation here, jumping in. It's going to be that very big fish. As going to get stuck on the Delphox as well. Clearing on the next one, it's going to be on the slow bro.
Can he get a Miracle?
4 team members over here leading up. Azumarill gets a last hit in. Are surprised?
We are surprised. You know, we're all surprised.
Like for all the viewers, are you surprised?
So, but the bottom side, finally, everyone's slowly getting their necessary amount of levels. Everyone's able to start melting. The Chaos energy is currently being turned to tide inside of Miracaris here. They're really stacking upon, but just doesn't really have enough damage to really.
Pokemons from the side Dark Origin, the Snorlax and Green to actually do a little bit of scoring at the top side. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's going to be 2v5 situation here, siding to
go for takedowns, but that's not happening because Miracaris visualized that was their only course of action.
It's like, hey, let's gather around. You can't separate all of us.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
all grouped up, right?
And this is exactly what they're doing. They're not just farming EXP from neutral Pokemon or wild Pokemon. They're farming it from their opponent's Pokemon as well.
So don't see what's going to be the turnaround.
Good call with the eject button, Crossel. You know what's coming.
Yeah, you know what's coming. He's like, I'm going to eject first. Green was like, wait, you're gone already? But in the meantime, you're trapping in. Gets cleared out. 4 team members of Team Dark Origin. Don't really have any Pokemons on the side Dark Origin who can do any form of backup. You can actually catch this range Pokemons, but this could be the game changer they're looking for. Trying to clear out on the Umbreon, the jump cut from the Snorlax, but still not be able to.
Oh, it's happening!
They got the Umbreon. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Blastoise surfing away, making his escape. It's going to be Kiko. Meanwhile, the bottom lane here. Winner crush up. It's going to be.
Can he get it though?
No. Easy Eye Shard here by Eye Shard and running away by this. Glaceon gets picked off here. Was not able to actually get any form of.
But I do want to see how much durability they can present against the Glaceon. That would be a very interesting experimentation.
Oh, Kudra down for the count as well. Meanwhile, here comes the chase. Surf in the face, hitting off on the Freedom as well. That's going to be a drop us TM. Let us know.
Oh man, Glaceon stage absolutely fantastic to the Hydro Typhoon. So much durability, my god, that's amazing. But then again, the Glaceon coming from Everest is still absolutely shredding. They were able to endure for long enough, but will it be enough or not? There's a lot of Unite moves, and there is the Rayquaza pit. They just do not have it out in time. But it's an even amount of trades here. But if they can get Everest, that'll be pretty fantastic. They're diving for it, they're committing for it. The Venus.
Yet another Pokemon here on the bottom side, going up for the chase. They managed to get the Blastoise, overextended here by the team members. This could be a huge mistake coming on the Umbreon's all alone here in between 3 Pokemons. And here comes the Venusaur Petal Dance. trying to make his escape. He does not have mobility. Getting a little bit slowed down here. Gudra is doing what?
RNG involved when you're trying to get some of those first basic attack crits.
Just a nice timing with the mean look could actually seal their fate. Beautiful push, right? All the way on the sidelines here. They managed to get the catch off.
Not need this red ice.
Trying to smoke them down to the sub, but the Psycho Solari locks them down for so long, knocks them back. Gets a beautiful clatter with the solo play, but he still managed to get the pick up on the Umbreon. But he couldn't last for too long. Left is on the front line here. Can the Mew do as much damage as he can? K2 attempting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Regional Qualifiers here for the World Championship Series 2024. My name is Flavor with the all good-looking Yolo Lee.
I think that's a little bit reflective here. I think it's more for you than me. You know,
Finally! I was waiting for those kind words from you.
What do you mean?
The whole day.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Really? I mean, isn't it not enough I say to you like off stream? Must it be also on stream?
I didn't quite hear that, but probably I might need to rehear that again. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are having an amazing day wherever you may be, as we're back again with more Pokemon Unite action here, featuring some of the best Malaysia and Singapore teams here for the purpose of making their way to the main event at Honolulu, Hawaii. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of some of the matches we have shown for you today. Now, this is the overall bracket we have for the competition after the conclusion of so many series here today. And of course, we're looking at the grand finals. We do have Team Okidogi, who is the first team making it to the grand finals after taking down Team MYS 2-0 in the upper bracket finals. And next, ladies and gentlemen, the next match we'll be casting will be Team MYS up against Team Only Fun in the lower bracket finals.
It is definitely quite a surprise as well, especially such a huge achievement for Team Okidogi, right? Because Team MYS is said to be the favorites to take this win for today's MYSGs, right? But surprisingly, the fact that Okidogi was the one that sent the MYS not in a 3-game series, but a 2-game only here.
Clean 2-0.
A very clean one as well. So quite the surprise and quite the achievement as well. Kudos to Okidogi. But of course, it's not over just yet. They are the first grand finalists. But, you know, it ain't over to the fat lady things, because we still need to figure out who's going to be their co-contender after this lower bracket final, which is going to be the one which Flavor and I will be broadcasting. It's going to be Team MYS against Only Fun. And surprisingly enough, Only Fun is the only reason Only Fun is at the lower bracket in the first place was also due to Team MYS. Yes, so it could be the perfect ending for Only Fun if they were to beat MYS, but at the same time, Team MYS is coming in with full fury and vengeance as they will take their spot back in the grand finals, but after going through Only Fun.
Much needed revenge match.
Both has a goal here.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. One of us will make it the grand final. One of us has to be eliminated. But of course, Team MYS did knock Team Only Fun in round number 1 in the upper bracket in a convincing 2-0 victory. We will see if Only Fun will be able to actually get their revenge upon Team MYS, making it a victory for them in this series. But of course, let's introduce our trainers here for both teams. Starting off with Team Only Fun, which is going to be on the purple side. We have Calamity, Genkai, Ruvis, Jalion, and Solo.
And of course, Team MYS, you know them, you love them. It's going to be Yang, Yamo, HD, Nightmew, Foxy, and Rebongs. There's no ice here, unfortunately. Rebong's going to be the one to take on the role. But hey, you know, it's still always a great addition nonetheless. And speaking of addition, so far it's been really great coming in for Only Fun, I think, especially since it's no longer the same members from Road to the Top as well.
Yes.
Coming from both Calamity and Genkai. But then again, at the same time, I'm not sure who invited who first. Was it Solo who invited who? Was it a great addition to have Calamity and Genkai, or was it a great addition to have both Rufus, Jalion, and Solo? Not sure who really sent out the invitation first here, but regardless, great to have them all together. I think they've been doing some really great job, although not the greatest start to your WCS run, especially when you're going up against one of the most favorite teams to win it as well. But now, guess what? You guys persevered, they made it through, and now this is literally one last step to the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's not about how you start, it's always about how you finish. And probably this will be the best way for them to actually just do a little bit of cleanup to the team that knocked them
Hopefully they clean things up or not be cleaned up instead.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because it works two ways. That's the nature of the competition, ladies and gentlemen. But still, such a tall order. But I guess, especially since they went against TMYS in the upper bracket first initially, I guess you could say they have a really good idea of what they're really coming against. I mean, they definitely know for a fact, since they went up against them back in last year's Malaysia Singapore Open as well. So now just a quick reminder, with this new roster and new competition, how well have they adjusted? We'll have to see as we wait for the draft. But before that, let's quickly check out some infographics for some of our members here who went through 3 of these rounds.
And of course, let's start with Team Only Fun over here. Now, these statistics are based on the games that has been played out today, minus the games that they actually played out yesterday itself in their in their best of one basic single elimination bracket. All right. So one of the top pick rates they have for Team Onifun, they ran Umbreon at 57%, Blastoise, the Hoopa, and Trevenant at 43%, and they do run a number of Blissey's and Delphox here at 29%.
The thing is that I don't think there's going to be any change for any of these teams regardless of what defenders or what supporter. I think all is pretty top tier and pretty much is a great addition to the competition as well. Well, yes, we are seeing like which is the most frequently used Pokemon, but do take into account, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that there are times where it's either being taken from them or getting banned out in the first place. So we may not be able to see the full stats, but for currently at this current moment, we see Onifun who was able to get at least majority of the defenders and supporters they were looking for as well.
Oh yeah, and they're definitely comfortable in running those as well. But let's have a look at Team MYS now, people's favorite over here. Now, of course,
so contrasting.
So contrasting. I mean, there are a few Pokemon that we do see the same. We do see the Blissey together with Trevenant, but the highest pick rate over here is going to be the Gyarados and the Trevenant at 67%. They run Inteleon and the Mimikyu at 50%, and Comfey and Blissey. So we don't see Comfey on the other side. But even when Team NYS ran the Comfey, it didn't work out well for them. And even when Team NYS had the Gyarados for them, the only time it didn't work out for them was actually in the upper bracket when they went up against their opponents in upper bracket finals.
True. While Comfey does have its pros and cons, I still think it is still a very great I guess you could say combination with certain speedsters Pokemon as well. I'm really looking forward to see a really great synchronization between him and HT if he was to bring up the Saito season. Got a really nice buff. A lot of players have been utilizing it and
we've seen a number of them. Yeah, I agree.
Zoroark on the other hand, I think we only saw one Zoroark game today.
Correct, and it's not. I don't think HT ran it.
Yeah,
he didn't have a chance to actually see HT run it. He actually ran Scyther in this game. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, the game, or should I say, the draft has begun here for game number 1. Just a gentle reminder to everyone, it's a best of 3 series, meaning that you're required to actually win 2 games to become the winner of the series and make your way to the grand finals. And of course, for those who are not familiar with the grand finals reset mechanism, meaning that the lower bracket team that makes it to the grand finals is required to win 2 best of 3 series to become the champion here for the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers, whereas Team Okidogi, which hails from the upper bracket, is only required to only win 1 best of 3 series to become the champion. But coming back to the draft over here, the band is complete. Mew, Umbreon, Blaziken, and of course, this is a quick one.
I mean, of course, it's only understandable as well. We've seen a very respectable ban from Mew Foxy getting rid of the Mew and Umbreon as well. This just opens up the game for both sides, because without the Umbreon in the mix, the idea of speedsters also comes into the line. However, it's a matter of who gets it first. Since Onifun got the first pick priority, they of course would lock in the Leafeon, but that leaves openings to other really strong Pokemon options here, as they will lock in the Gyarados. RK or Calamity was able to get the Hoopa for himself here. I was really interested to see who was able to get the Hoopa in this round, since none of them was able to ban it out. Yang is a great Hoopa. Calamity or RK is also a fantastic Hoopa.
Interesting enough, MYS. Mimikyu with him. Oh man, this is mean. We have not had the opportunity to actually witness Team MYS running this Mimikyu before. We did see them beside this. We did some with the evolutions, but this time Mimikyu is going to be their pick choice.
But here's the real question: is it going to be Solo's Mimikyu or Genkai's Mimikyu? That's the thing.
But it seems that.
But then again, yeah, there is Gyarados, so most likely it's most likely going to be Genkai's, and Solo is going to go top with the Gyarados. But we'll just see once they do the role switches here.
Oh wow, quite a interesting draft here coming on from both ends. They have their own pros and cons played out over here.
Oh, sorry, I'm seeing the wrong one.
So HT.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of work over here. Has to catch up quite a number of Pokemon on the side of Team Onifun. You have the Scyther, you have the Delphox together with the Leafeon as well. You really want to get up close and personal with some of these Pokemons. So you usually want to go for the Leafeons. I think that's much easier target. And then Hoopa as well as the Scyther compared to chasing us on the back lines like the Delphox over here.
This is going to be a really interesting one, because like I think both teams has already covered their respective angles. You really have this really nice early game, you really have nice scaling to the late game as well. And like you said, the crucial thing is how these two teams will be tackling in this early game, because you have really great spike with the Leafeon, but same goes with the Sylveon and the Mimikyu as well in terms of the rotation as well. HD, we're going to be seeing a really great rotation coming from the Mimikyu as well, and the priority is definitely going to be trying to ensure Yemu is going to be, or the Gyarados is able to get online with the necessary levelings as well.
Oh yeah.
But the Leafeon though, the Solar Blade, you just can't forget it. You just gotta respect it.
Maybe not a great idea to actually run that, but we'll see if they're still gonna go with that, all right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 here between Onifun up against Team MYS. Now, I do want to pay a little bit of attention here on this fish, Magikarp, and see how well it actually played out here, because he's going to be running at the top lane up against this Scyther and this Hoopa. So it's all about being in the present during all these fights. You can actually get all those essence for you to actually become Gyarados here in this game. But being here in the face, the damage is not enough over here. Scyther manages to actually get a little bit shields under his own goalpost over here at the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see rotation from the Leafeon, try to put a little bit of pressure on this Clefairy and also this Chansey as well as this Magikarp.
Still definitely biding their time and trying to make their way forward as well. Though not much. The rotation seems pretty great as well, but not able to get any of their objectives they were trying to look for. Any pickups, any takedowns, none taken. Totally respecting and totally understanding their strengths here, really keeping in their distance. However, bottom side, I am a little bit concerned because we're talking about like multi-evolution Pokemon at that side. And the Sylveon is definitely going to be really hurt. She is going for the Hyper Voice. Hopefully, goes to the Calm Mind. I think that combination is really great. The Solar Blade is great, but did manage to get to the goal post in time to get the bonus shield here. Reset, gets the heal up. But that Solar Blade, like I said, you gotta respect it. And with the Hoopa in the hands of RK, always able to get really great resets here. The trading will seem to be always be better on their hands for now.
Oh wow, that one packs a punch. And it really shows as well. Very close call right there. So Magikarp was able to actually juke it a little bit and make its escape. Gets a little bit of shield and also grabbing over here. Oh, naughty little play by the Fatum here at the bottom lane. Stealing a little bit of those citrus berries from the side of Team Onifun. And of course, we do have the Squirtle finally becoming War Total here at level 5 and trying to scavenge his way into making his way into becoming a Blastoise at one point. Meanwhile, here in the central area, we do see the Leafeon together with this. Oh, so they are actually raiding with a Scizor here this time about. So rather than riding the Scyther for Team Onifun.
But regardless, with the buff with the Swords Dance as well, still going to be really great for him. And once he actually not only maxes out that Bullet Punch, he will also get that bonus shielding that comes with it as well. So still pretty great with the Bullet Punch plus. But then again, of course, there's a question of whether we get there first, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But so far, I think in the early phase, I think Onifun has been, of course, in terms of score, Team RS is definitely having the edge for that one. But in terms of trading here, it seems a little bit more favorable for the side here for Onifun. But now Yemus with the Gyarados, he's slowly catching up in terms of level here, a little bit behind against the Scizor here. But he'll slowly make up for lost time.
Oh yeah, and of course he's just beefing up his attack speed over there. You have Moxie, you have your buff as well. So basically all this is going to be built up from Dragon's Breath. Meanwhile, the first Reggie has appeared here in the game. It's going to be a Regice at the bottom lane. This is going to be providing you with amplification in terms of your health regeneration, healing. So this is going to be very, very helpful to Pokemon such as Trevenant as well as the Blissey. Over here, of course, Scizor trying to screen out 3 member. Ooh, look at that Leaf Blade coming from the Leafeon over here. But the one getting to the last hit in is going to be the Delphox on the side. Team Onifun giving them buff. The Surf hitting off in the face. Stopping HD in his tracks, and HD is going down. Goes to Mimikyu for the next 4 more seconds. Beyblade in the face, now forcing the team members with Team MYS to be behind their own goalpost at this current moment. Meanwhile, Gyarados rotates back to the bottom lane, trying to do something about it. Dragon's Breath did not manage to actually latch on to the front, and Scizor gets cleared out here in the hands of Team MYS. A little bit of overextension, and they're also going to be losing out, getting knocked out that Blastoise.
Great punish, although not able to secure the Regice themselves because of being zoned and poked out by the Leaf here. They're literally being outranged and outdamaged at this point here. But they did manage to find their stride. Slowly go for the pickers and try to deny them as much as possible. Go for the isolate takedowns, and they get it as well. 2 KOs on the side of our dear friend HD here. He's absolutely feeling thrilled. Gets the third. Could there be a 4th though? The man's all alone though, solo. I know you're trying to live up to the name though, but they are respecting it. It is still a very powerful player, powerful Pokemon trainer. He does get a couple of Chaos Energy in without going down first.
Wow, was able to actually do a little bit scoring over there. 13 points to be exact before getting taken down here in the hands of Team MYS. Now, what's the point of actually getting that Reggie buff as well as experience when you actually get cleared down and knocked out by Team MYS, which is quite unfortunate for them. But Team MYS, they are leading in terms of level at the current moment. You don't see any sign of any of the Pokemons from the side of Odifan at level 10 at this current moment. Meanwhile, Mimikyu at level 11, despite having a slight mishap at the early stages of the game, but was able to actually recover in terms of experience and levels here in this game. Meanwhile, top lane is going to be the next attraction as Reggie Lucky is going to be cleared down in the hands of Mimikyu. Meanwhile, Hooper goes out with the Unbound over here. Where is the damage? Where's the fall from behind? Unstoppable here is going to be trying to... Comments with the Unite as well, and still surviving through all this pressure coming out from Team MYS. Hooper still holding on from behind, low on HP, still able to hold out as much as he can. Here comes it down for the Gyarados as well, and clears the Delphox, the Leafeon, and the Caesar.
You just can't mess with the Gyarados, man. And the crazy thing about it as well is that now he's new Dragon Breath, right? If he's able to connect it on 2 players, both of them will not only be paralyzed for 3 seconds, but you get so much buffs here. So much! Movement speed, attack speed. There's a lot of buffs you're getting out of that from one ability alone. And the best part about it, Flavor, he has the stats of an all-rounder. So he's just as durable as any Pokemon on the field.
And you put that on top of all those attack speed and movement speed, that is just insane. It's a different kind of build compared to the other one itself, so it's just amplifying and buffing yourself with attack speed and movement speed.
True.
Yeah.
And need I remind you, his Unite move is untargetable and does insane amount of damage.
Yeah, charge it up all the way to 4 seconds maximum duration, so you can actually knock up your opponent's 0.9. It's actually a full second, honestly. It's just slightly 0.00 point something less than a second, but it still counts a second anyways.
And of course,
bottom lane, things are getting a little bit juicy over here. Shoving the Leafeon all the way to the right side, which is not supposed to be. Only Fun side over here. Team ROS pushing through at the bottom lane despite being close to their own goalpost. Only Fun is currently struggling and losing out 2 of their team members here at the moment. Losing out the Delphox together with Caesar, which will be returning back to the Pokemon Center here at the central area. So rather than committing to the bottom lane, trying to go up mano a mano against Team MYS, they decide to actually dissipate team members going up top lane because they know that their next objective is going to be that Reggie Lucky, which is preparing the next 2 more seconds.
MOS played their mid game so well. That was the really crucial point. The early game was a little bit tough for them because of the Leafeon and the rest of the Pokemon. However, to win the mid game, they really got a lot of chaos, really crucial chaos that gave them a lot of EXP to really balance things out. Now after that, they started asserting more dominance on top of a lot of the skirmishes and succeeding in a majority of the skirmishes here. And literally look at them right now. Overwhelming them in terms of level. They got even more points at the same time as they were finding great success from the first Reggie Lucky. And of course, just melting down the way. Even the Hyperspace portal was not enough to save their dear friend Blastoise.
Didn't make it in time to actually enter the portal to actually return back to the Pokemon Center. But of course, the defense coming up only Fun here, preventing this Reggie Lucky making its way to the top goalpost for their side over here. Now, when we look in terms of points, 4 more seconds before Rayquaza actually appears, but Team MYS not in a very convincing gap when it comes to points. Only a gap of 89 points separating them and Team Only Fun at this moment. And Team MYS, they haven't had some really good late games here in the recent series, so they have to be extra careful. They can't afford to actually make the same mistakes again. So we will see what will transpire here in the next 1 minute and 38 seconds. Will Only Fun be able to actually get themselves some points and or clear out the raid to actually get them advantage into scoring, or will Team MYS be doing some solid defense here? Blastoise jumping in with the Surf, pushing rebounds. No problemo. A little bit of movement speed.
But look at Yemu though. He's getting ready to flank all the way to the back line. No one has really any visual on him either.
Oh, yeah. So right now, positioning-wise, even Mimikyu is trying to do a little bit of fending right here. Passed by each other. Surf versus Horn Leech. I guess not one of them is actually better than the other. So 1 minute and 2 seconds on the clock here, Leonard. What is going to be the play? Only Fun has to do something about it. Team MYS is not going to start poking on that Rayquaza.
It's too difficult. Especially, oh no, but Solo on the other hand gets caught into the mix as well. This committed, but the Unite move comes in for the BBQ and instantly not able to get the pick up though. Solo tried to run for the rest of his life, but he's currently out of the pictures. Now he becomes a 5v4. Hoops unbound. Hydro Typhoon also committed as well. But guess what? The Leafeon gets caught on top of the Gyarados as well. Commits the Unite move and instantly melted them all away. 4 will fall. And Solo trying to do his best to turn things around in a 1v5. Is that even possible? But it looks like he is trying to achieve it so and gets his hand on Yebo. But guess what? They go for the points. They dunk a couple of more. 200 in the lead. Solo chasing down Nightmute Foxy. There's not enough time left on the clock here. A little bit more before he gets melted away, but he just can't. But HT finds him, silences him, sends him, tucks him nice and tightly in bed because it's time for him to take a good rest. That round was long, tiring, and of course MYS will take the first game.
Wow, MYS finally finding their momentum over here in the game, managed to hold their uphold here in the game from start to finish with a very convincing victory against Team Onifun in this game number 1. And Team MYS, they look like a different team altogether, making sure that they are in good comps with one another and making sure they can't afford to actually make any more mistakes, just like what they went through in the recent series over here.
The thing is, this is exactly what we were waiting for. This is exactly what we were expecting from such a top world-class team like MYS as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is exactly what we were expecting, and finally they came in full light. I mean, I don't blame them. It is the lower bracket finals, you know, the kind of thing. Not to say that they don't have, not to say there's no other chance to go to the world stage. There's still LCQ, but hey, why not just secure it now while they get the chance? And they are planning to secure it and get it back to the grand finals to go toe-to-toe with Okie Dokie. But then again, that's it for game number 1. I think they really did a really great job. MYS did fantastic with damage control.
Oh, yeah.
Understanding what they're up against as well, they did not give them too many opportunity or too much space. They ensure they get enough leveling until the mid game. That's when they started grouping up to get to win out a lot of the skirmishes. They don't mind giving certain objectives away, unless only if they feel they are very confident for the fact that this trade is going to be in our favor.
For sure.
And
yeah.
I think they has been doing great so far.
Yeah, I think they were very disciplined this game. Nobody went nobody went too crazy. Yeah, which is something that Team MYS usually does because they know their ability to actually just excel certain things. But I think that by being more disciplined, knowing that it's not about, you know, getting more knockouts than the opponent team, it's all about more objective driven here in this game, and they're able to actually attain this victory in a clean manner. So this is a very professional, well executed game for Team MYS. But of course, only fun. They are able to actually keep up to the best of their abilities here to what Team MYS has to offer, and I do believe there is still room for them to actually get back on their feet and make them a win here in game number 2. Because as you know, Leonard, they've already went up 3 games against Team MYS, twice in the upper bracket in the first round, and this time 1 game. And I believe that they've already had a good feel on how Team MYS actually plays, and probably they're going to be surprising us in the next game.
The thing is this, right? I don't think there's really anything wrong with the drafting coming for OnlyFun. I think they really have a good idea with the composition they were trying to run for, and it's actually pretty great on paper and in theory as well. But the only problem is I think MYS also, I think they have played a lot of games and they just understand, like, they see this kind of composition and they just figure out, like, okay, we'll just fall back to one of our policies on how to deal with this kind of composition here. So I think they did a really great job, and especially when you're going up against a team who just understands where's your strength and just binding out their time, you suddenly become a team that you're running on a timer anymore. Leafeon is great. Leafeon doesn't really have the best of scaling towards the late game as well. He's really strong early. He's great at snowballing as well and really cementing their lead. But if you just can't get that opportunity as well, and your team has a really great late game scaling, suddenly out of the blue, you're running into the game where you really need to pick your fights and pick your positioning as well, because you just can't simply just jump in anymore. Not into a really farm Gyarados or a farm BBQ on the hands of HT as well. It's just that difficult.
Yeah, I think that's why most of the Leafeon players, even any of the trainers, they will try their level best to actually snowball as much as possible with the advantage they have early on. That's the beauty of having evolutions in any point. Level 4, huge spike, just go from there to greater heights as much as you can, because late game, there are a lot of other mons out there who can actually do
Yeah.
way better and perform way better.
True.
And most of them can actually sustain against what you bring to the table, especially bursts like Leafeon coming
Correct.
in. At this time, we do see the Leaf Blade coming back again, and it does look like it's bringing a positive result coming from Team MYS.
I think it looks pretty okay for now. Although, speaking of which, let's quickly get back to our favorite trivia, which is to see exactly what our players say. So we, of course, if you guys missed it out and just joined in right now, we have sent in explicitly certain amount of interview question, and we actually got some replies. So starting off with only fun, we started with how is your team form? No. So actually, no, this is the exact same one.
Yeah. No, the thing is, when this happened, it was while you and Danny were around, right? So,
Yeah.
so it's written as this: how is your team formed? So only fun's response was, no one wanted us. So we managed to form a team by ourselves. So
see-
nobody wanted Genkai, nobody wanted Calamity,
So yes,
nobody wanted Solo.
Amazing organization that's currently watching this stream. Please take this, guys. There's actually so many great talents here at MYSG. They just need to have a really strong backer of support here. So yeah, get these guys out, man. Seriously.
So is that why Solo is here? I mean, like.
Hey.
no, I'm just inquiring over here. We might just get maybe I might want to ping Eeyore and say, hey, is that what happened? But of course, if we're looking at Team MYS, how was your team form? A group of people who want to win the World Championships. Wow.
I mean, that's how usually group or organization comes together, right? With very similar or same goals, you know, that kind of thing. But at the same time, I think Team MYS even before like this year or last year, I think from the very beginning they had this exact same goal and still working towards it. But although while I did say still, they have made great progress as well in terms of the ranking. Well,
Yeah, that's true. So
they
we're
are
looking
growing, they are evolving. It's really fantastic.
Yeah, so we're looking at one team that is definitely gathered together to win Worlds, whereas we have another team that nobody wants them, and they decided, hey, let's make a team. Yeah, so a different team altogether, although I do believe the other team is not being fully truthful in the way of explaining. No, fully truthful on how they were formed. I highly doubt that. I'll be surprised if that was actually the actual reason.
I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes it just be like that, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is at times. You know? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is your player stats and introduction to the one and only Night Mew Foxy, one of the best Mew players in this entire region here. Because let's be honest, I think there's not many. Yeah, sure, we can say there are really great Italian players for sure.
Correct.
There's really great Espio players or Glacier players for sure. But there's only very few people that has the confidence to say I'm a really great high skill player, Mew player. Because Mew is a really high skill Pokemon here, and the fact that we have players like Night Mew Foxy who was able to take it in full fruition, right? As it is as a default, Mew's Unite moves already makes it so elusive and so hard to get his
Exactly,
hand
yeah.
for other players to get their hands on. And in the hands of like professional Mew players like Night Mew Foxy, yeah, it gets really, really scary.
Oh yeah, and that's the reason why he actually has the name of the Pokemon inside his name,
He really-
his IGN.
He
Of course.
lives it.
He lives it, yeah. But of course, only fun. We're featuring Solo over here, and of course, some of the perfectly used Pokemon here in this competition is both the Blaziken as well as the Scizor. And of course, the stats are very low because I do believe that this is the first time they actually ran the Scizor. If it's not the first time we ran Scizor, it's probably the game that featured Scizor during the last live stream, and the games that we did not feature in live probably
yes.
featured Scizor. We just missed out on it, I guess.
The thing is, I have never seen like such a heavy macro or mechanical player like Solo before. Seriously, like, I think there is not one Pokemon that comes into his hands and he just has just full control over it.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah, and definitely looking forward to see what he brings to the table here on the next game itself, because it's not over yet here for them, because they can still win this game number 2 up against Team MYS and force a game number 3, which will be the deciding match. Now, Team MYS, they're at a very comfortable position at this current moment,
True.
as they've already won game number 1, and all they need to do is just win one more game, either game number 2 or game number 3, if there is one, to actually become the winner of the series. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight into the draft here for game number 2 in this best of 3 series at the lower bracket finals. Let's have a look at it.
Honestly, this is going to be this is going to be all cards on the table at this point because this game is literally make it or break it. If they succeed, they keep it going to game number 3. If not, MYS is going to take this second game to the 0 and moving forward. Of course, it's definitely not the end for any of the teams that currently was not able to move forward. There's still a chance in LCQ East and West here. I believe we'll definitely have the QR code for any of these teams to actually scan to sign up. But first things first, let's get back to the present. Still a very respectable ban coming in from OnlyFun as they get rid of the Mew, but still also getting rid of the Umbreon. Like I mentioned before, it opens up the option of speedsters coming to the limelight, but it's a double-edged sword. It works two ways. MYS also can do it if they choose to go for it. OnlyFun can also do it as well.
Yeah.
Still, you start off, don't get me wrong, Blastoise, great defender. Of course, great top laner as well. But that just leaves a lot more option for such an aggressive team like Team MYS. I think at times there are like order of drafting, right? That kind of thing against certain teams. I think against Team MYS, it's very detrimental to try to secure at least some of these heavy hitters for themselves.
Oh yeah, I think only fun what they're doing is that they're solidifying their front lines here first. They got the Blastoise and Trevenant. They do have the Placey on the back. I like to provide a little bit of recovery for them. They are comfortable with the Sylveon plays for their and Team MYS Snorlax defender.
Yeah, Fairy Frolic is always great. I mean, especially with the patches 3 to 4 months ago, the patch as well. Sylveon got a really nice buff to it. It does a lot more damage with Hyper Voice with Calm Mind combination. Ultimate is also lower cooldown, so does it feel so as painful if you were to miss it as well. Low cooldown is great, a lot of special attack boost as well. Really great, but at the same time, I'm very concerned. You allow TLS to get with one of their strongest picks on their side. Like if for not Mew Foxy, if it's not Mew, it will be the Inteleon. Yang gets his Hoopa, a lot of resets of capabilities and a lot of lane global. I guess you can say a lot of global presence coming from the sidelines with the Hoopa in hand. HD with the Mimikyu, you know what's it like. You've seen it before. But at the same time, Genkai coming in with his Dragonite. Big damage to a really great Pokemon to go toe to toe with the Gyarados. But at the same time, I'm concerned because in terms of the range battles, they don't really have anyone that can really outrange the Inteleon. I think honestly no one can really outrange the Inteleon, but there's no one really can really battle him out in terms of the range.
Yeah, I don't think OnlyFun has a response for this at Korma with the draft that they have, so they have to face this head on with what they have for this game number 2. But either way, the draft is completely come from both ends. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, Team MYS, after winning that game number 1, all they need to do is win this game to actually become the winner of the series. If they do lose out on this, basically, we're going to be forced into a game number 3. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. Team MYS on the purple side and OnlyFun on the orange side. They are riding the Hoopa together with the Magikarp here on the top lane. Meanwhile, giving the Mimikyu the levels that he needs so he can actually perform really well and scale really well here in this game. You just need him to get online as soon as possible. The higher the levels, the better, so he can actually become one of the main cores for Team MYS.
I mean, definitely for sure. And I think the status quo is going to be pretty much the same for both sides, especially for the top lane. I don't think we're going to be seeing like anyone who's going to be easily picked up on that top side, not as easily. But then again, this pressure coming into the line side. He said, Yang comes in to say, hey, this is free real estate. I'm just gonna like secure all of these buffs, all of this jungle. And guess what? Mimikyu is very comfortable on his side here.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And I totally understand that because like when you see this top lane, go head to head with this composition, you just figure out like, okay, there's not really anyone that can really pick up the Magikarp very easily here. So allows a very aggression rotation coming in from the Snorlax here.
Oh yeah, I think that was very nice. They put in pressure on the Dratini. You want to prevent him to actually get to level 5 real quick because that's going to be his first level spike as becomes a Dragonair at that point. You do get 10% critical hit rate and 5% lifesteal after being at that stage itself. Meanwhile here, things are looking a little bit interesting at the top lane as we do see rotation coming on from the team members of Team OnlyFun. The Dragonair try to do something about it together with the C and the Trevenant. Looks like they are online at the same level, but it does seem that the Squirtle is struggling at level 4. Still 8 minutes and 25 seconds into the game.
Still going back and forth, a couple of trade, definitely slow things down. And while all this action is happening between both Yang and the Snorlax, guess what? HD is so comfortable. The Magikarp is so comfortable. Everyone, literally, the 3 main cores are literally doing what they're supposed to be doing and farming. And instantly, guess what? No longer the Magikarp. It's Yemo bounces in with the Gyarados. Almost could have gotten the second KO and asserting even more dominance in the enemy's central area.
That was a beautifully executed bounce over there together with the Dragon Breath coming up from the Gyarados. Close enough to actually clear up 2 Pokemon on the side from Team Onifun over there. Meanwhile, Team MYS, despite them looking like they're dominating here in the game, but it does seem that Onifun is keeping up as much as they can over here. But as we were talking about that, Sylvia gets picked off in the hands of the Mimikyu, and Minnesota, we do have the War Total getting graded down, and not a great idea for the War Total getting picked out at this point of the game, because you do want to make sure that you get your experience up, your levels up to become a Blastoise at one point.
This is very concerning, right? Because now this is going to be forcing a lot of members of Onifun to try to stick as much as possible, at least try to be reactive as much as possible, because such aggression is coming from Team MYS. They got the necessary amount of leveling as well. Their early game is definitely a lot more better. And now it's their turn to really return the favor from the previous game. But beautiful pickup on the Nintendo. That is actually very massive here. Slow things down, but not too much. But of course, that bonus EXP is still going to be fantastic for themselves here.
Yeah, they needed that very much. I think that's a huge one clearing out on the Italian. They're going to be very, very much happy with that small victory. Meanwhile, it's going to be Mimikyu clearing out on this Sylveon. You don't want to go up against a HT Mimikyu here in this game. A little bit off position there for that Sylveon, but it's going to be recovering back here in the game. But of course, one important thing to highlight for Onifun is that they do have the Dragonite here, and he is the one going to be getting that last hit in. Oh no, it's going to be the Intellon getting on the Regirock. All that effort coming up from Onifun only to get sniped out in the hands of Team MYS.
I think it's totally fine, especially with the presence of the hyperspace portal. Even if they didn't manage to secure the Regieleki, it's just so simple for them to really realign themselves to that top lane here, to really try to defend that goalpost. Really can't do anything much about it. Team Fight, although they still need to wait for that Unite move coming from the Blastoise, it's just not really there yet. So much confrontation, they do really need to keep their spacing and keep an eye on the rest of the field here. Snorlax still defending the bottom goalpost. Did go for the Mystical Fire instead of the Hyper Voice here, which is actually still a really good ability as well. I don't think like there's a real right or wrong. Definitely it is situational, I think.
Oh,
but
because the
nothing
jump
wrong with it.
Escapes out with the Horn Leech. It's going to be the Trevenant here. Has to make his escape. Over there, things are looking a little bit dicey here at the top lane. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 2-man rotation. It's going to be Mimikyu to get the Gyarados, clearing out the Altera family here on the center area. And also the bottom is going to be cleared out in the side of Team MYS. Up against the Blastoise and the Sylveon. But when we look at in terms of points, there's not big of a gap in between them. It's only 74 against 63. Sending more towards Team MYS. A 9, my apologies, only an 11-point gap here between them.
You know, the egg bomb is going to be pretty cool. I think we don't see it often, but there are times, magical times, we actually seen like
magical times.
Yeah, we've seen some people getting knocked out of the hyperspace portal mainly because of the egg bomb, actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, big shields coming out from the Snorlax here at the bottom lane. Quick escape by the Intellon down to the bottom side. Meanwhile, Mimikyu to the top side is going to be meeting up together with this Sylveon. What's going to be the play over here? It does seem that HT is currently in trouble. Gets picked up the hands of Sylveon. The revenge very much being chased up by Onifun, and Gyarados picks up on the Dragonite. It's a 1-to-1 trade-off over here. Now Gyarados going to be getting yet another. It's going to be Sylveon. Big win over here. And of course, it's going to be a written takedown here on the Intellon. A 2-for-2 trade-off over here, Leonard.
Wow, this is really great as well, and I believe, Yemo, definitely not in the prime position, just tried to bounce and try to get out the safety. I think he definitely will still be fine. They still managed to break the first goalpost as well. I think they can really stop from the Snorlax. It's such a beefy Pokemon as well, on top of that too. Then the really cool thing about the Trevenant, he didn't go for the, if you notice, he didn't go for the Wood Hammer. He actually went for the Curse and Horn Leash. And if you if you recall the combination you can do with it as well, is that if you charge up that Kurch meter, that gauge to his maximum, right? You pretty much can just reset any of your pain split or Horn Leash, so pretty much you could just keep displacing a person twice in a row.
Oh yeah.
If you actually can get the combo right. But of course, Reggie still.
Oh, Gyarados gets it.
Although the snipe shot is massive, couldn't really secure it, but the Gyarados is there to secure it. Yamo, of course, tips his hat to his buddy. Intellon, he said, "Don't worry, Nightmare Foxy, I got you covered here."
Look at that insane attack speed by the Gyarados. Meanwhile, our attention is going to be here at the bottom lane. The Blissey to trap them together with Sylveon, trying to do a little bit scoring here in the face of Team MYS. Bottom goalpost getting chased down here by the Snorlax. Does he have the damage to actually do anything right here? We need to expect some rotations from his teammates from behind. Inteleon over here chase down and Sylveon. You got the holding on the zero. Pops up with the Unite, tries to make an escape. Is it going to be enough? No way, it is not. Gets killed on the hands of the Mimikyu from Team MYS HD.
Not gonna happen at all. He was waiting for it, already anticipating the Fairy Frolic. He just waits for it out. Once it times out, he just completely went for it. No way for him to escape. Really well positioning, coming in for rebongs with the block as well. Didn't really give much option to the Sylveon player to really try to get out of that situation. Really great start.
Oh yeah. Now, of course, at the top lane here, slowly but surely, Team MYS is trying to expand the gap. Oh, forces the eject here on the Dragon. I guess caught between two Pokemon on the side. Team MYS is going to be back into safety over here. Loads and loads of points dropped on the ground, but none of them can pick them up because they're fully loaded with points here, except for a few of the team members from Team Only Fun. But we're 20 seconds away, Leonard, from the Rayquaza appearing here at the central area. This could be a game-changing moment here. And of course, it is going to be the burden on Only Fun to clear it out so that they get the advantage of trying to score upon their opponents over here. But Team MYS, they have to solidify their defense. They have to get in position to prevent that from happening. Or probably get the Rayquaza for themselves, but they're not in a rush. They just have to make sure they screen out the team members from Only Fun from attempting to do so.
The thing is this, MYS has total control of the game here, especially in terms of points. Of course, the point differential is not too far apart, but positioning-wise and literally, its requirement, the win requirement coming for Only Fun is a lot more higher because they can't really outrange them. Yeah, they really, in other words, they really need to get their heads in the air. They need to get really great positioning here. He does spot the Azure Sky's race here, so he's going to be able to see everybody and able to right-click away. There's a lot of crit damage on top of the Trevenant. He's doing a really great job to try to zone out the Inteleon as much as possible, but solo can only solo for so long here. And now comes in with the Hydro Typhoon, trying to get a beautiful 3-man knockout, but will it be enough? Can it be done? But no, the Inteleon 9-Meal Foxy is on an absolute roll as he quickly one-shots every single player within his side alongside with HD. Not a single member of Team MYS fell. The Rayquaza was a simple gesture of securing, and now they slowly make their way to solidify this game 2 here in this lower bracket finals.
Wow, a full-on team knockout just a while ago at the Rayquaza pit here by Team MYS with no trade-offs as what Leonard mentioned just earlier on. Of course, big opportunity for them to actually do loads and loads of scoring. Meanwhile, Snorlax is just being a menace over here, trying to buy a little bit of time for his team, just throwing him in time. Oh, but low in HP is over here. It's going to be Blastoise. Manages to make an escape over here, chasing down a Mimikyu at this point of the game. Maybe not a great idea, but of course, Hooper still has 50 under his belt. Going up for more scores over here. We do see Gyarados popping up with the Unite as well. Kills off the time, and still not enough to actually do much over here. Meanwhile, Inteleon getting a 2 KO streak. Gyarados getting one on that Blissey over here with just 3 seconds on the clock. It does seem that this game number 2 and the series will be in the hands of Team MYS.
Really well done. Really well done. Of course, kudos to Team MYS who's able to win out the lower bracket final to get back into the grand finals. They go toe-to-toe with the Okie Dokie, to the very team that actually sent them down in the first place. Yeah. Although, alas, we have to say goodbye to such a great team like Only Fun as well.
Oh yeah,
I think they have been doing really great.
Yeah,
so
Only Fun had a great run. I think they were crawling through the lower bracket since they were dropped early on in round number 1. So they had to go through
games.
Yeah, I think they played the most. Did they play? I think if you consider together MYS, they actually played the same amount of games. Just because it should be, I think. Or probably just one extra.
Yeah, one extra.
Yeah, one extra, yeah. So, yeah, quite a journey. They had to do an insane crawl through the lower bracket. But, of course, they've proven to everyone here watching that they are truly a force to be reckoned with here in the Malaysia and Singapore region. But, of course, as Leonard mentioned, unfortunately, we have to see our goodbyes to them. They ended their journey here in the Malaysia-Singapore regionals at 3rd place by being knocked out at the lower bracket finals. And of course, Team MYS with yet another 2-0 convincing victory over here in the series. They have made their way to the grand finals as the 2nd team through the lower bracket. But of course, things are not that easy for them, as since they hail from the lower bracket, they are required to actually win 2 best-of-3 series to become the winner of the championship.
It's really difficult as well. Like even from the early game for the second game, was not really the best of starting for them, because like they have multiple evolution Pokemon to start with as well. Not really the best to contest with any aggressive roamers. And with the laning, you notice as well like how we see all the laning phases for both the top and bottom, right? It just shows the fact that not any, like for MYS side, they were very convinced that none of their teammates will actually fail in this early phase. There's absolutely no way unless they either overextend or make a really huge mistake. So that being said, it creates a lot of opportunity for both the Snorlax, which is Snorlax, and Yang, who was playing the Hoopa, to do a central area invasion to the side here of Only Fun. And there was no answer they can do about it. There's really nothing they can do about it. It's a Squirtle and a Phantom. And at the same time, you have a Chansey. You can't really do much in the face of a Hoopa, a Mimikyu, and a Snorlax.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure over there. But I have to admit that they actually held on really well here in the game. When you look at in terms of difference of levels, it's not that big of a gap. Probably just a 1-2 level only. And this is a much better looking game for them compared to the first game itself. Yeah, so I think that the gap is not really that significant. So they try to keep up as much as they can up against Team MYS over here. But of course, Team MYS, with the amount of experience and amount of games they have played for the longest time here in the Pokemon Unite competitive scene, it does show and reflect here in the way they execute and perform in the game.
No, I agree with you for sure, because like, despite their beginning and even towards the mid game as well, they're still able to keep up with the level race here. The only problem was still going to be towards the Rayquaza fight, which was how much options do they have? MYS has so many options.
Oh yeah.
They have range, they have initiation, they have the points as well, they have the time as well. But if you look on the side for Only Fun, they didn't really have a lot of options except for the fact that we just need to get our hands on the Inteleon. That's what Solo was trying to do with the Trevenant here. And I think he was trying to do his best. He even forced out the Unite move, the Azura Skywalk very early as well. And I think that was really great. But like I said, it's a Trevenant.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Against an Inteleon.
Actually, the Blastoise tried to do something. At one point, he actually tried to eject and actually surf the Inteleon into the middle, but he was not able to actually catch him. But the team fight has already begun, so he's like, okay, I can't catch Inteleon.
Correct. It's so difficult. Positioning was just so crucial. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, enough with that kind of analysis. Let's bring on to our favorite session, Drawing with Flavor.
Oh yeah. Well, what does it have to be?
Oh, is it drawing with me? How about
drawing with Leonard.
We draw together. How about
okay. We
you
draw
start
together.
first.
Okay. Age before beauty. Okay, let me just do this first.
I am not gonna follow up with that because I feel that's a landmine which I'm not willing to step on.
Smart move, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually game number 2 between Team MYS up against Team Only Fun. Now, this is a very crucial time during the whole team fight because this is 1 minute and 33-second mark over here. So during this time, we're gonna be looking at positioning. So you do see here we're coming on from this. So actually there's a Hooper here down here. It's actually making on this end. So it's a full-on sandwich because all the team members from Team Only Fun are all gathered here. Meanwhile, you do see all the team members from Team MYS as actually gathered all around them, which makes it easy for them to just sandwich them at this point. All right, so we're gonna play out over here. So things are going to go in very, very slow. So Solo is a little bit opposition. He's sandwiched in between the Inteleon together with the Hoopa. He does have a great idea, but he's trying to actually catch Inteleon, but of course a little bit too much to actually handle over here. Even the Blastoise will commit to actually go in for Surf on the left side as well. So at this point, things are getting a little bit haywire for Team Only Fun because they are now, so most of the teammates here, look at this guys, 2 of them are here. Well, as the rest of the 3 other members are actually on this side, so they are definitely in trouble. So getting screened out by the team members from Team MYS. So positioning-wise, not looking great for them. So yeah, Team MYS is just capitalizing on this whole situation here. So Blastoise get back on this side. Now try to jump in and try to go and chase on the Unleash Hooper as well. But none of this is going to work out for them. Look at this snipe hitting off on Trevenant. And he's still trying to sustain as long as he can. But the last is going to come in here in the hands of the Hooper.
Now, the amazing thing about it is hold on, Flavor. Just borrow me that pen for a second. Let me pause this real quick. So, you know, let's just play this whole thing out, right? Like, so really great stuff as the whole team was able to get a beautiful knockout. 3-man knockdown. I think that was a really great attack coming from the Hydro Typhoon, but a lot of damage has already been done, and there's really not much way for them to really control about this. Okay, while the clip ends, I'm just going to rewind back and just... wait, hold on. 1 sec. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly play this back and pause because I really want to show you guys something, right? So from the point of view from Team MIS, right, Flavor, is that it's very easy for them to know what's the intention coming from the opponent team. A team that is desperate for a certain requirement becomes very predictable for them. So that's why I love the positioning. If you see from the minimap, the positioning coming from both HT and even Yemo as well. They understand the fact that, okay, the requirement is the Rayquaza. They well position themselves to the top part of the pit, so to ensure that no one else is going to be doing this roundabout to get on top of Nightmare Foxy. So in other words, position has been secured. This beautiful house that Nightmare Foxy has myself is very secure and it's very solid. And they also have eye view on majority of the members as well. So pretty much everything was well covered for them and well thought of. And I'm very curious about how the comms was pretty much like as they were going about this, because it felt like a lot of internal discussion was happening within this quick second decision making coming from both sides.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of catching up needed to do as well for Only Fun. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again, Only Fun, for being the third place winner here at the Malaysia-Singapore Regionals. And of course, we do have our top two right here. First of all, we have a first grand finalist, Team Okidogi, hailing from the upper bracket finals. And of course, Team MYS, the winner for the lower bracket finals. Let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that lower bracket series, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, here we have the full bracket here after conclusion of that series itself. So I'm going to pass it over to my good sir, Yolo Lee, to actually go through the bracket.
Well, thank you so much, Flavor. But of course, just as Flavor mentioned as well. So just as Flavor mentioned as well, we currently have solidified our top 3 team as it is already. So we have TLS, of course, still trying to figure out who's going to be the one to represent Malaysia, Singapore at Honolulu for the WCS, of course. But we definitely guarantee our third placing here, which is going to be Only Fun. And of course, kudos to you for securing third place. But now we're slowly awaiting for our grand final fight, the very fight, the grudge match between both teams here, and of course determining who's going to be going forward here.
Oh yeah, and of course this is something, this is definitely going to be a very interesting grand finals, because Team MYS, they lost out against Okidogi in the upper bracket finals. A clean 2-0 victory by Okidogi, and curious to see, will Team MYS be able to get their revenge match against them in this grand finals itself, or will Okidogi continue their perfect run here in this competition? All this and more will be happening very, very soon as we take a very short commercial break after this. But of course, Leonard, it is truly a very fun time here going through the whole series together with you and Dana Lee, and we're definitely looking forward to the grand finals itself. Only one will be crowned the winner and champion here for the Malaysia-Singapore Regionals.
It's going to be really great as well. Like, we're finally reaching to the conclusion of this Championship Sunday here. And we already know, I mean, we have been saying it a few times, but just in case you guys missed it, like what the team is actually fighting for, right? It's not just to represent in the WCS in Honolulu, but it's also a sponsored flight as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, after the conclusion of today, after all this done and dusted, you have to remember that this so happens to be the first region that will be concluded, and while the rest will be happening starting today, and some of it will conclude in the remaining weeks. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a very short break. We'll be right back after this commercial break with more Pokemon Unite actions here at the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series Malaysia-Singapore Regionals.
Hello Pokemon trainers, it is grand finals time for the Singapore and Malaysia regional qualifiers for the Pokemon UNITE World Championships. My name is Dan Lee, and of course joining me for this grand final series will be none other than Mr. Yolo Lee. We had a great lower bracket final, but we're here for the grand finale and a rematch.
I mean, yes, it is definitely one of the few anticipated rematch that we're looking forward to as well here. So now there's a lot of things on the line. There's no longer a lower bracket anymore. This is literally all there is. I mean, there is a reset if Team MYS does succeed in this one, of course. If you guys are not familiar with this game format, we actually have this thing where if every team does have a chance, that kind of thing. So if Team MOS was coming from the lower bracket finals were to win against Okidoki, then they will actually get the reset.
Yes, but for Okidogi, the goal for them is to just win in the first matchup.
Win the whole thing, yeah.
So they have the upper bracket technically the upper bracket advantage. But is this going to be enough for them going into this grand final series? We'll find out in just a second, though, as we reintroduce our grand finalists for this series. It is Okidogi versus Team MYS. Now, between the two teams, anyone that has been following the Unite scene in Malaysia and Singapore will know that, everyone knows MYS.
Oh, yes,
If
of
you
course.
know, you know. And if you don't, welcome to Pokemon Unite. We do welcome new people here as well. But MYS, they were the Malaysia and Singapore representatives last year in Yokohama, Japan. So obviously for them, they want to be the representatives again this year, but this time in Honolulu. But for Okie Dokie, this would be the first time for this team to actually go overseas and represent Malaysia, Singapore if they can win in this grand final.
It is a very great opportunity for them as well, especially for 4 other players as well, because previously last year, Cyan Reginald was inside in Team Ultimate Kai, whereas for, I'm not sure whether is it the same Baba or not, but Baba and JH and Dot Roy, which is also one of the alternates, used to be playing in Team MSI also in last year's MISG's Open 2023. So a lot of these teams banding together with a new team and of course new rosters as well. Looking forward to see if they can grasp that opportunity to go overseas like you mentioned.
Yes. All right, very quickly before we jump into game number 1 here, the team profile for Okie Dokie. I have to mention one of the most successful Pokemon, or technically 2 of them actually. The Sylveon and the Blastoise.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Sylveon, JL's Sylveon is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, of course, definitely for sure. And I think even very similar to the Espeon as well, right? Like they have really great early aggression when it comes to rotation as well. Nothing like what the Glaceon usually will face, where you would definitely love a level 6 Glaceon over a level 4 compared to the Espeon who's level 4 or the Sylveon level 4. But what I'm really happy about is that the attempt of trying to bring back the Buzzwole. Yes, the nerf was hard. I agree. You do not have this crazy muscular bug that has almost unlimited combination towards the late game here. But with the nerf, that did restrict that a lot more, and it feels like late game Buzzwole isn't as strong. However, its playstyle, its strength is still somewhat similar. Still a really great initiator. Definitely a target which you cannot simply ignore anymore. Even with the patch.
You can also, I guess we can also compliment MYS because they did also do a really good job shutting down the Buzzwole in that game as well. I don't think Buzzwole is gone per se. It's definitely still usable. It's just having to manage that top lane. And I don't think they realized how much pressure that Buzzwole was going to have up top. But we're gonna give away that Buzzwole first. We're going to talk about MYS here and their favorite Pokemon that they have been playing today as well. And in particular, we've been seeing a lot of Gyarados for MYS. Yamu is literally, like, every time Gyarados is there, they will get that Gyarados for Yamu. He has had an absolute heyday on that Pokemon as well. HT, whenever that Mimikyu is available, he just snaps that up for himself as well. For Foxy, if he's not playing Greedent, if they're doing their whole defender lineup, he's playing Inteleon.
Yeah, it's very scary when you go against a team like MYS because not only because of their versatility, but their Pokemon pool is vastly large. Yeah, but I think in particular for Yemo, because even back before the Buzzwole ban, it was always just been Buzzwole, that kind of thing, alongside with the Lucario at times, because Lucario has been, not to say the direct counter, but it has been doing pretty well against the Buzzwole, usually in the top lane as well.
Actually, funny thing with MYS, Yamu has never really been a fan of Buzzwole, even when Buzzwole was the thing. They actually always went for things like Blastoise, They preferred not to play the Buzzwole. They wanted more team utility. And Gyarados kind of does a similar thing to Blastoise as well. Like, both of these water types, they have massive ultimates that are able to change the flow and the ebb and flow of these battles. They're both extremely tanky, and they also scale into the late game too, so they can also do damage.
Yeah, but sadly, Gyarados' abilities is a lot more of sending you to the Davy Jones locker compared to the Blastoise. Yeah, at least that feels a lot more friendly with the water parks kind of thing. But regardless of the match, whether are they going to allow Gyarados to go through is definitely a question. But at the same time, I think Okie Dokie really need to be mentally prepared, because the game that they fought against MYS is going to be totally different to the game they're going to be facing them now here. A lot more different. They're going to be coming in with their strongest composition, their most comfortable one, the most confident one as well. Okie Dokie really needs to prepare for this.
Both teams need to prepare against each other. I mean, Okie Dokie 2-0'd MYS as well. So sure, we know that MYS, they are mechanically gifted players. They've played a lot of Pokemon Unite. They have been through pretty much everything you can really experience in the game. Whereas for Okie Dokie, I'm pretty sure there may be some experiences that could be a little bit new to them, something that just catches them off guard, that MYS might not be so surprised about. So anything goes, especially around the Rayquaza pit, right? Like 20% of the, like the first 8 minutes is 20% of the game, and the last 2 minutes is 80% of the game, because Rayquaza, for a lot of the teams, is really a true win condition. But you take that Rayquaza, you normally always win. Not all the time. If you pre-prep and you let the team take the Rayquaza, I hope you've done the math to outscore them.
I mean, which is why we see like different types of composition over the months and years, right? Like we see teams that's more focused around the Rayquaza-oriented composition, and some who just has various answers for various situations. Something like what TMYS has been doing so gracefully so far.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at first pick here for Okie Dokie, and Team MYS will be getting that last pick, but they do get the second 2 picks. Now, I've had some pretty interesting discussions with teams and players when it comes to pick order, and most teams actually prefer to go for first pick. I actually thought teams would want to have that last pick because you would be able to throw in, like, you know, that X factor to really throw your opposing team off. But first pick really seems to be the way for a lot of these teams, because they just want to take the strongest Pokemon on the field.
Right. It's similar to the Western side as well, right? Because there are times where we just see them like, there are times they do prefer the priority first pick, and sometimes they prefer going second because they just really like to play around those defender comps a lot more better.
Look at those bands.
I know.
So Okie Dokie, totally understandable. HT and Night Foxy,
yeah.
but the Zoro and the Sylvie band, super personalized bands. But this does give away the Umbreon here to Okie Dokie, so that's going to be snapped up by Baba. But what's going to be the choice here for MYS? Is it going to be that Gyarados again for Yemu?
I wouldn't be surprised if they were to lead with an opening with Yemu's Gyarados as well, but then again at the same time,
I think go traditional. Go pick up like the Blastoise or Trevenant. Trevenant's a great choice as well, but this looks like it could be a Rebong's Trevenant.
This is great because now they're keeping their cards well hidden this time. They say like, hey, you know, this is what we're going to be running. Doesn't really show too much or reveal too much as well. I mean, sure, you might have a rough idea, mainly because of the fact that Baba actually locks in the Umbreon. So that just shows a sense of message like, okay, you want to be a speedster, you got to be careful. I can actually lock you down with a mean look as well.
Yeah. Okay, so Blastoise will be on the side of Okie Dokie and the Espeon, and Nightmare Foxy looking to run back his Inteleon, or actually he's thinking about, the Delphox would be pretty interesting here. They're thinking about it. They're probably thinking, do we want to go for team fight or do we want to go for single target damage? You can contest objectives with the Inteleon. Oh my gosh, HT is going for the Flaming Chicken. He is going for that Blaziken. We did see Blaziken banned a number of times, so really cool to see HT piloting this Pokemon this time. And, okay, so Blissey will round out things with the support for Okie Dokie, and we're going to be seeing a Scyther or Sizzle. And Yemu gets the last pick Gyarados. Like, they just left it to last. And you know what? I think that's totally fine if no one's going to pick it anyway.
I think, like, the order, especially with the order things, I don't think it's too worried. It's too much of a concern for them, unless, you know, they're trying to secure or build up towards a particular Pokemon like Zoroark or Leafeon, that kind of thing. But in this matter, right, I'm only concerned about one thing. Who has to be doing the heavy lifting here? Because that's a lot of multiple evolution Pokemon as well. And
both teams are running multiple evolutions. Although Okie Dokie is definitely leaning towards that earlier side.
Right?
Yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, Gyarados also has that a little bit earlier side. Since he only has one evolution form, but it takes so long as a Magikarp to really get there. You're somewhat dependent on your central area to really give you enough space, or at least create enough space for you to really get to that stage here. I mean, Combusken has really great, decent pushback abilities, but we just have to see how well HT actually plays this out here.
Yeah, I kind of don't mind Okie Dokie's lineup. I mean, here's the thing. MYS, if they want to play greedy, it's not surprising. I've seen them do this before. It's a matter of whether Okie Dokie actually do manage to punish this, because if you just let MYS do whatever they want, they're getting free levels, they're going to have the late game advantage with Pokemon that really scale, especially in that last 2-minute mark. I mean, if you're Okie Dokie, you got to look at this and you have to say, like, okay, guys, we need to go off during those lanes. Like, we need to pressure before they get their full evolutions off. And in particular, they're going to have to really look out for Rebongs and Yang. I actually think this puts a lot of pressure on the supports to really ensure that their laners don't just get completely gapped.
Right. All right, so doesn't seem to be the Scizor. Scizor, actually, I think we're only going to be able to find it
later
out
on.
later on.
Yeah.
But I think regardless, don't think they're going to be, and I love the fact that we see a little bit more small rotation ability coming for the chance here, right? Because there's not a lot of simple pickoffs coming for the side for MYS in the early phase. So if they choose to go for the jungle invasion or the central invasion in this case, they can opt to go for it if they're confident enough to do so.
Oh!
But then I spoke a little bit too soon. How did he actually get the pickoff?
I mean, you're going up against a Sobble, and I guess Eevee just sort of stuck around for a little bit too long, so that's a pretty big knockout as well, considering that you've given this experience to Nightmare Foxy.
I mean, I get it, right? Water Gun's great for security, great for pokes, but it can't be until that phase.
Look, you're an Eevee, okay? Until you've actually evolved, you're also quite vulnerable. You're not going to be unstoppable until you do hit that level 4. So to have a level advantage as the Inteleon, that is actually very big for those lanes.
That is insane.
Up top, we are seeing that 3v3 tri-lane, and looks like the majority of the Pokemon will be going in the way of Okidogi, even rotating the Espeon for that as well. So much respect from Okidogi to deny the experience from MYS.
Yeah. Well, even the top side, I love it, like I said, right? Komaska has a really great knockback ability, right? So, like, he couldn't really secure the Arteria, but at least he get at least half the family back to us. At least there is some form of EXP being transferred to the side here of the top laners.
Yep. Now this is a very tense grand final because as good as MYS is, they need to win a best of 3 and then play another best of 3. Now this is not to say that this is easy for Okidogi, it's stressful for both teams, but just we are looking at a marathon of a series for both of these squads, and I hope they're ready for an intense set because so much is on the line for both of these teams. Now we do have a Gyarados at the 8-minute mark, and these teams are going to contest for the Altaria and Swablu as well. We do see a Blaziken evolution on the side of MYS, so the experience is really, really going well for MYS. They haven't been slowed down during the lanes. They're looking at 2 fully evolved Pokemon. Now 3. Okay, the whole lineup is fully evolved.
Yeah, everyone is here. And the best part about it is that they didn't give them like the kind of fear that usually you would expect for a team with this kind of competition. No, they kept on the pressure. They really cemented themselves like, hey, you want to fight? We'll just fight it out.
I'm actually afraid for Okidogi because they needed to punish MYS before they hit this mark. So now we know MYS. This team is aggressive. When they want to push, when they want to fight, they're going to make it happen. And Nightmare Foxy is even fighting in this top lane with his team too. They're going to put the Trevenant down in that bottom lane to get experience. They want to fight.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. And I think this kind of tactic only works mainly because of the fact that Yang has his super. There's a lot of ways for them to save a lot of time just literally relocating from whether it's from the top or bottom. It just saves so much time in just traveling time as well.
Look at this Regice, it just melts! Oh my gosh, it's as if it never existed.
The late game is so scary.
And they just teleport to the top, and now they're going to contest for this Regieleki because Okidogi, oh my gosh! Thank goodness for Scyther getting that last hit in, so no steal for MYS. They will have to get rid of this, but I think Okidogi breathing a sigh of relief saying, okay, we don't need to worry about a Regieleki push. We've got to stabilize, we've got to keep up in those levels.
But I am still concerned because, like I said, travel time is not an issue for them. Reinforcers is also not a problem for them.
Travel time's an issue for Okidogi because they don't have portals.
Yeah, if we're talking about Okidogi, then yeah, they're definitely having a tough time in terms of reinforcers, and they're not really the most durable as well.
Oh, look at this setup!
Instantly just walking down. Looks like yeah, it's definitely gonna be the scientist into the scissor for this one.
Yeah.
They can't contest with this, and Unite moves as well. Doesn't really matter to our dear friend Blaziken in the hands of HT. He's going to be having an absolute thrill here.
Now here's the thing, we've seen 2 games where MYS were able to build up a lead, snowball, and basically control the game up until that last 2-minute mark. Even though we might see the same thing here, can they finish things in the Rayquaza pit? Because that's where this team has faltered so far today. Can they get their stuff together and actually deal with the Rayquaza, finish the game in those last 2 minutes? Because at the end of the day, you win based on points, not based on how many Pokemon you've knocked out.
True, but I'm not going to sound biased. Don't get me wrong, Danny. I'm not going to sound biased, but I'm just going to lay it out at the fact that if we just talk about securing Rayquaza in the midst of the chaos, right? There is almost not a lot of good secure abilities coming from Okidogi at all. And if you're talking about even just from now the win here to try to win on this fight, he has to pick his battles. His battles are not so open or as free as he chooses to be. Everyone's a prime target. The Inteleon needs to be removed from the field. The Blaziken HT is of course the one to be next here. They can leave Yemu for last, but leave him alone for too long and Yemu starts destroying everyone else as well. Oh, it's so tough. Their battles here.
It's a red ice though, so no attack or defensive bonus. We do see a Phantom Forest deployed, and Inteleon is going to be securing that. So the experience again going in the way of MYS. They do lose the Trevenant though, and we do see a pursuit coming in from Okie Dokie. If they can get a knockout here, there would be some much needed experience. But look at Barba though. This is a defender absolutely melting to that Gyarados, never committing the Unite. They say, I want this Espeon, throws them in the air, finishes them off with that Dragon Breath. And MYS, they tear that fight apart, and they're looking to break the Skull Zone as well.
Oh man. They just waited it out, and now they literally take the hyperspace ball all the way to the top side to get even more objectives here.
So much control. I don't even know what you ban against MYS, because you ban that Hooper, but then they're going to give access to HT's Pokemon, to Nightmare Foxy's Pokemon. Do you ban the Gyarados? Because Yamu is also a major threat on his own. I haven't seen this man falter when he's trying to get his experience. He always hits that Gyarados at the 8-minute mark at most.
The thing is this, right? Like, if you're going against a team who is very offensive with a particular part of Pokemon, right? Sure, yes, banning is one thing. I love that they actually add an additional ban for both sides. But at the same time, I think the other option is to just steal that Pokemon. Just pick it for yourself. I think so far it was only MYS who actually has been securing that Inteleon. So far, it has always been either the Glaceon, the Sylveon, or the Espeon here. Sometimes we can see a couple of Scythers, which is pretty great to me, but I don't think like Scyther has like what Inteleon can somewhat provide for you. Scyther is the kind of Pokemon where if you're snowballing pretty much similar to the Leafeon, right? You're snowballing there, you're absolutely fantastic. But if you're not, and your opponent team is scaling just as well as you are, you will slowly lose out in that race, because late game scalers like Gyarados, Blaziken, and Inteleon will always outrun you at any time and any day. Unless you would have to be so, as an Inteleon, you would have to be so isolated without the eject button, without the Fill Stinger, without the Azure, to really like not be able to escape from Cypher.
All right, 2 seconds to go before we get the Reggie, and it's going to be a Regirock. We've seen so many Regirocks leading up to Rayquazas, so this defensive buff is going to be beneficial to MYS, but again, we've seen this before. They've taken the Reggie, they have experience lead, they also have that defensive bonus, but it comes down to the execution for these last 2 minutes. We've got 25 seconds on the clock to go before Rayquaza hits the field, and for teams to get their experience in before we hit that final stretch. But the map's been picked clean on Okie Dokie's side. It's really only on their side at MYS, but they prefer to get in position first.
I agree.
I love this preemptive play. MYS are preparing themselves and getting ready to jump into this fight, because they know in their past games against Okie Dokie, this is where they have faltered.
Yes, but the only difference this time will be the fact that they are not restricted to the idea of having double speedsters on their line, or choosing their position, or choosing their battles. They are very comfortable with taking those fights head on. They got the range, they got pretty much everything all covered. I love the positioning coming from both the Blastoise and also Yemu as well, ensuring that all angles is covered. No one's going to be able to get the flank out. Something that Yemu loves to do as a top laner. He loves to go for these backdoor flanks here, which hurts them a lot more here.
It hurts them if he doesn't get there fast enough, right? Like we've seen a couple times, or at least the one time anyway. He was a little bit too late, and that basically half the team was gone. So.
I mean, he's a floating shrimp, you know. It takes some time for him to get to places.
Yeah. So Barba trying to find that opportunity for the team. It might have to really come down to Barba again, just fishing for MYS to jump on him again. I mean, he was the perfect bait last time, but Cyan can be perfect bait as well. But what's the play?
I love Yang.
They're starting to poke. Oh my gosh, the Scyther already down to half health. This is scary. He needs time to heal. 55.
No way to get into it. They managed to get on top of the trap. Then pops in the Phantom Forest as well to get the necessary amount of knock. Pops the Azure. He's outrunning the Scyther. Chooses to go on top of Yang, but it's just so durable. He does have the eject button. Torrent is absolutely perfect. Connects on 3. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation, but it doesn't matter. They lost all their cores. They lost all the damage. They lost all the members. Ladies and gentlemen, MYS once again, back-to-back games. They have secured the Rayquaza pit in such a flawless manner without losing a single member.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if the nerves kicked in for Okie Dokie, because I'm not sure if I was tripping. Did we see a Bliss Assist on an Umbreon?
Oh yeah.
A Bliss Assist on an Umbreon, we didn't find any connections unfortunately, and just nothing landed.
No, I totally understand your concern, because of the timer, because of the situation, they are literally compelled is such a weak word. They were forced to literally start any kind of fight, whether is it advantageous or disadvantageous to them.
I'm convinced that it might have been a misclick, unfortunately, on the Blissey.
Oh yeah,
Because
the Bliss on yeah.
I actually think it was a misclick. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but the way they started the fight, that was definitely forced.
Nerves.
They're
Totally
just out
nerves.
of options. Yeah.
Because NYS, like, they were leading. As the team that's leading, you don't need to be the one to initiate these fights unless you're going up against a team that can rip the Rayquaza outside of the pit.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't have. If they had a Inteleon or a Dragonite that could hit the Rayquaza from the outskirts of the pit, that would force NYS to fight into them.
And the crazy thing about it is the gall on this man like Mew Foxy. Okay, I understand, like, you know, when you put your Azure, you still need to be within the vicinity to get those autos ins, right? But the fact that he's just showing himself so blatantly out of the open is just pretty much like teasing them. It's like, I know you want me, but you can't get me. Oh man, but
He knows
still.
the limits.
Oh yeah, he knows his limits. But this is what I'm saying. This is something that Okie Dokie needs to prepare for them. This is not the same MOS they were fighting in the upper bracket finals, no. This is the team that is looking to represent once again. They will give their all here. So the second game, probably going to be a very crucial one. But at the same time, they have to try to adjust accordingly.
Game number 1, going in favor of MYS. So for MYS, they're one step closer to tying things up. They need to win this next game if they want to force that reset. But for Okie Dokie, the dream would be to get 2 reverse wins back to back right now to lock in their ticket to Honolulu.
Yep.
And game number 1, incredibly stressful. I think the team as well, like, they didn't expect such a greedy lineup from MYS, because when it came to the laning stage, they almost didn't really know what they wanted to do too. Like, they tried to play aggressive in that bottom lane, then they gave away the first knockout to Nightmare Foxy. We didn't really see Scyther get any knockouts. They just stole some wild Pokemon, and that was really it.
No, I don't think that's the one I don't think that was what really caught them off guard. What really caught them off guard was the fact that despite them going with such a greedy composition, despite their early game probably not better than Okie Dokie's early composition, they didn't expect such tenacity, such aggression coming from them. Would you ever see the day? Oh yes, Eevee, yes, not the really best basic form, but I never see anyone be picked off by a Sobble. And with the rest of the composition as well, everyone was showing some form of dominance in their respective lane. And this was before they got their first evolution form as well.
Well, we're going to have a quick look at these replays before we do jump into game number 2 here. But things already looking really good for MYS. Just after the laning stage, really just ran away with the match. This was the one time that I thought maybe Okie Dokie could try and turn things around, but just the bait, forcing them onto their side, bringing the whole team, and then committing Unites to the point where they were just like, yeah, we're just going to shut you guys down now and start accumulating that lead. But this was the fight. The Bliss assist onto the Umbreon. Maybe they thought that Barbell was just going to be shot down, but they changed target immediately, and because of this, no Bliss assist on any of your offensive Pokemon, meaning that they just weren't doing the damage. And unfortunately, because if you look at the team altogether, who are you looking for damage? It's just the Espeon and the Scyther. Blastoise can only do so much when you are put into that role. So you really need the Bliss assist on an offensive Pokemon.
Yep. And Yemu was so patient at part to use his Unite. He waited so long for that to be really clustered up as much as possible. You couldn't ask for a more better 3-man knockout. It felt like another Hydro Typhoon there.
It pretty much is.
But
technically it's worse because in the middle of a fight, sometimes you don't even realize he's coming.
Yeah, and it's so much damage as well, like compared to the Hydro Typhoon. I mean, sure, there is damage, but the knockup is longer, but it's just so painful. It's so detrimental. But regardless, what a really great game one.
All right, so let's have a look at some team questionnaires before we jump into game number 2. So, for Okie Dokie, which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why? And of course, for Okie Dokie, it's MYS. They've always admired them, especially Muscular Foxy.
Okay, I know.
Interesting comment.
Okay, I know. I know Nightmare Foxy is fit. I didn't know he was that fit.
I mean, I guess we should ask him if we ever speak to him again.
I'm so afraid he just has to be a pick, and I'll be like, oh no.
I didn't say anything. But I mean, I can understand Okie Dokie. I'm pretty sure MYS is everyone's inspiration within the region. Like, they're probably looking at MYS and saying like, we want to be like those guys as well.
The thing is,
their
like,
motivation.
Like Danny, even from your point of view and Flavors, right, and Moonboy as well, like from where you guys first started, right, alongside with everyone in the community, how much we have grown, how far you guys have come as well. So, even until now, like if you told me last year that there was like 24 teams, I'm like, I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
it's all MYS.
We've got MYS on the screen, and apparently they're looking out for HT because this Mimikyu is disgustingly good.
No, you gotta pronounce it correctly. It's Disuski. Oh no, and I agree. No, honestly, I think any Pokemon being picked up by HT in the Central area is just disgustingly good, like, right? Whether it's the Scyther, which we haven't seen yet, the Leafeon. I actually can't wait to see him play in the Chandelure. I think something that is not very common in the eastern scene. In the western side, it has been one of the go-to, especially if the Sylveon or the Espeon is not within their grasp, you know, that kind of thing.
I don't think it really fits the Asian playstyle.
I know, right?
And I know it sounds a bit strange, but the Asian playstyle, like our teams here are just really aggressive. Like our top competing Asian teams, they just want to fight as soon as like the timer starts ticking down. Whereas like I noticed from the Western teams, like there's definitely some more patience, some more like
coordinated movements as well and composition.
Coordinated, yeah. I guess the best way to explain it is that they seem to look for timings rather than just like trying to brawl right out the gate. So they're trying to hit their timings, they're trying to maximize their macro, their experience, and try to take all the objectives. It's way more tactical over there, but sometimes I feel like over here, everyone's just like, all right, let's go, bar brawl, let's go, guys, who are you gonna go?
Anything with big damage we like. No, and I also love how Sprangles is brought up. Like each region has their own favorite go-to Pokemon. So like for example, in Japan, everyone loves to go Dragonite. It's like
actually, okay, I promise you, Japan itself is a much stranger region than that because the players there. It's like there's a team meta, okay? It's not a regional meta. It's just like, what's the meta that your team is running? What Pokemon do you just like to play? It's really strange in Japan, but it works out for them, and that interesting playstyle does introduce new Pokemon into the field.
It's the motherland of all Pokemon.
I mean, that's where Pokemon did come from. So.
Exactly. Alright. But of course, okie dokie, we have Cyan Renegade here as his introduction here as our few top laners. He has played the Buzzwole and also played the Gyarados.
Yes, lots and lots of top laners for this man. Although I'm kind of sad for him because with Yamu just simply existing, he's just not going to have access to the Gyarados. If anything, they're probably going to prefer the Blastoise in this matchup.
I felt like I don't think it's, I mean, yeah, sure, because Yamu has been quite a wall for him. But of course, let's quickly move on to the next player. But I also felt like whether his captains are going to align to get the Pokemon he wants in the first place here. I mean, it depends on the composition.
I mean, their priorities will definitely be different for these two teams. Because you can see for MYS, like they always want to prioritize getting that really good support duo. Like either of the support Pokemon, they want to grab the best one first, which if Hooper is available, that's always going to be first pick material. Trevenant has also been a big one too for Rebongs. Just denying that, because Trevenant has also been, speaking of Rebongs, we've got him on the screen right now, but yeah, Trevenant has been really big for Okie Dokie as well. I think Deny picking that was really important for that previous matchup.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, speaking of Rebongs, I love the fact that you actually brought that, and of course our amazing production coincidentally also picks out Rebongs as well. Like even in his past few games, the majority has always been just Trevenant. Not sure, of course, I'm not sure how the game was like, how was the order of things, was it because the enemy team has already locked in like the Umbreon and the Blastoise as well, but it has always been majority Trevenant. Yes, I've seen a game where he played Snorlax, Blastoise, Slowbro, Crustle, but that's like 1 out of the 80 Trevenant games I've seen in a row. And it's back to Trevenant again. So I'm just like wondering, like, is it because of the game itself or the composition demands that Trevenant was the best pick to play alongside with his team members?
I really think it's just both of these teams really utilize Trevenant. So if Rebongs isn't playing it or they don't go for that first pick, it might be swiped away during that second phase. So, I mean, if they think Trevenant is so important that it's first pick worthy, I mean, I'm going to trust MYS's opinion here. I'm not going to sit here and know any better.
I mean, that's why they're the pro players, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great defender. It's self-sustainable. Half the time, you don't really have to worry about the Trevenant. It can sort of do its own thing. And that's where your supports, Yang in particular, can focus on trying to keep HT topped up, trying to keep an eye on where Foxy is. Does he need to be there to protect his attacker?
Yep.
It just alleviates a lot of your problems having to like juggle multiple people to heal.
Yep. And he has multiple displacement and also great control ability.
A
as well.
lot of crowd control.
Yeah. And especially with the recent buffs as well, like especially because we are getting a lot new combos coming into the scene as well. I mean, for now, we're still seeing the staple, which is of course the wood hammer with the horn leash. I think that's the staple that has been the staple for many, like for at least 2 years now.
We had Curse pop up today because Gyarados.
Yep. We also, I think even the Western scene in NAU, I also noticed there was the paint split as well. That was also pretty great. That was also really cool to see. So that's why I was very excited for today in this particular tournament. And the next LCQ that's going to be happening in 2 weeks, because the patch, although yes, in terms of Pokemon, I think the meta is still roughly the same thing. Everyone's still going to be using like what works. Maybe Buzzwole we'll see less for sure.
I'm still waiting for Marchamp to finally get the attention he deserves.
He is getting a slight rise in the Western scene as well.
But that's the problem though. That's the Western scene. We kind of need it over here in Asia.
Yeah,
like
we're a little bit slow on the update, you know? We're a little bit slow on the update, but we'll get there, right? But that's what I'm saying, right? It's always like we're still seeing the same Pokemon, but how they're utilized in terms of ability always changes as the time goes, and that's always really great to see. It's no longer like, okay, it's gonna be the same combo, but suddenly when you see Curse and you see 2 Horn Leech back to back, and you'll be like, that's insane. Like, that's insane. Like, you can push a guy back twice. That's absolutely insane. I saw a game where this guy controlled, like him and the Crossel, he displaces one time, he rock tombs it, he resets it, and then he pushes all the way back to the goalpost. Pretty much half the lane he's gone.
That happens when you're playing with a tree. Against one, with one, I mean, just having that Pokemon in general can cause a lot of craziness, a lot of chaos, because you think like, okay, for example, the supports, you're standing behind your defender, you're trying to keep them topped up while they're trying to find that opening, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, where'd they go? Oh, you're over there. Okay, bye.
And I love how they actually improve on the comp view as well. I think in the beginning I was very confused because I'm always wondering like, where's my comp? And the guy's typing in chat, I'm on you, and I'm like, oh.
That's a different problem. Okay, you might need some new glasses. Sir.
Yeah, but but that's like that was the old me. This is the new me. I see things better now.
Oh yes. Okay. I trust you. Oh my gosh.
We have come so far, and now finally we're going to Honolulu. Okay, we're not going to Honolulu. One of these teams is going to Honolulu.
Well, it could be 2, because remember, like whoever doesn't make it to Honolulu during this qualifier can still, again, qualify through the last chance qualifier. So we could be looking at technically both of our representatives that just haven't qualified yet.
When was the last time we actually have 2 NYSG teams going to such an event before?
The last one, oh gosh, I'm not sure. I don't know what Renaissance would have been considered, because I do believe that was considered a Singaporean team back then, but I don't know if they had any Malaysian players.
I mean, it still works, it's still the same region.
We're neighbors.
Yeah, we're neighbors, we're not fighting with each other.
We're the same.
Yeah, we're fighting against bigger regions, sometimes you gotta buck up with each other.
Lock horns, I don't know, like we can fight when we're all together, but like hold hands when you're there. I mean, it's good to support each other.
Just imagine the player walking, everyone's just holding hands. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, finally, thank you for the time as well.
Let's go!
Hope you guys enjoyed the banter that we had. But of course, we're back again in the second game here. Potentially could be the last or the comeback round here.
That Hooper ban.
That Hooper ban. Respectful ban. I think Night Mew Foxy, I think we'll never see Mew coming out in this entire series.
So are we going to get a Umbreon lock-in again for Okie Dokie? Or, oh wow, I like this play. You have to deny HT's Mimikyu.
No, this is exactly what I was telling you about. Like, if you can't deny it, you just have to pick it. You can't ban it, you just pick it.
But this has given away both Umbreon and Trevenant to NYS.
Which I don't think is a problem to them. I think like to them, frontliners, defenders is not a huge problem. It can be a nuisance, but not a problem. I think it's like all this damage output that's outputted by NYS on top of the aggression is something which Okie Dokie just cannot withstand.
So I presume this is going to be a Wish Umbreon, unless we might be looking at an all-green draft.
Please don't tell me.
Because they picked, okay, it's a possibility.
I know it's a possibility.
Okay, and I think Okie Dokie are also thinking, is it? But Night Mew Foxy is looking to play standard, which, look, you don't mess around with the ticket to Worlds, okay? You don't mess around, you gotta take it seriously. So I'm a fan of this. I'm keen, okay? We've got Blaziken, we've got Inteleon, and probably gonna be Yamu's Gyarados, unless Okie Dokie decide to steal it away, but I just don't think it fits in their lineup. Like, you've already got the Mimikyu, and it's JH. Like, JH cannot play anything else on this comp. Like, I've never seen a attacker Blastoise.
Oh,
Pikachu?
no,
my gosh.
That would be JH Pikachu as well. I was about to bring it up, but I was hesitant. Actually, no. Actually, technically, it could be Nat's Pikachu as well.
No. There's no way. I mean, this is guaranteed JH's Pikachu.
I hope so.
I'm always down to see Pikachu because if this Pokemon is well protected, you've got a lot of frontliners that can protect this Pokemon. Pikachu can go off. I really like seeing this Pokemon in play. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about here now is that the defense to keep them both protected and act as your front line, and you do have some semi-damage coming in from Cyan. But look at the tank coming in for MYS. Like, their lineup is fat. Like, actually chonky fat here.
And the worst part about it as well is, like, if you think, like, okay, they have no supporters, there's no, like, anyone to heal, you're dead wrong. They got
Yang.
Yeah,
Yang's going to come in with the Wish.
Yeah, and the Wish got, if you guys noticed in the patch, also got buffed recently as well. So that's a lot of additional healing, more than usual, actually, from the previous time. I remember last time, back in ACL, we were talking about it. So, oh, it's going to be the Wish Umbreon. Will it be enough? We're always questioning about it, but now we're just like, it's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, it was always situational, and I'm always a fan to see, like, double support defenders with Umbreon being one of them, because I really do think Wish is a really fantastic ability.
It is.
But Umbreon in general, just a really great Pokemon too. But let's see what's going to happen here, folks. Game number 2 of the grand final for the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers for the World Championships. It's Okie Dokie versus MYS. And for Okie Dokie, they need to win these next 2 games. But if MYS wins this next one, we are going to be jumping into a bracket reset and our final best of 3 for today to determine our representative for Malaysia Singapore at the World Championships.
You know, the thing is, it feels off when we don't have a Pikachu in one of our series here. Especially, I feel like it's somewhat of a staple in the Malaysia Singapore to have a Pikachu come into the competition. At
least once, yeah. I mean, you got real Pikachu and fake Pikachu on the same team, so I think it's a pretty cool one here.
No, this is going to be one of those few moments, and hopefully the damage is going to be enough. Actually, the thing is, there is the buff in terms of in Pikachu's abilities recently as well. So, like, the thing is will it be the Volt Tackle Thunder Electro Ball or the other one?
I actually think it will be the long-range Pikachu. So probably going to be looking at Thunder and Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to be going for the single target build here, because if you go for Volt Tackle, you are going to be locking yourself into one area during the stun duration, which I think is far too dangerous. You want the mobility, just quickly cast the Thunderbolt and just sort of run around. And you can also cast Thunder, does a lot of damage, and is also really great, as we see there, at locking down like choke points, being able to dish out the damage whilst your defenders are setting up as well. I do think Pikachu is a fantastic Pokemon. It's just ensuring that you don't get caught, because Pikachu does not have an escape mechanism.
Correct. No, that's why I actually backed the question, because, like, I'm not too sure whether you want to have this person that could be, like, launching, like, massive damage on the back line, or just completely removing core players from the variable would be the fastest way. Because it's like it feels pretty difficult as well, because, like, you're running into an Umbreon, Trevenant, there's a lot of ways to really control you. You don't really want them to really group up and start hunting each of your teammates as well.
Yeah. To be fair, though, there's a lot of threats against the Pikachu in this matchup. Yang, though, being jumped up by 3 Pokemon, and it's a really great knockout there, just removing him from the field, preventing him from getting stacks. And Yamu is alone, although he could be getting some reinforcements very soon there. The player ref doing quite a bit of damage, locking him down to less than half, but unfortunately no knockout there. But his team has arrived. The cavalry has arrived, and unless they spot this, we could be seeing 2 Pokemon being sent back to the Pokemon Center.
That is true. But they have a slight lead in terms of the leveling as well here. Majority of the members are currently grouped out. I don't think they really have the intel about it. They can somewhat have a safe assumption that there is 3 Pokemon trainer, which is currently visually within their presence. But what about the Blaziken? I think he overstayed his welcome. He decided to go back to the farm. It's a little bit too long. Nothing's really happening here as well. And you really need to capture with the farm. I think when you have, like, this late game scaling composition as well, you just really need to farm as much as possible.
I mean, for Okie Dokie, just make sure that you don't let MYS grab those easy knockouts on you. Play safe, and if that happens, then I actually think they have a really good chance at taking this game number 2. And so far, so good. We're not seeing any stray knockouts.
True. But at the same time, I was really hoping to see some kind of aggression, especially when you managed to pick up the Mimikyu and the Pikachu on your side. Okay. Definitely a lot more slower than what I expected and anticipated, but you know, it's still fine. You know, like you said, it's a very safe thing. Although it might prove quite difficult because you're also giving the same space to the side of scaling teams as well.
Yeah, ideally, if you have a Pikachu as your attacker, you kind of want to grab those KOs from the get-go in lane, right? Like
And
pick a very strong lane duo, and then have the Pikachu really do the damage, but it's just not really Okie Dokie style. Like, I think you're picking up on it, right? The team is a little passive in the early game, but they do much better when it comes to coordinated team fights. Now, if they lose the Regieleki here, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. MIS could just go back and grab some wild Pokemon, or are they going to go for a fight? They do want to push with this Regieleki. Now, as long as Okie Dokie don't group up, they should be able to take this out no problem.
It's really nice. It's really getting nice and comfortable, but you can definitely tell that there is definitely a little bit more better control on the side of Team MOS.
Kick back and relax, folks. It's going to be a bit of a relaxing one until the final 2 minutes, it looks like.
True, but this is an opportunity. They spot 2 players on the bottom side and no Hooper to come from the reinforcement. Let's see if they can able to try to catch anyone. But Team MOS anticipate a possible aggression. They play a little bit nice and safe, but instantly return back the favor and gets the KO instead. And now the full team is here. He did pop the Thunderstorm, but instead they have no, unfortunately not. None of the face of such beefy Pokemons as they send them all back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh my goodness. MIS, I mean, they're just showing off the fact that their whole lineup is just really big, bad, can absorb so much damage. Even the Mimikyu goes down as well. Oh boy, it looks like it might be a rerun for game number 1.
And the crazy part about it as well, like when you felt so comfortable, especially when you're slowly pushing towards their goalpost, you already start seeing the machinations as well. The Blaziken is already rotating all the way to the top side. Yeah. No, that's what I was asking, right? Like, because it felt 2 is viable, but it's just so risky.
I always feel a little worried when I see Pikachu's with Volt Tackle. I mean, typically it's Thunder and Thunderbolt because when you pick Volt Tackle, you are also telling the opponents like, hey, I'm going to land here. So that you can actually preemptively catch a Pikachu just as they finish the Volt Tackle animation, and it can be a little bit scary sometimes considering how squishy a Pikachu is.
But then again, it just does so much better with that combination. But like I said, all these teams, they're building this, they drafted this composition with the idea of a certain goal. Nope, comes into the way, does commit the Unite move, try to sustain as much as possible. He's holding it out, but the rest of the team comes in and a beautiful 5-man Phantom Force into the Torrential Terror. My god! They're gonna try to see if they can cover the ball. Blaziken is absolutely on the roll, devastating the back line. And we have Nightmew Foxy in the front line. Where else can you go? Where else can you be, Danny?
The team fight for MIS is just... is scary. They have so much AoE control. They have massive unites as well that really thrive in full 5-on-5 engagements. And then you look at Okie Dokie, a lot of their stuff, aside from the Hydro Typhoon, it's really single target. The Thunderstorm from Pikachu, sure it does damage, but you kind of want to force that out in like a 1 or 2 player situation. You don't want to wait until you're in the middle of 5 people and then pop your Thunderstorm. It's a bit too hairy at that point of time. So, I mean, for MIS, they're not in any rush. They should have the late game advantage. They're just going to push themselves further and further ahead, take all of these wild Pokemon away from Okie Dokie, just starve them out.
It's not just starving, they're really choking them out of options as well. Not really anywhere safe. Team fights also doesn't seem viable. Doesn't feel like it's in their control or in their hands. And they're literally just poking at each of these goalposts as well. And the best part about it, MIS knows that there's nothing they can really do about it as well.
You know the best part as well for MIS?
Oh, okay, I thought you were about to say the best part for Okie Dokie.
I would love to be very positive for Okie Dokie.
I also would love to.
The game is just so lopsided. And I also want to say the Umbreon Wish choice here for MIS is also going to make it almost impossible for Okie Dokie to just come in and blow somebody up, because when you have the Wish targeted on you, there's also damage reduction besides the delayed healing. So if you try to blow somebody up, their comp, just looking at their Pokemon, they just don't do enough damage to blow anybody up.
And here I'm trying to explain to people that the nerf on the Umbreon is just not enough. It's too versatile. I mean, sure, the range is, you can definitely tell there's a slight itch with the range reduction, but of course, massive fight.
They're going in right now, and they managed to catch a number of Pokemon so far. Umbreon's going to be the first one to go down for MYS, though, so no more Wish Healing. Hang on a minute, is this going to be the turnaround for MYS? They were the ones that wanted to pick this fight, and the Mimikyu trying to go for the pickoff, finishes off the Trevenant.
Oh no, Yamo!
Hasn't come back down to the story of the last 2 minutes being the bane of this team's existence. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, because they are looking much healthier here. HG coming in with that Blaziken, wanting to try and finish off that Slowbro. With the Gyarados as well, they will tag team him down. And they also take down the Blastoise too, leaving the Pikachu and the Blissey around.
You know, it could have been the Bane if the person they picked up was either the Blaziken or the Gyarados. But sadly, Yemu and HD is absolutely so well. Even though despite losing the Umbreon, despite the whole, and even the Trevenant as well, both of them just simultaneously understood. No Unite moves, nothing you can do to stop us. It just outran the competition. Absolutely well done.
There's still the Unite move for Yang, so he can use that whenever he wants to. If any of his teams are in danger, of course, you will still have access to that Wish as well. So 45 seconds left on the clock here for Okie Dokie. If they really want to bring this to that game number 3, they're going to have to pull some kind of miracle out of this magical hat, because they're about to go for a bracket reset if they drop this game.
It is a very tall order, Danny. Especially since now MYS is so focused on just buying out the time here and just holding out the Rayquaza. I mean, look at the positioning as well. Really surrounding out. Beautiful Thunderstorm as well. Not going to be enough here. Not really on top of the hands of Night Mew Foxy. He gets the whole lead into the big sense. Couldn't really get the abilities out in time. Hydro Typhoon did manage to catch on top of Night Mew Foxy, but not really enough to really get the damage in. It doesn't matter. They're going to double a couple of more points in because they know for a fact not enough time to secure the Rayquaza. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our very first reset.
Our first and only reset for the grand final. So MYS, they've hit the halfway mark, and they're going to have to do it again. Win the next 2 games to lock in their ticket to Honolulu. But for Okie Dokie, okay, this team, Chani, okay, we've already heard from the team themselves in their own little questionnaire. The team gets a lot of lectures from Chani. Now might be the time to have that motivational talk and to really nail down what has been the issue for the last 2 games. Now, obviously, they'll have a deeper understanding of what they feel is going to be the pros and cons of playing up against MYS, but just from where we're sitting at, I really think they're letting MYS just they're getting away with such a greedy draft.
Usually, in most cases, especially coming from MYS as well, they do, like I said, their competition usually thrive around like covering multiple angles, right? You have this early game, you also have this beautiful skin into the late game. That's where the Intelligence comes in, right? The other attacker is usually either the BBQ or the Glacier basically, but those 2 Pokemon are not so dependent on just farming too much. They love to go for the fights once they hit a certain timing at a certain peak. However, for this competition, like you said, you literally said the exact right words. It's so greedy. Something that shouldn't even be happening in the first place.
And not just that, though. I also feel, maybe you feel a little bit differently, but Okie Dokie is a really, really passive team for these last 2 games. Like, they were kind of waiting for MYS to make those moves from start to finish. They weren't really the ones to really dictate the flow of the game. And I think, is it because they're maybe really afraid of MYS, especially with their draft? Are they scared that they're just going to completely throw the game away if they're the ones that are going to try and take that driver's seat? Because sure, they won their previous games against MYS because, you know, the team absolutely threw away the match in the last 2 minutes, but you can't rely on that to win you the set.
My God, it's a flat line, Danny. But yeah, to answer your question, it's something like what I told you just now, right? There are certain competition like MYS who always try to design their competition around covering certain angles, and there are also some teams who focus primarily around the Rayquaza pit. I feel like this is one of those few kind of unique teams that just like to build a competition around just the Rayquaza. They're like, you know, we may not be an aggressive team, we may not be those team fight teams, but as long as we secure the Rayquaza, that's all that matters.
But the thing is, like, I'm not really
big
of a fan for Okie Dokie's draft, even if it did come to Rayquaza. Like,
I also agree.
Like, if you look at their drafts for the past 2 games, they didn't really have the best Pokemon to secure objectives. They didn't have the potential to shred those objectives as well. They just didn't really have the best comps. And I think you also have to give props to MYS from stealing elements away and banning elements away that made Okie Dokie so successful, which was the Sylveon. I do think the Sylveon bans are really coming into play here because there's not really much that JH can really do, unfortunately, unless he does have access to that Sylveon.
Correct.
The Trevenant being stolen away, I also think is a really big factor. The fact that they don't have access to 2 massive counter-initiating Unites that can also turn the fight on its head.
Yep. No, I feel like I totally agree with you, but also I feel like they just need to give a lot more options to Cyan and JH and Nat, because we're seeing a lot of Pokemons that, I mean, sure, they can play those Pokemon for sure, but from my list here, I can definitely tell that there's a lot more better options here for themselves. For JH, it's not just the Sylveon, it's not just the Espeons, he also can play the Italian. I mean, Mew is of course forever banned, they're always going to ban him because of Nightmare Foxy. But there's Delphox, I mean, yes, he brought in Pikachu, that was great. There's Decidueye, there's a lot of ways you can really play around this. Same goes for Cyan, it's not just like Mimikyu, there's like Metagross, Blastoise. There are a lot of options for them, just not sure. Like, I'm also pretty much the same with you. I'm just wondering why was those options not coming to light?
I think it's just because JH is picking his best Pokemon. I really think that's the case here, because ideally for the pro players, right, you would want to play your best Pokemon. Sure, you can play a variety, but if you can't play a certain Pokemon to a certain level, you're probably better off playing something that you have mastered.
Yep.
But before we do jump into our bracket reset, though, let's have a quick look at the match that just previously happened and just sort of walk through everything slowly and just sort of, I guess, pick apart what really happened here for Okie Dokie, because, again, this team has a lot that they need to, I don't know, there's a lot to think about here.
Okay, hold on. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're drawing with Danny.
I don't know how to use this again, so you might need to help me sort of do this again.
Right,
Where's the slow down button?
The one next to the play button.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we do have a number of clips. We're going to start things off here with the Mimikyu that actually tried to go for the initiation. Like, this was supposed to be the push coming in from Okie Dokie. Now, unfortunately for them, we just didn't see the damage, right? The damage wasn't there. They're just not able to finish anything off. And even though you're throwing all of your Unites, the Thunderstorm was supposed to be one of their biggest assets going into this battle. So many counter-initiating Unites. Hydro Typhoon was being used. Gyarados Unite was being used. And because you're stacking all of these stuns, nobody is able to move. And for Okie Dokie, like this comp in particular, you need to have everybody in place to do what you want, because MYS, they're so big, they're so tanky. And if you just don't hit the mark with your Mimikyu and your Pikachu, these 2 Pokemon can pop at any moment, anyone that gets on top of them. And you're just going to lose out on a huge chunk of damage. Like, as we see here, the team just gets ripped apart because MYS, look at the health bars. Their health bars haven't even hit the halfway mark, which just goes to show the lack of damage that was coming in from Okie Dokie. And I think it also just sort of goes to show, like, they really needed to pop off during the laning stage. This comp in particular, just with how the team is overall. And for MYS, they were supposed to be the ones behind. Unfortunately, it's vice versa. And you know, MYS, if you give them the game, they will try and run away with it if possible. So just a big victory here for MYS. For Okie Dokie, like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of clips that they've taken themselves. Maybe even Channy is marking some of the timers for the games and just saying, like, okay, guys, we've got to rewatch these replays here. And we need to consider, okay, what went wrong here? What's the issue? And how do we fix it?
I think, like, okay, this is probably not a really core issue, but I think it's just something that Team MOS has somewhat perfected over the years, right? It's the fact that not only are they really good at reading the situation, but they really know when to take those fights. Like, for example, if you recall from game number 1, right, when Okie Dokie was picking up the Scyther for their lineup, at the bottom part, after they just took Regice as well, they saw the Scyther pop the Unite move. A lot of them actually popped the Unite move, but instead of entertaining them, they actually just back off, committed whatever eject button required or whatever battle items required to reset themselves. And once they notice the Unite move times out, that's when they re-engage back into the fight. And this is something which I was very surprised that Okie Dokie did not attempt to do. Or maybe it's because of the fact that it's such a beautiful secrecy coming from the Phantom Forest here, because the HTs was already coming in from the bottom side here, and right before he actually came into it, he already committed to the Phantom Force on top of the Unite move coming in from the Gyarados as well. So they did not waste any more time, and Okie Dokie maybe just didn't have enough time to really back out the reset and just choose to be forced into this fight once again. And of course, forcing yourself into a fight which you didn't start initially is definitely never be the most ideal one.
I just can't get over the fact that this team just looks so healthy. All fight. all Unites being used, everything and the kitchen sink being thrown into this battle, and MIS just emerged with a couple burns, but like totally fine.
Yeah, I think this is also the reason why Rebongs is such an amazing Trevenant player, right? Like, I don't think you could ever see a Trevenant player that could get that many people with a Phantom Forest, right?
I mean, that's why I think that I actually think
So
that the
clean.
Trevenant needs to be taken by Okie Dokie. Like, they can't give that Trevenant away because of how important it is for their composition. But at the same time, they also have to consider, like, what's more important then? Like, do we want the Trevenant? Because the Blastoise, I'm 100% certain that will also be swiped by MYS if it's available in the pool.
True. Man, there is a list of things what they can do, but it's also like what you mentioned as well. The pro players are usually, especially when they're having their backs against the wall, they usually fall back to what they feel strongest, the most confident in as well. Although it may not look great on paper in terms of composition, in terms of playstyle and timings, but if it's what the player feels like, it feels right, then you just have no choice but to abide by it as well.
Yeah. So for our bracket reset, if you're an Okie Dokie fan, you're going to have to start sending them your energy because they definitely need it now. But if you're an MYS fan, I think this team is already warmed up. I mean, they came in from the lower bracket as well. So they're coming into this grand final really warm, really into the game.
True. I mean,
and they've won the first 2 games.
I mean, technically they didn't really stay at the lower bracket for long.
No.
It was just for a moment to punish one player, and then that was just pretty much it.
Yep. Speaking of, we are going to quickly recap everything that has happened in the brackets thus far. So as you can see, Okie Dokie did beat MYS 2-0 in the upper bracket final. So that was how Okie Dokie managed to make their way into that grand final. But for MYS, this is not the first time they have been in lower brackets before, so easy breezy apparently getting that 2-0 victory over Only Fun in that lower bracket final, which did force the rematch in the grand final between Okie Dokie and MYS. Now, we have a bit of a switcheroo here because it's MYS that gets that 2-0 over Okie Dokie in the first match, the bracket reset. Now, because MYS have won this, they have forced the bracket reset, meaning we are now down to our final best of 3. Winner of this best of 3 will be getting their tickets and representing Malaysia, Singapore at the World Championships.
Man, what a journey for some of these guys as well. I think even for Team MYS, it's definitely a very slight detour in their path on the way here to secure that tickets. But you know, finally back to the, I guess you could say we're slowly approaching to the finishing line as well. Okie Dokie, they definitely have a lot to think about during this time before we prep for our final series of today here. Actually, honestly, I don't know about you, but for me, this is actually my first reset, actually.
Your first reset?
Yeah, my first reset.
Well, let me point something out to you in case anyone also didn't notice. If you took a look at the brackets before, I do believe every single game today had been a 2-0.
I mean, yeah, that's true, yes.
So what could potentially happen here, if the prophecy continues to tell us the truth, the winner of game number 1 for the bracket reset will be the team that should, in theory, get the 2-0 and lock their tickets in to go to Honolulu, Hawaii. But anything can go.
You see, guys,
anything can happen.
if she were to be a Pokemon, she would have been a psychic Pokemon because she naturally comes in with foresights already.
Not really, no. I just get headaches.
No, you can't be a Psyduck.
Sometimes I feel like I am. I wake up and just like, oh. So.
Oh, man. Man, I would love to be either a Snorlax or a Steelix. I love those 2 Pokemon.
Oh, I gotta get the big boys. Look, I want to see this reset. I want to see if Okie Dokie has anything hidden up their sleeves. Because if you've got some secret strats hidden, you have to start showing
Right
them
now.
now. You need to get this game 1 win.
Yeah, definitely.
To at least get you that safety and say, okay, if you mess up game number 2, game number 3, we still have the opportunity. Before that, though, let's have a quick look here at Channy's stats for Okie Dokie. So this is the support player for the team. Lots of Blissey today. Lots of Blissey for Channy. And if it's not Blissey, it's Hooper. And if it's not Hooper, sometimes you see some Comfey.
True. And there's also a wide variety of support Pokemon she can also utilize as well. He can utilize as well. But, you know, like I said, whether the composition demands it, then we'll only get to see it. But so for now, like you said, a lot of Blissey's, a lot of Hoopas as well.
I wonder for this next game, what do they want to consider for their supportive options? Like, can Channy feel ultra comfortable going for that first pick Hooper for themselves instead? Because, I mean, we don't even know who gets first pick for this next matchup. I presume it should be Okie Dokie because they dropped that first series. But I could be wrong here.
True.
It depends on the teams. But I actually think if they can take away the Hooper, that might be pretty big for them because you're denying that mobility from MYS. And you also get the reset potential for your own team.
That's true. That definitely could be a game changer as well. It makes things a lot more comfortable, right? That kind of thing. Especially since
you can reinforce those lanes that get pressured.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing where if you can't beat quality, you beat it with quantity, right? That kind of thing. Just bring more people. It's like this guy's too strong. Let's bring it to Calvary.
Yeah, it works sometimes. I guarantee it doesn't always work, but most of the time.
Yeah, it works two ways, right? You can't beat quantity, you beat it with quality. You can't beat quality, you beat it with quantity. It works two ways. It's depending on how it's used. But
Speaking of quantity, though, Yang has played a variety of Pokemon today.
Yeah.
We've seen him play Blissey, we've seen him play Hooper. I'm not sure if he's played Comfey today, but he has played that support Umbreon. We did see that in that previous matchup just then.
Did he play Sableye as well, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, he actually did play Sableye. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, so Sableye as well. So, I mean, he's had a fun day. He's like, I'm going to play whatever I want today. Every support is just missing out on a couple. Would be nice to see something like a Mr. Mime. I know Wigglytuff is not your standard support, a bit more of a defender, but I would love to see some more options here for Yang. Although I wouldn't mind seeing a Sableye again. I do like watching MYS and their interactions as a team when Yang does play that Sableye because the fact that they're coordinating between Yang's vision and them trying to figure out, like, okay, what's the call here? Who do we see? Is this an opportunity for us to sort of go in for that quick KO and leave?
No, I agree with you, right? Because it's like, it's not just a Sableye, especially since usually when they pick Sableye, they always try to find someone else to play the support role when you suddenly see the Umbreon Wish comes into the mix as well. So you got a really nice mix of things as well. Although while they still try to do something crazy into the mix, something most average team usually wouldn't do. They would like to still try to experiment, but at the same time, keep it within the border, right? I mean, that's why I like to give them the term they are a team that is chaotically organized. I know those two words doesn't really fit with each other, but it just feels right in that manner. Because
this game feels right.
Yeah, this one feels right, ladies and gentlemen. We're finally jumping into our final series, the reset series between both of these two teams. Only one shall rise and one shall fall.
Poor Foxy. No Mew for him. But HT, wow, look at this respect band. Getting rid of the Blaziken. So he's going to have to either go back into his Mimikyu, or we could be seeing maybe a Leafeon as well for him. I mean, he's got plenty of options. But I do like this, though. Taking that Trevenant. Okay, I don't think they listened to my advice. They obviously were thinking this themselves.
It can't be a coincidence.
I actually think Barber's Tree is really good.
I agree. He also has played, he has played one of the most Trevenant games actually, out of the other defender Pokemon that he has. But that just means Yang gets the Hooper back.
Hold on.
Duraludon?
Come on.
I mean,
are you serious?
I mean, we did see a Dragon Ball Big Hover.
I like this.
Okay.
Take Team MYS out of their comfort zone.
Great. This is great. Like, that last game in the previous series was the beginning of things, right? They stole the Mimikyu, but they really didn't touch the other 4. Now they take 2 of it. Hopefully, if they bring great success, then the next game they can probably bring more.
Is this real? Like, there's no way Naldwin brings Duraludon here. He's trolling. Surely.
No, he can't. You know, it's definitely going to be in the hand of Espeon. Espeon, no, JH also plays Espeon. Ah, no, it can be. Bring Scyther. Not, please.
Okay, Delphox makes a lot more sense here. I'm totally okay if we do go for that Delphox.
I'm fine with that, yes.
I love the AoE control. There's actually a lot of AoE on the side of Okie Dokie.
Okay, so
even
does that
the support.
So does that mean it will be a JH Delphox and not Espeon? Because
JH would play Espeon. I don't think he would go for the swap here.
Yeah, because I've never seen him picked up I have seen him pick up the Espeon, but never the Delphox here. But JH, on the other hand, has played Delphox in the past.
I wonder if this might be like a secret pick for Naldwin. Like maybe he's been practicing the Delphox and is now going to be bringing it in. Because remember, like you've got your ace picks, so maybe this Delphox is the ace here for Okie Dokie.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised as well. Like since you know all these are professional players, they definitely are training a variety of Pokemon pool, right? It's just a matter of whether are they confident enough to utilize it in the composition here. So, like you said, it could be the wild card they were looking for as well. They went for the Curse Incest and the Engine Amplifier, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that ultimate being popped out really fast as well.
Yes. Oh my gosh, really, really exciting compositions for both of these teams, and I am so glad at the drastic changes coming in from Okidogi's original composition.
A much needed change.
I do think they needed this, like just a breath of fresh air. And this is also going to sort of pull MYS out of their mojo because they've been allowed to play whatever they want all day. So to sort of like force them to play something a little bit different and then to also have to deal with something that they have been enjoying for the past couple games.
The thing is,
This might be enough to sort of shake them.
shake them maybe. Putting the brakes on the pedal here, I don't think so here because I still think Nightmare Foxy needs to be controlled here. Like, I think that's the one that's really crazy to me. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Gyarados is powerful. It is insane because in the hands of Yemo, but I feel you give too much space to Nightmare Foxy in whichever Pokemon he chooses, like Mew or the Inteleon, especially ranged Pokemon. The ability to just control and dish out damage comfortably here at his choosing. I think that's actually a very scary thing. I think Nightmare Foxy also needs to be put in check or cornered at least.
Yeah, now we do see both supports in the central lane trying to make sure that they either go for the steal or they guarantee that first farm. And with the Braxian already getting their first round of Pokemon, they're actually going to try and put some pressure in that top lane so they can guarantee the experience for their Gyarados. So basically just doing what MYS have been doing for the past few series with Yamu, right? Get into that Gyarados at that 8-minute mark and then just sort of go from there. Now while that has happened, I'm not sure if we saw this on screen at all, but as you can see, Yang on his Hooper, he actually, I believe, stole the blue buff from Okidogi's side. So that's not going to be available at all, which is going to be a little painful, unfortunately. But I think at some point they probably would have expected it as well because like Yang's not in the top lane, he's not in the bottom lane. So where else is it going to be?
I mean, definitely, they definitely expected a potential burst. What? Speaking of burst, my God, he's just gone. I mean, of course, courtesy of HD, of course.
Yeah, and Chani wasn't even able to get that level 4 as well on his Eldegoss, so he's kind of just sort of stuck here in this pre-evolutionary form until he's able to get experience somewhere. And to be paired up with a Magikarp still, not the best lane matchup at all. This might just be a bit of a free one here for Yamu, but we are seeing some rotations from MYS in the central area as well, denying this experience from that Braxian. Oh, this is going to be quite painful if they do successfully continue to just deny the entire jungle. Espeon being pincered between two Pokemon though. JH forced to use the eject button to get away. But look at this, all offense from MYS. Like, this is typical MYS fashion. And Okidogi, they're just not in a position to take it because the Braxian gets knocked out by Nightmare Foxy.
It's to be expected as well because the laning wise as well, they just gives them full confidence of the fact that we can't get picked up easily. We have enough space and confidence to just roam around. I think this is literally...
the Magikarp again.
Oh, no, it's not going to have fun. But this is literally Yang's playground at this point. You give him the Hoopa, you give him such great environmental conditions where like, hey, you know, nothing's going to happen to my Squirtle. I'm just going to roam around. If I steal a blue buff, that's like that's not even a bonus. That's like a mission accomplished at that point.
And this is kind of the aggression I was hoping to come out from Okidogi in that previous set, right? Just to invade their central area when their Pokemon haven't fully evolved, to really just surprise in those lanes, to go for those potential backstabs. But just, it doesn't seem to be the style that Okidogi likes to play. They are going to continue to do their best and grab those levels. Maybe it's going to have to be that period of time where the entire team has access to Unites, because this is the one thing that really works for this team. Okidogi has drafted an entire lineup of Pokemon that have really amazing Unites if you can stack them together.
That is definitely correct. But of course, speaking of which, now they're trying to get temporary as well. But sadly, no one really stopping Nightmare Foxy with the sniper shots here to secure the red charge. They get a nice buff here into the Hydro Typhoon. Four-man Hydro Typhoon to set up the snipe shot as well. Fell Stinger to reposition himself as well. Try to isolate as many people as much as possible. So many KOs, so many takedowns here. And a beautiful, by the way, a beautiful backdoor coming in from Yemu as well with the blast. A really beautiful one.
I mean, he managed to get a double KO himself, both on the tree and the Gyarados with a Hydro Pump combination. That is insane. And unfortunately for Okidogi, like, they grouped up to try and fight into that, but no one has access to Unites. So they're not even able to fully utilize their entire composition. They're just missing out on that final piece to the puzzle. And they're going to get their experience now. They're going to have to try and at least get one fight in where they have access to all of their Unites, and to see if they can win that. Because if they can't win, even with all of their Unites available, then you're going to have a pretty big issue going into that late game.
True. I mean, there's also the problem of trying to get on top of the Italian as well. There's really no one actually can counter. Maybe with the waterfall coming in from the Gyarados, but he actually upped the bounce already. He ejects button out, reset once again. The fireworks completely mitigated as well with the hyperspace portal as well. What a, I would say a waste of a Unite move. It's just something really well played coming in from Yang. Another reset back into the mix as well. It's so hard to deal with because now it feels like you're fighting against zombies. They just keep coming back.
They keep coming back, and we even get a Unite. Oh my gosh, are you for real? That was a Unite move from the Gyarados. Look at this. Yang's just like, let's go party in the bottom lane. Pops the Unite, brings everyone in. And they know that there's no Gyarados Unite either, so they're free to just do as they please all game. 2 points to 269.
Oh my lord. And it feels so like, especially put your hands and shoes into the hands of these players, right? Like it feels so instantaneous because 1 second they're at the top side, suddenly at the bottom, you get this notification, you're losing the goalposts. Hey!
It's not easy.
It's
and the thing
horrifying.
is, the thing is as well for Okie Dokie, like one of the ways to really work against that Hooper is to eliminate the tier 1 goal zones. If the tier 1s are up, that is just so much mobility for the enemy team, but they're just struggling to do anything. They can't take objectives, they can't fight 5v5, they can't break those goal zones, then they don't have a composition that can even try and go for back caps.
Yes.
So what is your alternative here? Are you investing completely in the late game? Because that really only feels like the last option for this squad.
No, that's where the Umbreon pick comes in, right? It's such a strong, it's like a really strong statement to say you want to pick a speedster. You really need to think about it, especially in the hands of Team MYS. It's a very strong statement at this point here. Feels more like a threat in this case here, and usually the best person to really get to the backline are usually the speedsters, but you're already denied with the existence of the Umbreon. You can risk it for sure, yes, but a lot of condition needs to be met as well. It's so difficult. Well, I can't, like, the only thing I can see that Okie Dokie really can get their hands on Nightmare Foxy is to really get good positioning, or Nightmare Foxy really overextending himself.
I mean, I think if you're Okie Dokie, you're just investing everything into that game. Yeah, the last 2-minute fight, you win that Rayquaza fight, that's how you come back into the game. Because thankfully for them, MYS, they're not running a complete score-based competition, so composition. So they're not going to reach a point where they'll have like 500 points by the time Rayquaza is up, because that's where that puts the whole Rayquaza win con in danger, because you can score 500 points, but if they just score a couple hundred more, it doesn't really matter unless you can get points somewhere. So for Okie Dokie, if they can ensure that they protect these tier 2 goal zones and just last until Rayquaza hits the field, then that might be the way for this team to come back.
But that's why you see Team MOS is just keep stacking as much Aeos energy as much as possible, because they just do not want to end up in a situation where, like, okay, we have to take the Rayquaza, we have to force it out this Rayquaza. No, now they're in a position where, like, hey, you can attempt for it, we're not pressured by it. We have a lot of points, we have a lot of time, and we have an Intellium. We can always, and there's no way for you to get to Nightmare Foxy. So in the end, in this next 25 seconds or 23 seconds here, Okie Dokie is going to be forced to fight. And if they can't get their hands on Nightmare Foxy, then they have to ensure they're committing everything to secure the Rayquaza. But you can be dang sure Team MOS is going to make it very costly.
10 seconds to go. It's finally time here, Leonard. Finally time for Okie Dokie to somehow bait out Unites from MYS, bait them into an unfavorable fight, anything to bring them to that first game of victory, as we are playing our reset right now. And it looks like both of the teams, they're going to try and go for a bit of damage there onto the Rayquaza, but look at this though, Rebong's already going for the cutoff there. Oh, things are not looking too good. They are going to have to try and go for those heals, but actually they're not going to heal Cyan. They want to try and slowly rip down this Rayquaza, but the chip damage is looking a little bit too much here on the side of Okie Dokie, and you have an Eldegoss as your healer. The only way to really out-heal this is to commit your Unite.
Oh, they're just denying this constant pulse is not really ideal. Look, Sunbound damage is also piling on top of it. Beautiful Phantom Forest, but was it going to be enough? No! Counter initiation coming in from the Hydro Typhoon seems a little bit more superior. The Surge comes in from Yemo, constantly locking him down. It's such a compact area. Beautifully lined up for Nightmare Foxy to go for the snipes. And what's even better, Yang is also joining in the fray.
It's a 5-man wipe, and MYS have secured themselves the Rayquaza in our bracket reset grand final match. going to take this 100%. They have such a massive point lead. There are no Unites available on Okie Dokie. We're looking at a massive level difference between these two teams as well. This team is one win away from securing their tickets to represent Malaysia, Singapore at Honolulu in the World Championships. NYS fans going to be rejoicing, but it's not over yet for Okie Dokie. We've got two more games, two potential games, but of course the most important one is going to be this next game. They have to win this next game. If you have an ace up your sleeve, it's time to whip it out. You have to. This is the do or die game for this team. Otherwise, their next opportunity is the last chance qualifier, which is 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. Whatever matches you guys gotta have in your hand, you gotta pull it out. And by the way, I think you missed it out as well. But I Foxy was able to get a 5 KO streak actually in a row.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised, but I'm happy for him because it's it's not very easy to get it, most of the time as well. But still, what a game! Like you said, the next game,
1,000 points.
They gotta end in the style, You gotta live it. You gotta live it. But
so close.
But like you said, the next game, of course, is the most crucial one because it's make it or break it. If they don't succeed in the second game, then there's not going to be a third one. Our representative is definitely going to be Team MYS.
At the moment, we are continuing with the 2-0 curse, Leonard. We've had a 2-0 curse all day. No 3-game series.
I mean, I don't want to call it a curse.
I'm calling it a curse because us viewers, we kind of want 3 games. So I'm just saying, we all want 3 games.
True.
Obviously for MYS, they do prefer the 2-0, so they would rather have a nice clean sweep here.
True, but for some reason I can hear Nightmare Foxy screaming, "Bring me more! Bring me a challenge!" Because so far I don't think Nightmare Foxy actually sweated in this game's back-to-back at all.
I'm pretty sure the only thing on this man's mind is, can I play Mew yet?
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
Thing.
That's never gonna happen. No.
If only.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. But I mean, it's okie dokie so far. Although a little bit. Okay, I won't say very slow, but it's slightly late. But they are taking the steps to adjust, right? They're slowly taking the Trapper in there, slowly taking the Mimikyu, slowly taking the Gyarados now. Now it's the matter of, can someone really take away the Inteleon?
Well, here's my question for you though.
Sure.
Was taking the Gyarados worth it for Okie Dokie? Because sure, they took it away from Yemu, but arguably he had a better game on the Blastoise than he did on the Gyarados.
The thing is this, right? Sure. Having another all-rounder in your team, whether you have it or not, is always great because it's the amount of damage you're outputting and how much you're able to deliver is definitely different between a Blastoise and a Gyarados. However, every single round, the one who will always win the trade battle in terms of poking or skirmishes will always be the one who has the most damage and most range, and so far has always been the Inteleon. I know it feels like I'm emphasizing it a lot, but it's just that way. You saw a lot of the clashes even towards the Rayquaza pit. Everyone the side, our very first series, during the grand finals, the side gets hit by the Inteleon. He loses half HP and there's no choice but to reset. And even the same goes when he picks up the Mimikyu. Gets hit, reset. Gyarados being poked around. Okay, maybe he did get poked around by the Inteleon that much, but he's being poked around by Yemu with the Blastoise.
I actually don't think Foxy's the issue.
Really?
I actually think the Foxy is Yemu and HT. Because they're the ones that give Foxy the opening. Do you remember the games?
Yes, of course.
You remember the games where MYS, the ones that they struggled, Foxy was one of the few players left, but there was only so much he can really do by himself as that Inteleon if there are too many Pokemon up. So if you can somehow dismantle that front line, then I actually think that's where Okie Dokie would be able to shine. And it starts from the lane, which is why I'm questioning here. Is the Gyarados worth picking? Or should you just give the Gyarados to Yemu and somehow find a way to stabilize or actually win that top lane? Because in the game so far that Yemu has played the Gyarados, we haven't seen him slowed at all. He always hits Gyarados at the 8-minute mark. Whereas in this game in particular, Cyan, I mean, he did the best that he could.
Yes.
Top lane was woeful. It was really tough for the Magikarp. I believe he evolved at about 7.5 minutes, almost at that 7-minute mark, which is not ideal if you're running a Gyarados. So how do you stabilize that top lane? What are you changing to improve the efficiency of your top lane, but at the same time slow down the progress of the enemy top lane? Because the players have access to bots, okay?
Correct.
They have all this information too. They understand that MYS will share their central lane with their top laner if they really need to.
Yes. then I guess we will have to fall back to what Unite Holic actually utilize against them, right? You fight, sometimes you want to fight fire, you gotta fight it with fire. Fire with fire in this case here. So bring in the damage. Bring in a lot more damage here. Like we're not talking about, don't get me wrong, Blast is still a very fantastic top laner, great defender as well, but you gotta bring in the damage. I'm talking about like Boswell. Usually I would have suggested, but Boswell is no longer in the picture. But there are other options. You can bring in the Blaziken for yourself. You can bring in the March.
I actually think it's the option for central laner that might change things for this team.
Same thing. Top lane, central lane. Bring in more damage. Bring
not damage. They need aggression. They need a lineup that can come online early and doesn't need the resources to be able to pull off those fights, because like you also have to consider like what's HT picking.
True.
Can your central laner actually beat HT? Do you have the setup for your central laner to beat HT?
To me, damage equals aggression basically for me. So Mimikyu, great central laner. Early game, there's also the Leafeon, but that just means you also have to ensure the Umbreon is away for yours to select, so at least it doesn't really counters you instead. Top laner, you can also bring in, maybe you can bring in the Blastoise, or you can bring in Blaziken for yourself. There's a lot of few options for them to really play around with here. Because like you said, you need to find a way to really melt out the front line against the Inteleon here, which is something that Nightmare Fox has been very comfortable so far because of HT and Yemo. You gotta melt it down as quickly as possible.
All right, let's take a look at the central laners here. Nahid Win, the central laner here for Okidogi. He's played a variety of Pokemon thus far, but of course, at most, he's been playing that Delphox, followed by the Mimikyu, 33% and 22% apiece. What are your thoughts on Nahid actually as a central laner? I kind of feel like he's a great player. I would just love to see him really pick up his aggression in those lanes.
The thing is, I felt like the confidence that he had, especially because he was picking Scyther so far, right? That kind of thing. So after that first game, I think he started going back to other picks.
We've seen him play Zoro.
Yes, but he's also been banned now. A lot of respectable bans as well. But I was actually quite a favorite when he actually picked up the Mimikyu. I think that was pretty great. I think he actually was able to get a decent amount of damage out, but just that the follow-up was just really not enough. Pikachu was the Pikachu was the follow-up
for JH.
Yes, but it still didn't feel like it was enough to melt out the rest of the party.
I really think Leafeon might actually have to be the player for him, unless he plays Glaceon. If you really want damage numbers, like Glaceon is also another option. But I think a lot of people prefer Leafeon because, like, if you go for Solar Blade, it's just like bam, it's right there in your face.
True. This is a tough call.
I mean, we're trying to theory craft for Okidogi to try and get a game number 3, and I'm pretty sure these guys are busting their brains trying to figure that out as well.
The problem is, if you cannot force a new playstyle on a team which is not very comfortable.
Well, we don't know the limitations of the players, right? Like we only know what they've played today.
So let's just try to focus around just the Rayquaza pit alone, right? Like just taking those fights head on. At least it doesn't feel so off. We could have the Mimikyu on Nahid. Maybe for JH, you can actually either pick up the Glaceon or the Inteleon for himself here. Or Sylveon if it's not banned now, let's be honest.
I guarantee I think Sylveon and Zoro were the issues for MYS, which is why they've been permanently banned up until this point.
Cyan can still stick with the Gyarados if the option is still up for him, but if they want to bring team fight, then you can bring in the Blastoise. But I think so far we've been seeing a lot of double defenders coming in from Okidogi, right? So far we haven't seen just one defender. Actually, no, except the last game, they only went Trevenant as the defender, and Gyarados was their top laner, yes.
I'm not sure. I don't have a solution for Okidogi.
Okay.
I'm trying to give them some hope, but I really, really, really want to see them succeed here.
I'm calling it right now. You first pick the Umbreon. You don't give the Umbreon away. That at least opens up options for you. And
but that's guaranteeing the Gyarados to go to Yemu.
That's totally fine with them because like you just want to have an additional damage dealer, right? Like Yemu, all-rounders, you can still somewhat kite around them, right? That kind of thing.
Actually, there's another thing. You'd be giving away Tree or Blastoise. I'm pretty sure
something is gonna go. Yeah, something is definitely gonna go.
But the thing is, like, I do think you can't give Rebongs the Trevenant either.
It's something has to be sacrificed, okay? like you know, it's that kind. It's like playing chess, right?
I'm trying.
Danny, it's like playing chess. You know, sometimes you gotta sacrifice a couple of pawns to get the queen.
That's why I don't play chess.
Get rid. Fine, sacrifice. Right, give Rebongs to Trevenant. Secure the Umbreon, get the Leafeon here. Or
the draft is up.
Or bring Gardevoir. I think Gardevoir also been pretty great. Something has been slept upon.
I would love to see Guardy. I mean, if JH plays the Guardy, let's go.
Okay, wait, it's swapped already. This time, Team MOS gets the first pick. Okie dokie gets the 2 picks here.
They get second pick and last pick. But there's also guarantees MYS will get one of their Pokemon that they want, which is probably Hooper, unless it gets banned out.
Okay, let's just see what's the... I think it all starts with that first pick. Like, what comes out here?
Okay,
they banned out the
so
Mimikyu, so no Mimikyu.
What's the choice, Trevenant or Hooper? I'm pretty sure it's going to be Hooper for Yang.
I also agree. It has to be Hooper.
Well, they play all defender. They just throw us for a loop.
No, you went for the Trevenant, okay.
Look, it's the Rebongs' Trevenant is godlike. It is insane.
I agree.
Oh, we're seeing some change here. Baba highlighting that Crustle.
Do I see a Glaceon combination with the Crustle?
I wonder if this is Leafeon. So, Hooper, Crustle, I like this support duo. You have the Rock Tomb set up to potentially set up for Solar Blades if Leafeon ends up being a choice. Or JH stealing away the Inteleon. All right, okay.
Talking about it.
Take MYS out of the equation. What's the play? So Yamu and Yang getting choices that they do enjoy.
Yeah, but there's no more Leafeon, especially since the Umbra is going to be locked in now. I mean, not to say you can't, it's just it's even more risky, especially you're running into the Trevenant too.
Ooh. And Meowscarada being highlighted by Cyan.
But in the hands of who though? That's the real question.
No. I'm pretty sure that's probably for Null. I think it's for Naldwin, or maybe they'll like swap things around a little bit. I'm gonna Okie Dokie knows what's happening. And the Cyan's like, all right, guys, put me in the central lane. I got this.
Bring it.
Oh, the Blaziken.
Bring in the damage.
Oh boy.
If the game is gonna drag on for so long, you bring in the damage.
Okay, but here's the problem I see now. Listen, okay. I'm a fan for what Okie Dokie is doing. Okay, I am just worried that all of their 3 evolutionary stage Pokemon are going to be stuck in their first or second evolutionary forms.
Depending on how aggressive they're coming in for Team MOS, that's of course the real question.
Pikachu.
Yeah. Okay. So he was hovering over the Decidueye or the Pikachu.
What's going on?
No.
Oh my god.
No. They just decided like, okay, we do not want to go late game against the Inteleon and the Blaziken and the Meowscarada. So they decided to be bringing the Pikachu to enhance their aggression even more here, to play alongside with both Eevee Evolution and the Trevenant here. Yemo will eventually get the Gyarados, so we're going to be seeing a lot of aggression coming in for the side here. I'm surprised he actually went for the Cross. I mean, Crustle was great, but I thought he would try to opt for the... No, sorry. Crustle was actually the more viable choice here. The Blastoise, they won't send the Blastoise to the top. Now it's going to go top with the Blastoise. Sorry, with the Blaziken.
Top lane Meowscarada?
Hold on, are they going to switch
because
it out
it's Cyan. If Cyan doesn't swap here, it's top Meowscarada. Unless they go for a big swap, then they send Null up top, and then Cyan goes central lane.
Oh, my life! You know,
my brain.
But at the same time, this is why I can't get enough of the drafting, ladies and gentlemen. It's always so fun to watch.
Jeez, I'm feeling giddy. I'm excited. I'm keen to see what's happening. I mean, we're also seeing some changes for MYS too. Yep. Like HT playing the Pikachu, definitely different for this man's general playstyle. Foxy having a different Pokemon as well. I think that's also going to be nice for him.
Correct.
And
yeah,
I think this is going to be a great game.
I know, I agree. And the best part about it as well is that with this kind of composition, if you think about it for a long run, if they're not able to get the aggression that MIS was looking for, then it's going to be their turn to be on the timer here, because eventually the Blaziken will start popping up. And like I said, Blaziken is one of those few Pokemon where Unite move isn't like much of a... Unite move cooldown is not much of a factor for him.
He does some good damage though.
Yeah, he does insane amount of good damage, yeah. And like Inteleon, as long as the wall is sustainable enough, he's going to be able to poke at them for a very long time. Pikachu's not the tankiest. Espion also is not the tankiest. Umbreon can barely withstand. I mean, you got Wish, but you know, eventually you will down.
Trust in the MYS supports. I don't think they've let anyone down up until this point.
I trust in both teams here. It's now a matter of how well can both teams utilize this composition right now.
We are seeing some changes too, right? Because HT is now playing the real Pikachu, not the fake one. But Central Lane Pikachu, I mean, I'm always very excited to see this play out. I know some people aren't like massive fans of this because Pikachu doesn't function as your like standard central laner. But I can see this just fitting into MYS's playstyle, right? Just take that first buff and then just send Yamu straight into that central area so he can get his experience and just go straight to Gyarados. Like, look at him. He's already close with the effort values.
It's so great, right? Like, Electro Web, I think a lot of people have just been sitting on the Electro Web too much. And I agree, you know, because in most times there are only very rare occasions where with coordinated play can you actually get a pick up with the Electro Web. But then again, just seeing being utilized by MIS is always great to see. Now the real question, Volt Tackle Electro Ball or Thunderbolt and Thunder.
I'm not going to question whatever build HT does.
I know,
it's HT and it's Central Lane. I don't know. I'm not sure what the needs are for this Pikachu in this particular game. Obviously, it's to win that top lane.
True.
And they're doing so in style because literally 8.5 minutes before that even, you have a Gyarados, you have a Pikachu, your team has completely abandoned the central lane. They're just pushing, they want to win. And I'm pretty sure Okidogi, they're looking at this and they're thinking like, oh gosh, they're playing the game too fast.
No, but this is how exactly it's supposed to be. And pretty much this is their message to them saying like, this is how you play the early composition. The amount of aggression with
You threaten with the magic card.
And the worst part about it, you can't run. What can you do? Mean look into either the thunder or the stored power? What are you gonna do about that? You just can't. Not in your base, not in your first evolution form, no way.
The game's not over yet though, right?
Yeah,
Even
true.
though we just saw a little bit of a push in that top lane, Okidogi are still in a pretty stable position because JL is fine in that bottom lane.
Yes.
Blaziken has hit the level 7 mark, so Blaziken has not been slowed down at all, and Meowscarada, like sure, level 5 now, but absolutely can catch up if they can get a KO or just a couple more wild Pokemon
He'll get there.
in there. So it's okay, but it's a question of whether MYS can keep this going, right? Keep it going. Keep Okidogi on their toes and prevent them from just going around and hunting those wild Pokemon.
Will the armor buckler falls or will the aggression succeed here? So they're all able to get their full evolution, not yet for the Italian. Of course, he's currently on the way. The Blaziken is taking a little bit too much damage. No! Couldn't really get out in time before the bounce connect. That's a totally unfortunate one here.
Level 8 on this Gyarados as well. Yamu is a monster. Oh, very close there for Yang. Able to get out of there with the X speed.
It's insane. Still moving towards the Regulator. What is that damage from both?
It's Gyarados and Pikachu.
Yeah.
Two great damage dealers. One that just rips through objectives and the second that just does so much special attack damage.
Okay, so wait. So it is Nightmare Fox and the Espeon, HT on the Pikachu, and Yamo the Gyarados. Oh my lord.
Yep, the team can pivot. They're very good at changing roles if they have to.
I mean, they have always been pivoting. I have never seen a time which they're not.
Now the good thing for Okidogi, right, is that they have access to a Hooper, so they were able to deal with that top lane, and now they can reinforce the bottom lane to try and contest for that bottom Reggie. And it looks like so far they managed to catch Rebongs thanks to that Meowscarada. Super low, and look at this Meowscarada secures the Reggie steal. That's an offensive buff for the team, and Yamu, he's gonna have to get away from this. Does he want to turn around though? He does connect on the 2 Pokemon so far, but Blaziken just jumps on out of there. No KOs for MYS. And for Okidogi, they're happy because they got the buff and they got the experience.
No, this is great. After all this time, Okidogi finally just decided like, alright, we're not going to take this fight. Even Unite's moves are wasted, Unite's moves are committed. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to keep going on with the fight. They just learn to reset, recall themselves here because they understand what's their strength, and I'm happy about it. They're late games, they need to scale, they need to farm, don't have to take unnecessary fight, which actually keeps adding more fuel to the fire for MYS here.
Yep. Just keep things going. Don't give away too many resources to Okidogi. As long as MYS are able to keep up with their macro, it should be fine. But they caught Rebongs yet again. He does Horn Leech. Oh, he almost gets caught there by that Blaziken. And he really wants it. Naldwin wants to win this battle. But look at this, though. Phantom Forest, they almost caught Naldwin again. But they just don't have the damage to finish him off. But here comes Umbreon. Rebongs thinking about it, but instead they wanted to go for Crustle, but he gets out.
Oh, JH, Fell Stinger. That's going to be the one that's Lifesaver as well.
The
but
team,
not much Unite moves. He just committed as well.
Yeah, Meowscarada's here with the blue buff as well, so we'll have access to sped up moves if needed. But look at this though, this game, like MYS, you can tell they are afraid of some of these engagements with Okidogi.
No, when you played against this kind of Pokemon for many rounds, many series, many months now, you gotta respect that one.
They're coming back. They
Nice
see this
run.
push. Okidogi. Oh, they lost the Blaziken. Okay, that's a disengage. You don't fight into that anymore. But look at this, though. 17 seconds on the clock for the Reggie to come into that bottom lane.
Absolute slam dunk on the Blaziken. I mean, he's definitely
Don't
back out
get
in
caught.
time.
That's the goal here. Don't get caught. But if they get caught like this, that's not what you're looking for. The Hooper is gone as well. 5 seconds till the respawn. And Delion with the Unite as well. Just can't do the damage. Is not feeling safe. Got caught by Rebongs of all people with the Wood Hammer. Okidogi unfortunately caught on their goal zone. Just so much mobility and displacement from MYS. Oh, that That's terrifying.
And it was not that the Blaziken wasn't really in position in time to follow up with that kind of contentions as well. But to make matters worse, Reeboks. He just ran straight in. He's just like, nope, I just won that Intellion. I just won that guy. I don't care about anyone else. I did my part. I just won him now.
That's an attack buff as well. That's a Reggie steal. Okie dokie. I mean, if they can come out of this fight scot-free, that's going to be a miracle in itself. Barber, though, doing whatever he can for that team, maybe hoping he can catch something squishy like HT inside that rock tomb just to set up for JH with those snipe shots. Yang setting up for the team yet again, trying to catch them with that foul play at half health though. If Okidogi can secure this would be great for the team, and it looks like Hooper will lock that in for the team. And if they can break this goal zone, this would be absolutely helpful here. They're going to try and reset there for Barber as well as that Blaziken. They will heal back up, but HG going down in the process of that battle. They've lost their central laner on the side of MYS, and Foxy's not even there. So they're giving away the top objective. But wait a minute, Yemu's still around. The team is still coming. We are seeing some resets here, but I think the team is now just completely spread apart. Inteleon being caught.
They completely got broken down from dead set in the middle as well. But at least it's okay. Okidogi was able to get the initial objective they was looking for as well. Get the goalpost, get a couple of points as well. Of course, it would have been great if JH was able to walk out of it, but you know, it's a Gyarados with the Unite move. It's very hard to outrun that, especially when you don't have a fail stinger too.
It's really going to come down to this final fight for both of these teams, and in particular for MYS, you can see they're trying to funnel all of their resources into Yemu.
Yep.
Yemu is their late game insurance plan. As long as he's on that field to act as their main source of damage for the Rayquaza, and even just the main source of damage to really fight into Okidogi, he's going to be the main source of protection for both HT and Foxy, because if these two get caught, they're squishy. They will go down, especially with all this burst damage coming out from Okidogi.
Yep.
1 second to go though. It's time.
The moment has arrived. All teams are ready for the battle here. Getting a couple of skirmishes back and forth, a couple of trades. Rock tossers have been preset, but no follow up with the snipe shots here. A couple of shots are coming in, but not really connecting as much as you can hope for it. Given the necessary amount of vision here, Masquerada is currently on the top of Rebongs here. But what about Yamo? Do they have any intel about Yamo? Okay, finally he reveals himself with the dragon. He gets locked down, gets charged at the bounce as well. But Rebongs locks two players in, gets to manage to get a beautiful knockout as well until on top of the Phantom Force, on top of the Intel as well. He jumps all the way to the back line. Yang finds Yamu, finds them all as well, pushes them all back into the clutches of the entire team. And the HT completely raining all over their parade with the thunderstorm. And ladies and gentlemen, 5-man wipeout from Okidogi.
Rebongs, that man setting up single-handedly for the entire team with the wood hammer of the century. And what could Okidogi do? Hooper was caught as well, so he wasn't even able to save with his Unite. Oh man, that Trevenant pick. I'm pretty sure if you're Okidogi, you are regretting giving that Pokemon away now.
The crazy thing about it is, like, usually we see Rebongs, like, besides positioning and utilization of his abilities, is pretty much standard, right? But that last fight was so clear cut, right? Because he had the wood hammer, he had the horn leash on some of the members of the Okidogi, but he committed a one-man Phantom Force alone on the Italian without the notion of trying to really get on top of it. It's just to buy the time for Yemo and the rest of the squad to get into position. Yang got on top of it. Everyone got on top of him, and I'm just like, that is absolutely insane.
Tactical gameplay coming in from MYS as they score their final points for this game. The final match in this Grand Finals, locking in their ticket to go to the World Championships later this year in Honolulu, Hawaii. Our champions, our team MYS.
Well done. Really well done. Really showcasing in 3 series back-to-back to showcase why they are going there to represent Malaysia and Singapore. But of course, kudos to Okidogi. It was definitely not a very easy game for a fact. Definitely not for sure. But at the same time, not just Okidogi, but even for the rest of the team that was not able to secure the spot in this series, there's still the LCQ here, and there's still another prime opportunity to secure your spot in the WCS.
Look, Okidogi, I'm pretty sure that they did earn a lot of admiration for the people that did tune into the broadcast today. I loved that they did really start to pick up on MYS's playstyle. It was just, sometimes it comes down to those final moments. And, you know, sometimes you're lucky. You're in the right spot, you're not in the right spot. And in the case of Rebongs, I mean, he ensures that you are in the right spot with those wood hammers. So
Oh no, Rebongs doesn't look for the right spot. He always makes the right spot.
everyone just walks into the wood hammers. I mean, I'm actually quite shocked at how good he is at that Trevenant. Like, I think the teams that play against him at Worlds, they kind of need like a Trevenant ban on top of those 3 bans.
It feels like he has this bird eye view, right? He's just like he's like engaging from a 360 point of view. He's hitting people from the front. He's hitting Intelli with the Phantom Force at the back. He's also slowing people down on the left. I'm like, yo, this guy is juggling between all the members here. It's insane.
Oh man, incredible. Let's have a look at the highlights as well for that previous match as we do wrap things up here at the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers for the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Okie dokie, I mean, they showed signs of life in that game, and I actually thought they had a really good chance of being able to bring it to a Game 3. It was just the execution in those final moments. And unfortunately, they weren't the first ones to make the move. It was actually MYS to make that move. And they caught them perfectly as well. But my goodness, Okie dokie showing so much promise. I hope we see them in the LCQ. I hope they give everyone a run for their money. This team has so much potential.
Especially since now they got a good idea like what was probably detrimental to their kind of playstyle as well. I think definitely once they polish it and just figure out how to really counteract such an aggressive playstyle, that I think they can actually be even more stronger than they currently are. But regardless, it's such a and it feels like even at the very last moment, I do agree in this game was a lot more closer than it seems with the composition as well, with the trades. But it just came down to that individual skill. But look at Reeboks, he's literally in the middle of everyone else, just controlling necessary too.
I hope we get that. I hope we get that clip in particular. I just want to see. Okay, it looks like we will have that clip. Production was like, yes, we have that clip, ma'am. So we're gonna listen. We're gonna watch that clip later on today. But just to see that execution, and I think just being able to see these as well in slow motion, we get to see like the thought process. These are microseconds happening as well, right? Microseconds of players making decisions of what's actually happened. Now, was it clip 3? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to...
We're going to prep this for you guys because we're going to have to watch it together.
Oh, yes. This is, of course, everyone's favorite segment. It is Drawing with Denali.
Drawing with everybody.
Yeah,
I just want to watch this in slow motion. So look at this. Both teams trying to get in a position, but Rebongs with the 3-man Horn Leech from the bottom bush catches them with the Wood Hammer. Sure, they miss out on the Blaziken, but I mean, you got 2 primary targets. You force out ejects. Everyone on Okie Dokie is starting to panic. And look at MYS. They're not being contested. Yamu comes in. Big Unite on 3 Okie Dokie players. And what can you do about it?
Just can't do anything about it at all. And even the Phantom Force is just to buy the time for the rest of the team, just the repossession accordingly. And look how split off everyone became. One went to the top, one went to the south, one went to the west. There's no way else for the rest of the team to try to come into the mix. And to make matters worse, you're coming in from Night Mew Foxy with the Psychic Solari to deny any form of escape back to reorganize back with the team. So literally the Crustle and even in the Inteleon just have nowhere to run.
Oh man, I mean, I hope we get to speak to the man himself that literally earned his team tickets to go to Hawaii. Absolutely insane play. I mean, for anyone that's tuning into the broadcast, if you're looking to play Trevenant yourself, go back, watch the VODs featuring any Trevenants with Rebongs on it. I don't know how he does it. He has such foresight when he's trying to make these plays happen. It's not just him throwing down the wood hammers willy-nilly. He really decides like where he wants to position everyone with the wood hammer sweep. Right? Like he's positioned so it's closer to his team.
Yeah. And the worst part about it as well, it felt like it didn't feel as coordinated at that time because like his team was still trying to reposition themselves, but he's just creating opportunities for his team members, even though if it may not be something that they expected, but it's just still so phenomenal. Finding this opening, finding these chinks in the armor here in Okie Dokie is just absolutely phenomenal when he's playing that Trevenant.
Brilliant play coming out from the team, and I think some people were a little bit hesitant after seeing the first 2-0 for MYS.
Look at this, Dana. He coming from Nightmare Foxy, he ejects and commit the Psychic Solaris, so there's no way for them to really reorganize back with the team. Completely isolated from the rest of the squad.
I mean, this team has been playing Unite forever, as long as the game has been around.
That is true, man. They deserve that championship title. They earned it. But you know, there's also a lot of great teams. You know, there's a lot of larger oceans. You know.
Look, they got to fly over an ocean to get to the World Championships. And I think not just me, but everyone else that is watching the stream, I am excited to see them play on the world stage again, to see how they fare this time. Because sure, MYS may not have actually made it to top 3, but firstly, they're qualifying at the World Championships. They are playing with the best teams in the entire world. And I feel like they've been getting better every single time. I mean, look at them. Compare this version of MYS to the MYS we're seeing last year.
Yeah.
They've expanded their pool of playable Pokemon. They are extremely coordinated as a team all around, and they're gaining so much experience just playing Unite year after year after year together.
I agree.
Like, one of the things I really appreciate about this team is that they are sticking together. Like, sure, they had one adjustment bringing HT in, but they're not like some of these other teams where they're just sort of like constantly cycling people in and out to try and find that recipe, right? They are trying to, like, not fix each other, but they're trying to get better together. And that's something that I really admire for a team.
No, they're like hot-tempered iron, right? They're always just trying to sharpen themselves, keeps getting better over time here. Really great, really crafted this really beautiful blade as a team here. Although yes, it's unfortunate that we don't have Ice here being replaced by Rebongs, but such a great addition nonetheless here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Team MYS to represent Malaysia, Singapore at the World Championship Series in Honolulu. Such a great opportunity, and I guess you can say it's somewhat expected as well from their reputation as well here. Whatever doubts you have with the Rebongs as well, ladies and gentlemen, that is completely thrown out the window. It's long gone. He has cemented why he's there. Like, why is he chosen?
I mean, it's not just him, the team in general. The team just looking pristine, like, man, a little wonky at times. But outside of that, they're a great team. All right, so I do believe we have an interview with MYS, and I do believe it's going to be with Rebongs himself. So we're going to be able to ask him some Trevenant questions. Hey, Rebongs! Congratulations! So obviously, we're going to ask you, how are you feeling qualifying for Honolulu?
Honestly, relieved. After what happened.
Why?
Okay, was it because of that first matchup with Okidogi? Like, what kind of happened there?
I think even if we didn't lose, right, getting this over with is like a huge relief because you know we train every day for it.
Right.
Yeah. What happened there? I mean, things can happen. I mean, with Pokemon Unite, anything can happen. That's why with this game, right, I wouldn't say like there's 100% of winning, even if you're the strongest team. Yeah.
That's really great. Rebongs, I'm really curious about what really went down in that last game in particular, especially towards the records a bit. Like, what gave you the notion to just have such a great initiation like that?
For the final game?
Yes, the final game.
Honestly, I was just looking at the whole situation during that time. I haven't got the chance to like replay the last match because everything just happened so fast. Sometimes like when you're playing the game, you don't even realize that so much time has just passed. But I think after so many mistakes, even in competition or all the trainings, right, it's just combining all the knowledge and all the mistakes and just know that, okay, whether I can go in or not. And that helps a lot.
I have to ask you, since you did step away from the team a little bit since last year, how does it feel to actually be back playing competitive Pokemon Unite?
I think I was out for like 4 months, and I think it's honestly like, it gave me a lot of time to reflect on whether I even want to play the game. And after that 4 months, I realized, after watching my teammates in Thailand for ACL, it gave me another motivation to come back into the game because, you know, playing this game is not just like, you have to put in hours of work, and every day, like, we play into like 3-4 a.m. So it's honestly whether it's worth it. Like, I had to ask myself, and after reflecting, yeah, coming back was worth it. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's definitely worth it. You're playing at Honolulu. I'll let you have a...
Oh, no, I was just want to say, like you don't have to really worry about the reborn because let's be honest, I feel like another legend has been born. Singapore has once again bred another fantastic Pokemon Unite player in the form of Trevenant, a very defender which not really most sought out as well. I mean, yeah, he's a top defender, but a lot of people usually you hear a lot more like Blastoise or Umbreons. You rarely hear Trevenant here, but seeing you, Rebongs, play that kind of Trevenant gameplay is absolutely phenomenal. I do have one question though, Rebongs. Since now you guys are already going to Honolulu, you guys got your swimsuit out already?
Oh my god.
Honestly, I can't swim, so that's gonna be a problem.
Learn to swim.
But okay. I'll
Hawaii
be
Beach
hiking
is
there.
absolutely phenomenal from what I heard.
I'll be dipping until like the feet, so it'll be fine.
Still be fun. Still totally fine. Who? Okay,
Yeah.
anyone like who's the best swimmer in your whole team? If you feel.
I feel should be HT. Should be HT.
What makes you think that? Is he like a really great swimmer?
Cause I don't know. Maybe Yemu. I don't know. I have no idea actually.
I mean,
can't think right now.
he plays a lot of Gyarados.
Yemu because he plays Blastoise. He plays yeah.
Okay, so before we wrap things up, I do want to ask you a question about the team overall because, I mean, Rebongs, you've been with MIS for forever. Sure, you've been away for 4 months, but, I mean, you know these players like the back of their hand. They know you as well. How do you feel about MIS as a team and how you've developed over the years? Because, like, for people that have watched your team, you've grown mechanically, mentally, but I want to know your thoughts. Like, what do you really feel about MIS right now? How confident are you in this version of MIS going into Worlds?
I think honestly, right, there's a lot of improvement to be made, and there's always things to learn in Pokemon Unite. Else, I mean, after so many years, why are we still like not having a perfect run, right? So there's always things to, especially when the patch changes and the Pokemon. Sometimes we get too comfortable with like a certain draft, and then we forget how to play other things. For example, when we took out the Saber Eye, and then like sometimes we messes with our head. So there's always things to learn, and switching back and forth from between like different comms. Like we have to really know what is the game plan. So yeah.
All right, looking forward to all of you at Honolulu. Hopefully you're going to come back and make us all proud, maybe with the trophy, maybe with a placement, who knows. But super excited to see you guys play. Congratulations on your victory. You all deserve to celebrate.
Yep.
Please celebrate for us. And send out congratulations to the other players as well.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Rebongs.
Rebongs.
See you at Honolulu.
See you.
All right.
Really great guy.
No, he's great. I've met Rebongs in person. Really, really great guy. Really, like, if you have any questions about Pokemon Unite, like, this man just, like, non-stop Pokemon Unite. He's like a dictionary. It's brilliant.
It's great to see him back. Singapore had produced another great talent once more. I believe maybe this year could be the one. Malaysia, Singapore bringing back the championship cup.
It is a possibility, but we won't really know until we actually get to Honolulu, right? Like, how well does our region gel with the global meta? How are we going to be able to get out of groups? How are the other teams that qualify? How well are they going to do at Honolulu? Because I do believe, this is just a personal opinion, I do believe LATAM is a massive region this year.
No, I agree.
LATAM has been doing incredibly well, and I'm really excited to see them play with the rest of the Asia region teams.
No, I mean, it's like, I think in any region in particular, like, just watching LATAM, I'm just like, wow, I didn't know you could do that. How clean, like when you think like you've seen really clean games, but when you see their series, the competitiveness in their region is just like, how you guys survive with these absolute monsters everywhere.
Yeah. All right, let's have one final look at the brackets for today. To everyone that has stuck around on the stream, thank you all so much for watching our fantastic matchups here for the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers. But just to give you all a quick rundown, coming in from the upper bracket, we had Okie Dokie being our first team to qualify for that grand final. And this was not a team that made it through a fluke. They played some fantastic Pokemon Unite.
Yes.
We unfortunately weren't able to see all of their games, or most of them unfortunately, but we saw enough of them to really see something shine through in this lineup of players. And I hope we see them again. I hope they don't change. I hope they sort of work on their issues together as a team and come back stronger for the last chance qualifier.
Actually, I'm really happy to the fact that we've seen a lot of these players, although yes, not the exact same team they were previously in, but they're still coming back with new rosters, new teams here, and are getting better at the craft here. But you know, besides Okie Dokie as well, we also need to do check on the side for Team MIS here as well. Although they did had a little bit of a quick pit stop against Okie Dokie before being sent to the lower bracket final. That's where they got toe-to-toe with Only Fun, where they sealed the deal with a very clean manner here as well. Don't get me wrong, Only Fun had a very long run. It was the Team MIS that was sending them down in the first place. They worked their way up all the way back to Team MIS to be denied by them once again. as they slowly win out the lower bracket finals, we slowly move on to the grand finals, where they finally go to toe-to-toe with Okie Dokie once more. And because, of course, with the game format that we had, Team MLS did win out the grand finals, which results to them going to our final series, which is the grand finals reset, which once again, they have showcased in the world once more that why they deserve this championship spot.
Yep, and they will be taking home $15,000
That's a lot of grocery money.
They've qualified for the World Championships, and they're also going to be getting a travel award to fly to Honolulu. So all of their travel expenses will be covered as they compete at the World Championship Series. And obviously, like this $15,000, they're going to be able to do anything with it. They can save it for Honolulu. Maybe they're going to use it for their training boot camp leading up to Worlds as well, because Worlds is where everything is at, right? You want to claim that title of being champion for 2024. You also get a massive chunk, that lion's share of the prize pool at the World Championships. Like, I hope this team is ready. I know a lot of us from Malaysia, Singapore, we've been rooting for this team to really succeed, and maybe this is the year for Malaysia, Singapore.
I think that's one of the few beauties about Team MYS, right? The kind of thing, they don't back down from a challenge. It's more like they welcome it, and they're actually quite enticed by it as well. Because, like what Rebong said, there's always more for them to learn, as there are more for them to improve. This is definitely not the end of their run. They're still going to be going forward. But first things first, let's just focus on the WCS to see how far they go here. They got 4th, 5th place on the last World Series. I'm looking forward to see that championship spot at least.
Yep. All right, so before we close things out, we do want to show you guys a very quick clip of some new holoware that's actually going to be coming out. So let's have a quick look. There you have it. Phalanx, as well as our most recent Battle Pass. If you are interested in those holowares, do grab it now because it is available now. But what is also happening right now, Mr. Yolo Lee, is the last call for our last chance qualifier for both the East and West in Asia.
That's right, folks. Literally right now, pause the video if you require it as well to scan through the QR code to sign yourself up for the LCQ Asia Pacific West here. And of course, since we are Malaysia, Singapore, so we'll fall under the category of LCQ West here. Those, if you have any friends that's from the Philippines or India, will fall under the category of East here. So if you have any teams, of course, like Flavor said, we're the first region. We have other regions that are going to be coming up for the next WCS qualifiers. But if anyone falls short, you can still sign up for the LCQ side.
Yep, and there is a prize pool as well if you do win these last chance qualifiers. Not only are you going to be qualifying and having a sponsored trip to Hawaii, but you're also going to be taking home $7,500 as well for first place. So not as much as the actual regional qualifiers, but still a sizable chunk of money for you to either invest into your team going into the World Championships or to really, just to do whatever you want, really. But that's going to conclude Malaysia, Singapore. I'm kind of sad that everything just sort of happened so fast, but That's not all for all of Asia.
But the thing is, it may have come and gone within the day itself, right? But then you don't have to fret or don't have to worry. Same goes for our amazing viewers as well, because this is just a teaser to what's to come here, to the amazing teams that's going to be participating in the WCS here.
Yeah.
The best of the region on such a global stage, and finally we're going to crown that world champions once again. Is such a pivotal moment for each and every one of us. Talent, casters, production, or even viewers or fans. We're all there to witness history once more.
And if you're interested in finding out when these next qualifiers are going to be happening, I do believe some of them will be having broadcasts. Make sure you do follow the official Pokemon Unite social platforms as well. I can guarantee that next week will be the qualifiers for the Indonesia region. So make sure you watch that one. The Indonesian region is surprisingly competitive.
Yes, especially after what we witnessed back in ACL. I'm not surprised. Like now all eyes are on even like in other regions as well, like regions which people mostly would have assumed that not much talent can actually come out of it as well. So it is, I mean, let's be honest, this is the kind of woodworks where geniuses or monsters really come out from as well. But with that being said, such a great one that we had here for the Malaysia-Singapore side for the WCS. It has been such an honor, such a thrill to crown our representative, but there's still LCQ.
Absolutely. The last chance qualifiers is going to be happening in 2 weeks for both the East and West regions. So make sure you look out for that information. That's going to be a really crazy ride. But that's going to be it for myself and Leonard. Thank you all so much for tuning into the broadcast. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time. Do you believe you may have seen the Espeon try and go for that backstab? Now, it's got Psy Shock. So if this Espeon gets caught, you've got no way to protect.
there.
Venusaur is there. They're going to use the Unite on the... Oh, the Eldegoss couldn't save him! Venusaur is down and out. Umbreon might be the next to go. Eldegoss to follow as well. Psychic Solar connecting on the 5, but does it matter? You've lost your central laner, and the whole team is gone.
Here on the bottom side, going up for the chase. They managed to get the Blastoise, overextension, but you see members, this could be a huge mistake coming on the Umbreon's all alone here in between 3 Pokemons. And here comes the Venusaur Petal Dance, trying to make his escape. This one had mobility, getting a little bit slowed down here. Gudra is doing wonders here in this game. That's 4 Pokemons down, Leonard.
The power that's really going to stop them at any point of time here. Great slow bit, actually not slow bit, actually goes for the pull back. Everyone still has no idea where is this. Telekinesis did manage to get on top of the Lebron and try to melt him down on top of Saki Solaire, box him down. They did manage to commit the slow beat on top of the Trevor. Not really exactly who you really wanted to go for as well. And instantly, now with full confidence, no way to hold down the speedsters. They dive right into the rest of the squad and literally melting them away. K2 running for his life, but for how long? Genkai is on your tail and will secure it. Sorry, brother, sibling rivalry. He will take the win.
Missed out, was trying to actually catch on that Intella, was not able to actually do so. Over here comes the jump coming on from Snorlax as well. Flips on the other side. He comes in server. It's not enough. Actually do here, but he manages to get 3. This is going to be comeback. Okidoki is actually looking for over here. It's a 4v2 situation. Only 2 Pokemon from side team at YYS. Sylveon with Hyper Voice tries to scream out. That is Frosty. He's low to HP.
It's so much. Okidoki!
They need to get great position here. He does spot the Azure Sky's race here, so he's going to be able to see everybody and able to right click away. That's a lot of crit damage on top of the Trevenant. He's doing a really great trying to zone out the Intella as much as possible, but solo can only solo for so long here. And now comes with the Hydro Typhoon, trying to get a beautiful 3-man knockup, but will it be enough? Can it be done? But no, the Intella 9 Foxy is on an absolute roll as he quickly one-shots every single player.
Pick this fight, and the Mimikyu trying to go for the pickoff, finishes off the Trevor.
Oh no, Yabo!
Has it come back now to the story of the last 2 minutes being the bane of this team's existence? I don't think that's going to be the case though, because they are looking much healthier here. HG coming in with that Blaziken, wanting to try and finish off that Slowbro. With the Gyarados as well, they will tag team him down. And they also take down the Blastoise too, leaving the Pikachu and the Blissey around. And Cyan goes central lane.
reveals himself with the Dragon. He gets locked down,
Oh.
gets charged up the bounce as
He's
well. But
cornered.
Reebok blocks 2 players in, gets to manage to get a beautiful knockout as well until on top of the Phantom Force, on top of the Intelligence as well. They jumps all the way to the back line. Yang finds Yebu, finds them all as well, pushes them all back into the clutches of the entire team. And the HT completely raining all over their parade with the thunderstorm. And ladies and gentlemen, 5-man wipeout from Okie Dokie.
Honestly, I can't swim, so.
What?
That's gonna be a problem.